Spaces towards the front. Now, my worry with those who are sitting at the back there is that there are no mics. And when we introduce ourselves, I would want you to speak to a mic. We have brought Parliament TV, so we should be streaming there. So we'd want you to at least speak to a mic when you introduce ourselves. We do so because we want to know who's here. So that when our members want to ask you questions, they know who they are directing their questions to. So we'll just ask you quietly, move towards the front, especially those that they will be required at some point during our discussion to respond to certain issues. Either you are from NSFAS, you are from the university, you are from the legislature, the labor union, students, institutional forum, parliament, the department. So at least look for a mic next to you so that we don't have a problem of doing so. Just to house rules, this is a meeting that is being held at the University of Limpopo, but it is a meeting of Parliament, and all rules of Parliament then applies. In essence, we don't disrupt our meetings, even though our meetings are public meetings, but we don't speak unless we have been recognized to do so. So we will declare the plenary as a plenary of Parliament. So the benefits that come with being in Parliament will apply to yourselves, but also negative to the benefits is that when we are in Parliament, we tell the truth, and I'm worried about the sound. I suspect when we speak about these things of meeting of Parliament, the sound is not being okay now. But so the benefits of meeting of Parliament will then apply. So we'll then start with introducing ourselves, and when we introduce ourselves, let's try to be as informative as possible. So I will say my name is Tebogo Letsie, the chairperson, a member of Parliament and a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. So you see, I did not say I'm Tebogo Letsie, a member of Parliament. I did indicate that I also, so that when you introduce yourself, Dr. Mabelebele, you don't say, my name is Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele from University of Limpopo. Want to know at University of Limpopo, what position do you occupy, so that at least we are as informative as possible. So Dr. Christians, I'll start with you that side, we'll walk this way, then we'll start with the student leadership, we'll just go row by row. Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Dr. Dalmain Christians. I'm a Member of Parliament and also a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karabula Rato Khachau, Kesetose Feletensa Committee.
Ngibonga isihlalo igama lami ngumnqubo kaMsezane odeploye umkhonto wesizwe party to National Parliament and a member of this Portfolio Committee.
No, thank you, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonzi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member of Parliament. Thank you.
Mantatelo thuba sihlalo ngiqale nibulisa wena nibulisa amalungu eParliament, bulisa sihlalo weCommittee kweliphondo nemember yamanayo. Igama lami ndinguyanga wakwaGovana, ndilungu leParliament, ndikwalungu lale Portfolio Committee.
Thanks, Chair. Greeting to Portfolio Committee and Greetings, everyone. My name is Anele Zondo, a Member of Parliament and a member of this Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Dube, the current Secretary General at the University of Limpopo, SRC, deployed by the AFF Youth Command. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Komano Comfort, a student of the University of Limpopo and also SRC President. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwena Masha, the Registrar.
Good afternoon. My name.
Hold on. You are the register from NSFAS.
Sorry, Chair. My name is Gwena Masha, the Registrar at the University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon, members of Parliament and colleagues. My name is Jeffrey Mabelebele. I'm the Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of Limpopo.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Slalo. My name is Wesley Maringa. I'm a member of the Provincial Legislature here in Limpopo, and I serve in the Portfolio Committee on Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the members. I'm Kakareng Rahwale. I'm the member of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, also serving as the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chairperson and everybody.
Mpatlele Makhwani, I am the member of Institutional Forum.
University of Limpopo. Institutional Forum of University of Limpopo.
Institutional Forum, University of Limpopo, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Satsope Mautu. I'm here as a Senate representative on Council. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tebogo Mutiba. I'm the acting DVC, Research, Innovation and Partnerships at the University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiva Diketani. I'm the Director for Development Grants at the University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members of Parliament and everyone. My name is Matsela Bansi. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Council and the Chairperson of Human Resource Committee of Council.
Good afternoon, Honorable Members. My name is Bongani Bongo. I'm a member of Council. I'm a Deputy Chair of the HR Committee. I'm also a Council rep on the Institutional Forum of the University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee who are present here. I'm Pandelani Neforobodwe, the Chairperson of the University of Limpopo Council. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. My name is Matshibela Khatuke. I'm the Acting Executive Director, University States, Facilities and Technical Services from University of Limpopo. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair and everybody. My name is Mashela Rabaza, Director, School of Law, and I'm also Senate Rep and Council at the University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Joseph Moloto. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at the University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Mamkhadi Masiti. I'm the acting. Apologies. Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Mamkhadi Masiti. I'm the acting Chief Financial Officer at the University of Limpopo.
I know that they say people who deal with money speak soft, but unfortunately we are recording, so we needed to hear the voice.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Peter Mulder. I'm Director of Institutional Planning. I have no reason not to speak loudly.
Vele planning or told there's no money. I'm told by a fighter next to me. So.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Tulibari Mkondeleri. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for University Support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Lennox Malaka from the DGT in the Skills Development Branch, Deputy Director responsible for monitoring of performance information. Thank you.
Good day, Chair. Thank you. My name is Victor Homweswana. I'm Executive Director for Marketing and Communication at the University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. I don't know if they can go through because there was no one there.
You can introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Tulani Malope from the Department of Higher Education and Training, serving as the Senior Admin Officer in the Office of the DDG University Education. Thank you.
The workers.
Good day, Chairperson and all the colleagues, members of Parliament. My name is Marema Mukubedi. I am the Secretary of the UL branch of Nihau, right here at the University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Zolani Smai, the chairperson of the biggest branch in Limpopo, Nihau.
So it's biggest branch of
Nehau.
Oh, okay. Inhlekani, my name is Colette Maswanganyi, Deputy Chairperson, Nehau, University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. All protocols observed. My name is Mampaho Mudiba. I'm the Community Content Advisor, Parliament.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, and everyone. My name is Agnetha Aronson. I'm the researcher for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tabile Lingwani. I am the Parliament and Cabinet Support Office of the Minister, Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Marcia Sotrikwa. I'm the DDG, University Education, the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, everyone. James Malesela, Deputy Director responsible for University Governance Support. Thank you.
DDG, just move your phone away from the mic and introduce yourself again. Malesela, close your mic.
All right. My name is Marcia Sotrikwa. I'm the Deputy Director General, University Education from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Good afternoon to you, Chair, and all the esteemed leadership from University of Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Nakita Zita from the Department of Higher Education and Training, responsible for the Sibusiso Bengu Development Program. Thank you.
Abudi, kwena yana. Abudi, please introduce yourself.
My name is Johannes Lepe from Marketing and Communication, University of Limpopo.
My name is Simon Doe from ICT, University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Professor Mraga. I'm an intern from or responsible for Sibusiso Bengu Development Program from DIET.
Good day, everyone. Jabulani Lovu. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Jabulani Lovu from DHT University Education Branch. Deputy Director for the Special Banquet Development Grant.
Yeah, your sound is low. Put the mic, put it straight, yeah.
I'll try again. Jabulani Ndlovu from DHT University Education Branch, Deputy Director. Hopefully it was the mic, not me. Jabulani Ndlovu, DHT from University Education Branch, Deputy Director for Special Banquet Development Grant. Thanks.
Greetings, everyone. The name is Xolelwa Ndaba. I am from NSFAS. I'm the acting manager on the Student Accommodation Unit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. It's Donald Kubai from Department of Higher Education and Training, responsible for university infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Tabi Samkotlwa. I'm from MICT SETA, Special Projects Advisor.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, and the colleagues. My name is Tabang Mkuma. I'm the Technical Advisor for 4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution, at the MICT SETA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. Sylvia Masamola, Assistant Director, Infrastructure Support at the Department of Higher Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucretia Bamji from Marketing and Communication, Social Media.
Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. My name is Naftali, Technical Services. Thank you very much.
Technical services from where?
We support the university with technical services.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Baloy. I'm the Head of Enrollment and Assistant Registrar under the University Registrar, University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon. I'm Eddie Chewe, University of Limpopo Audiovisual Section.
From where? What do you do? Sorry? Yeah.
Technician in audiovisual. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Natalie Piri. I am an institution support practitioner from NSFAS.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Lesotho Moreng, institutional service practitioner for UNISA, University of Limpopo, and Sol Plaatje University.
From NSFAS. Yeah.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Fuile Chiula, the manager in the CEO's office at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, and colleagues. Lungisa Sishi from NSFAS, currently in an acting capacity as COO.
The lady in front of you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Litawa Gopal Dingwani. I'm the UL Occupational Health and Safety Officer. Thank you.
The gentleman in front of you.
Thank you, Chair. Leslie Rapiri, under Marketing and Communication. The division is audiovisual. I'm a multimedia specialist.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Malaji Munyelewete from Marketing and Communications. Thank you. At University of Limpopo.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Anele Kabengis. I'm the Committee Secretary from Parliament.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, and senior officials. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dobe Ncube.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Tando Kolopotoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Mkoto Moale, Executive Support Officer in the Office of the Director General of DHET.
Realocha Mudula Stulo, Le Maloko Portfolio, Lina Lagagina, Moses Wagamrero, Manager in the Office of the Executive Director for Marketing and Communication at the University of Limpopo.
Morning, Chair. My name is Guadela, Parliamentary Support Staff.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, DHET Management, University Management and colleagues. My name is Tsiamo Moleme, Program Manager of the Sibuso Bengu Development Program in DHET under the University Education branch, but I also provide support on the infrastructure program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Sipe Matomela from the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Marketing and Communication Outreach Officer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, much better. Thank you very much, colleagues. Now that we know each other, we will then start with our meeting. So when we start with our meeting, our opening remarks are going to be very short. I think it is important to note that we started with the walkabout. We must indicate that the 4,500 beds that we are building are extremely impressive. We hope that when they are finished product, they will not have unnecessary problems. But from where we were and what we have seen, I think it's important to note that it's very good student accommodation. I always maintain that when we put children of South Africans on student accommodation, we should be comfortable to put them where we can put our own children. And I think from what I've seen there, if I would not mind having my children staying at a residence like that. I think on the 4,500, we must indicate that it looks very good, and want to congratulate you on that part. From the old residences, I think one or two things that just need to be fixed. Broken windows here and there, handles here and there. It's something that should not take us long to fix. I think from what we've seen, obviously we did not go to all residences, President of the SRC, because of time constraints, but we went to some which we asked you to help us go see. I don't think there's really major problems, to be honest, and I think it will be very bad of us to create an impression that the student accommodation is terrible. It will be very bad of us. I think we must say that from what we have seen, we should be saying from a student residence point of view that we are indeed ready for the commencements of the academic year as far as residences are concerned. And I think that's where we wanted to start. We've also seen that, well, we did not go inside, but we were told that you have a 24-hour clinic to support our students. I think that is also commendable. From a health point of view, obviously, you did indicate that you are working with higher health in making sure that on other support, students do get such things. We did not get any reports of major harassment of students, sexual harassment cases from this institution last year. We had a lot in the sector, and we did not get really much from this institution, which is also commendable. I think we must say that part. And we hope that this year we will not get any cases of such, because the sector gives us, I mean, when we went to the admin block, came across a young girl from, one who said is from Mpumalanga, The other ones, they are from KwaZulu-Natal. And I know Gauteng, they also come here. So parents of these kids give us as the sector their children, young girls and young boys. And no parent want to have their children, they want to give us their children and then they go back having mental sickness because they were sexually harassed on campus and we did not support them. Last year, towards the end of the year, we lost, I think, 2 students who took their own lives because they were sexually harassed on campus by student leaders, and the university was not seen to be supporting the victim. And the victim felt that there is no support for them and they took their own life. So we don't want any of those cases at this institution. From what we've seen on student accommodation, I think we are comfortable that parents can bring their students and they will be safe. We don't want parents to give us their 16, 17, 18-year-olds as a sector, and instead of us protecting them, we bring them back home in body bags. That should not be what we are dealing with. We are not in a military training or for war. We are here to educate our children, make sure that they become better people. So I thought we should start there. Want to congratulate you, Vice Chancellor, once more for being appointed as the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the institution. And I know many of the staff here, it will look like a strange feeling because the previous Vice Chancellor would have been here for many years. So it's a strange feeling that there's a new guy. And maybe don't take it personally. Do not be that probably you are being undermined. But the previous Vice Chancellor would have been seen by specialist staff who has been here for long. Students, you must just be here for maximum 4 years. So you will not know, but staff who would have been here would have seen him as a part of the furniture. And if you enter the office of the Vice Chancellor and there's a new guy, it will be, they might look at you funny, not because they're undermining you, but because, the system is still shocked that there's a new Vice Chancellor. We also want to take an opportunity to congratulate Council for the appointment. I think it will be wrong of us not to congratulate you for appointing a Vice Chancellor. I know that Chair of Council, the last time when we met, you did indicate that the problem you have is that you advertise and you don't find a suitable candidate. And we're happy this time that you will say that you have found a suitable candidate. Want to congratulate him, the former Vice Chancellor, and thank him. I think we would also be wrong to think that because we had one interaction where we did not agree that he has not done anything good for this institution, it will be wrong of us. I think he would have done extremely well in taking this institution from where it was, a rural-based institution with no economic spin-offs of the area and all of that. And if you look at what we have now, I mean, it's a modern institution, modern university, fit for, to compete. I mean, they are competing with urban universities on a number of programs. And I think it was not entirely his intervention, but he played a critical role as the leader, the vice chancellor, and the principal of the institution. And I think we want to thank him for the role that he has played. We still don't believe that we interpreted certain things the same way, but he has done extremely well where he did, and want to thank him. We still have issues with the institution, which we believe that if they can be resolved, I think we'll be on the same page. Maybe let me first defend these members. These members of parliament are not bad people. Unfortunately, they are elected by the electorates of this country to hold the national or the ministry, national departments, organs of state, and all public institutions accountable under their ministry or under their department. So they serve in the higher education committee. They are empowered by the constitution of this country, section 55, that indicates what I've just said, that they shall hold the ministry, department, all organs of state, and all public institutions under their ministry accountable, financially, management-wise, governance, and all of that. And if we can understand, their mandate comes from the constitution of this country, section 55. And if we can understand it from, we have had disagreement with USAF. USAF says universities are not public institutions, or nor are they organs of state, but we are having a discussions with them there to understand what is an organ of state and what is a public institution. Because you can't want to be a public institution when we give you money for grants, because as these members, it's us who vote for your public funds on vote 17. And universities, public universities in this country, on the 2025 financial year, we gave universities 48 billion of state resources, of public funds. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the fence you are, we are supposed to account for those monies, but they are not being used by us. Rona, we give them to the department gives them to yourselves, and you are supposed to account for them, all those funds, because Rona, our bosses, unfortunately, are those people who vote, and those are the public. We are accountable to those people according to the legislation. So I want us to start 2026 on the same page, that you are, so the relationship generally between a person you account to and a person who must account must be complementary, and sometimes it will be contradictory. So we must understand it in that context. It does not mean when we seek certain answers, we are fighting with you. We are not we're not fighting. We don't like fighting. You know, we are unfortunately supposed to account to the electorate of this country, where all these members are deployed to constituencies. These constituencies, some of them have got your workers. Some of them have got your lecturers. They come from their constituencies. The students come from, the workers, they come from their constituencies. And when these constituents go to them and say, Honorable Khokhao, I work at the University of Limpopo. And at the University of Limpopo, as a junior, I've been a junior lecturer for 10 years. And a person with less qualifications like me, or than me, has been given a higher role. Honorable Khokhao has got every right to write and say, University of Limpopo, is this right in terms of the labor laws of this country? When you hire, for an example, for a position that any South African can do when you decide to hire a foreign national. They have every right to ask you, because we do have what we call the Immigration Act in this country that prohibits you from hiring somebody from outside when a South African can do that particular job. So when they ask you these questions, they don't want to interfere with, what is the word that you like, operational matters. They are not interfering, but they want to be accountable to the people that has elected them in this committee. So I want us to be on the same page. Maybe because I see now you are too serious, maybe I must ask on a lighter note, where is that director of legal? That director of legal here did say to us that these members, he does not understand why NQF level 7 holders can want to argue with professors. Just wanted to, he's not here. I did not hear, or is here the director legal? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Would have wanted, yeah, would have wanted to. No, he put it on his WhatsApp status. So, Gandhi doesn't know that, like Holy Spirit, were everywhere. So, that was on a lighter note, but it also does not help when we attack members of parliament for no apparent. They, unfortunately, me and Bravik were fine now, but you know we, you know, we're fighting a lot last year. You know, Bravik, you know, went to media houses and you know, said, let me characterize Honorable Litsie for you, you know, and I said, and I said, no, let's characterize the articulation of national qualification framework, which is a point, a sore point to us, colleagues, and we have people who come to University of Limpopo to do postgraduate. They come here, they take time out of their own busy schedules, they pay their own fees, they register for master's PhD programs, and 2 months before or 3 months before they are supposed to graduate, so they would have been on the program for about 18, 19 months. And when they're supposed to graduate, the University of Limpopo says, no, you can't graduate because we registered you incorrectly. So you are punishing a person for a decision that you took yourself. And I don't think that sits well with us. In fact, the reason why we wrote to you last week as a supplement to what we wrote to you when we were coming here, for you to give us a breakdown of all the cases that were referred to the courts. And we said to you, classify them. Say this case was against a student and this was the reason we went to court. A day after we wrote to you, I saw you also lost another case, similar case in court, where the University Senate, and I'm happy a board council member who sits or from Senate is here, the Senate refuses to confer a degree. The courts of this country says you are wrong. In fact, and this is where I think we disagreed again with Dr. Khomya-san. Because when a court says, go and redetermine this decision, they are saying to you, you are wrong. In fact, they don't even stop there. They go and say, we're hitting you with costs because you have wasted the court's time. When a court says, I took others to court 2 weeks back, and I defeated them. They were lying. They said, I have a tender from UNISA. You know, they put I was getting calls in December, people threatening my children that I have money, so I must give them money. And if not, they know where my children go to school, because somebody decided to lie and said I have attended UNISA. I took them to court to stop them from lying. In fact, they even printed it on City Press on the 7th of December. Posted it a night before, so I took them to court and we won because it's a lie. People just think you can just wake up and lie about people. And the court ruled in our favor and said they must pay our legal cost on scale C. You know, the way I read legal documents, I think I qualified to get an RPL, you know, LLB nyana, Councillor Bongo, LLB nyana, because you know, I've read so much documents. So when the court says, we believe that you must pay costs on attorney to client scale or on attorney to client basis. That is the highest, we must start there. That is the highest punishment the court can give you. Then they go and say, on scale C, that is also the highest the court can. So when a court gives you these two things, the court is simply saying you have wasted the court's time by coming to defend this thing. And University of Limpopo gets a lot of those. And on what? Senate refusing to confer. But because the courts of this country understands the law, they can say, give this child a degree, because courts don't confer degrees. It's Senate that must confer. So they say, go and redetermine your decision. When they say so, they are saying to you, you are wrong. But the university seems not to understand this part. And that is where we had a lot of problems with yourselves. And we have asked you to break it down. I saw yesterday you did send us the breakdown there. We'll engage with them. But before you did so, you wrote to us and you told us that you'll not give us this information. And I did share with members. And members did say that they will speak to you about that letter that you wrote to us. And your letter references the letter from the minister that says that that was signed on the 10th of December, indicating that if you have been asked by us to provide certain information, you should not provide it until they give you the go-ahead, something to that effect. We have written to the minister after seeing that letter, because it's an unfortunate letter. It should not arise. From a legislative, constitutional point of view, does not arise. Because we derive our mandate, like I've said, from Section 55 of the Constitution. In fact, the same Constitution, Section 92, subsection 2, Councillor Bongo, mandates us to hold the minister or cabinet members accountable. So a minister himself accounts to us. In fact, on the same day, the 10th of December, he wrote to me in response to a letter was written to him, cautioning him about public institutions using lawyers to respond to Parliament. And he wrote and suggested that we must take that route. We wrote to him on the same day and said, the department and the ministry themselves, they owe the public responses. They owe us as Parliament answers. And in fact, he is going to create a problem for himself if he's going to want to micromanage information from institutions. And we informed him that he must first capacitate his office and the ministry, because we believe there we've got serious problems. So that letter was really unfortunate. We have written to him again this Sunday, and we told him we've come across this letter, and we're asking you to withdraw it as a matter of urgency, whilst we're going to have a conversation about the contents of that letter. So I thought I must just start there, so that when we enter into discussions, at least we're on the same page, that we are well within our rights as this committee to be here. We want to work with all institutions and work well. It does not mean when we say work well, we are going to agree on everything. We will not agree on everything. But even when we disagree, we should be able to say we disagree because of 1, 2, 3, 4. But the relationship, we have said to you, sir, Parliament and all institutions must work. We've got one goal. And one goal is to make sure that this space produces ready enough graduates who are going to participate in the mainstream. Not only participate, but grow the economy of this country. That's what we need. So, and if that is our goal, want to resolve what the 7th administration terms as 3 priorities, including on the economy. It means, what is it that we can do? Are we able to produce skills enough from this sector that will help South Africa be a better country? And that should be what we are all about. We're going to disagree, of course. There are certain things that ourselves as this committee, we disagree on. But we disagree behind closed doors. And when we come here, we come as a united front and say, out of these 10 issues that we have, we agree on 8. Let's pack the 2 we don't agree on. Let's concentrate on the 8 that we agree on. And let's take the work of oversight forward. And even our relationship must be in that format. Having said that, I think we are going to give the chair of council. I had put a chair next to me for the chair of council to sit, but I think the chair of council decided otherwise. The last time we met with the University of Limpopo, something happened. I think I had an allergic reaction. And my side got swollen. So because I had put the chair of council on my left, I suspect he remembered that I've got a weakness on my left, and he did not want to sit on my left. But on a serious note, chair of council, we are going to give you to lead the presentation. Then after that, we are going to give the management 1 hour to do their 65 slides. And after that, we'll take a break, do lunch quickly. Then we'll go to institutional forum. And then we'll go to, I see you decided not to sit where your name is. I saw your name here, Dr. Joy. You decided to swap names. Unfortunately, I remember my people very well, so I still remember that your name should be there, should be this one. And then from there, we'll give the student leaders, and then labor will close for us, and then we'll have engagement. We're hoping that we'll not finish too late, but we don't have promises. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are 10 members. No. I've sent others to do interviews outside, so we're 10. So we might need to manage time so that at least if we are late, at least we don't leave here at 12 at night. And I'm joking. So, Chair of Council, if you can just lead this part.
I can sit here, Monsieur, and thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mine is going to be very short because the chairperson of the portfolio committee has actually taken a lot of things that I was going to say. But let me welcome to the University of Limpopo all members, honorable members from Parliament. Some of you, I think I have been forgetting your names, but if I were to start one by one, I might not be able to remember. So you are welcome to this institution, a growing institution in our view, and we hope that it will continue to grow. Having said that, there are one or two things that I will say, and then we get on with the job. There are two areas which, as we will be getting into the discussions, which universities all over the world do protect, because universities generally are knowledge-based institutions. Even when we interact with you, from our framework, we would like to gain knowledge from you as members of the legislature. Not merely just maybe shouting at each other, but gaining real stuff, so that when you leave and when we are left together, we are able to say, member so-and-so indeed has been able to let us know certain things that we ourselves did not know. So we are asking for knowledge-based interactions. Right? Now, secondly, really an important what do I do now, ne? As this person who supposed to report there, and he says, yes, report to me. Don't report to so-and-so. So you must have seen our letter there. We were really trying to navigate that matter. And that is why when we navigate, we also have to say, no, you guys, you are also people we must interact with. You will see their way. But hey, it is a very painful thing. Now, Chair of Portfolio Committee, we believe that that terrain, Portfolio Committee and the Minister, we shouldn't enter. But I must say so. I've consulted with my colleagues, and our real honest view is that if you can let us out of it, because it is a very serious matter, as you have indicated, but we want to be left out up until it is sorted out. We just have a predicament. How will we now continue to interact? But to close the matter, we have decided and we are convinced that we must give you as much information as the portfolio as you need. If we are going to trample on something by doing that, we will take it ourselves. But we have decided that if you need information from us, we must be able to give you. So if you interact with us and you are needing information, you won't get my colleagues saying we are not giving you. Today, as I'm speaking, And although it's slightly against the protocol, right? But we have decided that at least this one we can bite. We must give information to the portfolio committee because we also understand that that section 55, right, gives the portfolio committee its own right to monitor and be able to have oversight. So let's not even quarrel about that. We might not have given you maybe all the information because of the quandary that was placed on that just now. So we felt, hey, what do we do? What do we do? So that I wanted to you guys to be free and be happy to ask for anything that you believe you want to know from us. I'm not going to get into the other issues. They will be dealt with by the VC. The VC will lead us through the presentation, and when he has done the presentation, as the chair will then, the portfolio committee will then continue to lead. My greetings and my little talk ends here. Thank you very much, members of the portfolio committee.
VC, the register says he's not presenting. He's saying so because when we met the last time he was presenting, and because the Vice Chancellor that day did not want to present, and we asked him if he was shy. So I think that message that you said when we asked him if he's shy is the one that got us to get an allergic reaction on
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of parliament and colleagues from management, members of council who are present here, members from the institutional forum, our organized labor SRC members, and also our colleagues from the provincial legislature who are present here today. I'm going to give a very brief presentation, which is going to be a two-part presentation. The first part of the presentation will focus on your first letter that was dispatched to us. I'll cover the issues that were raised in the first letter. But secondly, then I will ask Professor Masha, after 30 minutes of my talk, to come and respond to additional information that we had asked in your second letter that was dispatched to us. And I should reinforce the message that the chairperson of council has stated. We are here to respect and embrace public accountability principle. We respect Parliament's mandate in terms of Section 55 that was cited, and we'll do everything in our power to ensure that the information that you need is provided, if it has not been provided already. The misunderstanding that had happened, we apologize profusely for that, and we hope and believe that Parliament will be able to sort out the issue with the Minister in time for us to get certainty in respect of what we are expected to do. In terms of my presentation, Chair, I will start off by emphasizing really the motto of the university, which is finding solutions for Africa. This university that we are currently in has been declared and proclaimed as a national heritage site. And its motto is a very good expression of that particular declaration, proclamation. And it seeks to find solutions for Africa through research, through production of knowledge, and through the programs that it offers. As you can see from the slides that I'm going to present, there are a number of structures in the university, starting off with the convocation, Senate, council and SRC, Institutional Forum, and all the council committees and their chairperson are reflected there. And the overriding message that we are communicating there is that in terms of our council exco, 75% of its composition is female. You can see our office bearers there, the chancellor and the chairperson and all the office bearers of the university are indicated in the slide that I've just shared with you, including the 4 executive deans of the faculty that we have in our university. And those are listed there. In terms of council meeting attendance, you will notice that the rate of attendance of meetings on average has been very impressive. It has been hovering just above 80% from 2022, 2023, 2024. The registrar is currently computing information for 2025. And we are of the firm view that attendance, average attendance would be kept consistently throughout. There are 2 vacancies occasioned by ministers. There are 2 ministerial appointees that are currently vacant, and we're engaging currently with the minister to try and have those positions filled. In addition, there are also 2 vacancies in respect of the academic staff representative. And there I've just had a discussion with the registrar who is the electoral officer of the university, who has confirmed that our intention is to conclude these processes between February and March in time for the first council meeting, both for the academic staff representative and also support staff representative. You can see there in terms of council committee average attendance, very good, all above 80% across the board, and we are happy with the attendance of council, and we are grateful that council members are committed to the governance responsibility that they hold in respect of their functions. And all our meetings are always duly constituted. We have never had a situation where meetings are postponed or cancelled because they were not properly constituted in terms of attendance. In terms of our readiness for 2026, we are glad to report, chairperson and members, that our returning students commenced their registration on the 9th of January 2026, and that was supposed to have ended on 23 January 2026, but we have since extended it to come to an end on the 30th of January 2026. Registrations for all our first-time entering students has commenced on the 22nd of January 2026 and is scheduled to end on the 6th of February 2026. Importantly, to report to Parliament is that our lectures and practicums and clinical training for all our health sciences returning students has commenced long time already on the 12th of January 2026. These students are already in the clinical training platform. They are already attending lectures, and they are already interacting with their academics as part of their training program. Now, lectures for returning students and postgraduate students will commence on the 2nd of February 2026, not the 26th, but 2nd of February 2026, which is next week, Monday. We are on the verge of finalizing our enrollments and registration processes so that students can then commence their lectures on Monday. And then for first entering students, those lectures will then commence on the 9th of February 2026. In spite of the small challenges that we have experienced, we are confident as a university that we should be able to start the 2026 academic year without any major hiccups. All cases, for instance, for academic exclusions and financial exclusions are planned to be concluded by the 6th of February 2026 continuously, so that our students can be in class in time for their academic work. We are on track to meet our enrollment targets. We are hovering around 20,000 now, thereabout, and we are confident that by the last day of registration, we should be able to conclude the enrollment target, reach the enrollment target. In this regard, I would like to indicate that we have worked closely with the SRC throughout the January or even December even, to prepare for registration, but even throughout January to ensure that we attend to all the issues that they raise with us without any let or hindrance. And we work closely with them on daily basis, on semi-daily basis. We interact with them to ensure that student issues are resolved to the best of our ability as management. The enrollment figures at the time of sending this report to your good selves, members of parliament, on the 23rd of January was sitting at 17,000, and now, as I'm saying, we are hovering around 20,000 of enrollment of our students in all categories that we have listed there. In terms of our financial performance as a university, I'm pleased to indicate that our total assets for 2024 are currently, or are judged to be around 8.6 billion rand. And if you compare that to the 2023 position, we were sitting at around 8 billion rand of total assets. Our liabilities are hovering at around 2024, are hovering at around 2.1 billion, and 2023 around 2 billion. And our cash and cash equivalents sitting at 3.3 billion in 2024 and 3.3 billion in 2023. You can see our income statements there. It's a university that is in a very healthy financial position, given the total income that we are able to generate of 3.1 billion in 2024 and 2.9 billion in 2023. And you can see our total expenditure has been hovering around 2.6 in 2024 and 2.4 in 2023, respectively. We have been declaring a very small surplus of just over 500 million in 2024 and 400 million in 2025. I must indicate that that surplus, in all probability, will then be absorbed by the huge infrastructure programs that we are currently working on, some of which you have seen just now. You can see again our financial performance against the budget. We are doing very well, but the issue that is now becoming a problem for us is student debt that all universities are grappling with. And how do you diversify the income streams of the university to ensure that you address student debt? Student income ratio, as you can see, has been going down slightly by a percentage point in 2024, and we'll monitor that after the audit of 2025 to see if there's been improvement in that category. Grant income, 56% in 2024, 43% in 2023, and other income that we're able to generate, that's third stream income, has gone to 10% in 2024. It was around 22%, and we hope that we should be able to see a spike given the kind of things that we intend to introduce in 2026, and some of them were introduced in 2025 as well. In terms of our financial stability imperatives, you can see we've strengthened our financial position. Our infrastructure and asset investments have been driving growth in specific areas, and we are also having a very strong liquidity ratios with stable cash reserves. And we have also increased, we have seen increased amount of unrestricted funds, which gives us the flexibility to implement the programs that those funds are meant for. We are required to manage our debt very, very closely, student debt very, very closely, which if not managed closely and tightly, can derail majority of the plans that we have. Some of the developments that we have seen in terms of infrastructure and so on were made possible because of the university's own financial position. The building that you have been to, the 4,500 beds, I'm informed that the bulk of resources that went into that building came from the university's own reserves. The department put in some amount there, but close to $1 billion, if not more, CFO, came from our own funds to put up that infrastructure that we saw just now. That is an indication of what you can do if you have a strong financial position. It gives you leg room to do other things that you wouldn't be able to do without that kind of financial position. Our cost management and efficiency agenda is very important. We are going to focus on that, including management of our personnel costs as a percentage of total budget. That is critical for us if we want to retain our healthy financial position. But also management of student debt becomes even more important in that regard to ensure that we diversify our funding that we provide to our students, but we also train our students to be able to complete their studies within the time allotted to them. Revenue diversification, I can't overemphasize that point, members of the committee. It's a very important because government funding has been declining in per capita terms over the years as the system is growing. Research income also has become now an important thing that we need to focus our attention on. And so is income that gets generated from our own investments to mitigate what we might call operational deficits that we might experience as we manage the institution. We are also required to grow our research and partnership and commercialization initiatives to ensure that we supplement the total income that we're able to generate in the final analysis. Optimizing our investments, making sure that our investments are well handled, are invested properly, with a proper assessment of risks and so on, and also ensuring that our capital expenditure is being utilized effectively and efficiently so that we can have this long-term asset investment going forward. The takeaways from our side: one, our financial position is relatively healthy for now, and we need to do a lot of things to keep it that way. If not, then we'll be able to slide into difficulties. Our income and expenses, I've spoken about tuition and research income growing positively, personnel costs rising. We are required to monitor that cost as closely as possible whilst we are growing the institution into a new development trajectory. And our investment strategies have been yielding strong returns over time. Cash flow strength, liquidity management, and we are required to focus continuously on sustainable financial operations of the university. You can see there the sponsor student versus student debt growth, very clear there. In 2024, I guess, 2024, just over 15,000 students were funded by NSFOS. And 2025, 15,000 students, 15,000 and a half. And in 2024, we had about just over 14,000 and a half. And pre-funded students, you can see the numbers are very low. Privately funded students also very low. And self-funded students are just hovering around 7,000 or thereabout. And you can see student debt growth over the time. We need to manage that as closely as possible if we are to remain financially sustainable as an institution. Graduation debt, again, another indicator there of institution's health. We need to also manage that very tightly to ensure that students who graduate are graduating without any debt. And we have divided that in terms of faculties. It is not surprising that most of those students come from Faculty of Humanities, given the job opportunities that some of them are struggling to find, given the tighter market conditions that we live in. Other streams of income, you can see breakdown there. Research income is about 15%, followed by other operating income sitting at around 12%. And there our investment income is the lion's share of the stream of income that gets generated at around 75%. This is an indication that whatever resources that we have, if we invest those resources adequately, properly, those could generate income for us to be able to do other things that would not have been able to do in the normal course of events. In terms of teaching, you have asked that question about our teaching and learning. We are pleased to inform you that the university has done well. You can see we are progressing very well in terms of the staff members with doctoral qualifications. In 2025, we're sitting at around 44.2%, and we are increasing nicely. We're sitting, 2024 it was 39%, sorry, and then 2025 is 44%. Our intention is to grow this number aggressively so that we can also increase supervisory capacity, ensure that we are able to conduct research of high quality, and so on. We have well-resourced lectures, and our academics are also expected to participate in postgraduate diploma in higher education so that they can sharpen their teaching skills and teaching experience in the process. So far, about 138 of them have gone through that program. In terms of partnership that you have asked us to look at, you can see a range of partnerships that we have there with the industry for work integrated learning. Those partnerships are indicated there. You can read them at your own leisure, members of parliament, in the interest of time. Challenges in terms of teaching and learning, given the profile of the student that we admit, socioeconomic barriers, financial difficulties, we are expected to clear a number of students financially who are not able to pay, who have fallen off. Some of them have fallen off from NSFAS, and we now need to carry the burden. Some of them are doing postgraduate studies, who now is a university required to carry the burden. And they find difficulties also if we don't support them in the academic space. Pandemic disruptions, and we have got a range of support services that we provide to ensure that our teaching and learning is implemented without any major hiccups. In terms of research, we have just approved, the council has just approved the research innovation strategy in November of last year, and that strategy is anchored around 3 pillars: innovation, high impact research, enhancing research capabilities, standing in research position as an institution. We have got a list of long-standing collaborations with a number of institutions, both national and international. We also have patents at this university, about 15 of them, with exclusive rights for its invented projects. We have plant breeders as well here at the university, about 6 of those plant breeders. And we have got about 49 international cooperations that we have entered into with our partners abroad, and about 68 of those, 68 national collaborators that we have signed up in our own country, collaborating with our universities, collaborating with academics elsewhere in our country. We have a number of partnerships that I'm not going to go into, that you can go through. Importantly also, any university worth paper is written on is judged on the extent to which it has quality rated researchers. I'm pleased to announce that we have about 70 researchers of the university who are rated in various categories by the NRF. We have got 4C1, 36C2, 22C3, Y1, 2 of those, and Y2, 6 of those. And the profile in terms of gender is not looking good. 52 of those are males and 18 of them are females. And our interventions to change that profile is beginning to yield results. And we would like to focus on our female academics to ensure that we change that profile for the better. Research strengths of the university, these are rated researchers and well-recognized researchers in our system. Starting off computational modeling of materials, aquatic ecosystem of health, management of schools, women and child health, non-communicable diseases, prevention of management and control of NCDs. Our own DVC, Professor Mutiwa, is actually the chairholder in that area, and she's here with us today. And we've got a number of research strengths that the university is playing itself in: indigenous knowledge system, complementary and alternative medicine, global change and sustainability, wireless network, mental health and society, and complementary and alternative medicine. These are research strengths that the university has shown over the years, and we're venturing into these spaces with new academics that are able to take our research agenda forward in a number of areas. In terms of academic performance, pass rates that we have asked for, in 2024, 2022, we're sitting at around 83%, and that moved to 81% in 2024. Our graduation rate has been impressive. We've been able to graduate in 2024 just close to 5,000 students in 2024. And that is a major improvement considering the total number of students that we have in our system. Almost 25% of our enrolled students are able to graduate at the end of the year. Gender, age, and language distribution, you can see there. The dominant languages in this university, Sesotho, Chitsonga, 15%, and also followed by Chivenda, which are languages spoken in the province. But we're able to attract students from other parts of the world, or South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and so on, which is a plus for the university. In terms of academic performance, again, I've indicated there that we are having a very good throughput rate if we measure it through cohorts. The 29 calls, for instance, 66% of those came out without any major difficulties, and 64% also came out in 2019 respectively. That cohort, as we track them, and that's a very impressive figure. And you can see there that we are not doing that well. Our retention rates as well are not bad. We are able to retain 87% of research students in year 2 of that cohort, which is a major improvement from the previous years. And in 2024, we've seen that going to about 90% of that cohort that was tracked has been retained in year 2. In terms of gender-based violence and related activities, we have got a gender desk that we have established in 2021, a range of policies, committees, and so on, that work very closely with our management team to respond to gender violence and femicide and related incidents on campus. And we also have a safe house where students who are affected by gender violence in one form or the other are being supported, counseled, and supported in that safe house to ensure that their well-being is looked after. We've got a number of activities that we're running, awareness campaigns and so on, services that we are providing. We've got GBV ambassadors who are students and staff who are championing zero tolerance to any form of gender-based violence on our campus. And there are a number of activities that they do, both in the residences, in our own disability centers, in the faculties. The SRC also has a role to play there, in the Health and Wellness Center. All of these are geared to support the agenda of zero tolerance to gender-based violence in our university. In terms of residence capacity, we have got about 6,700 residents that are available for occupation in this academic year, and about 150 of the beds that are available are currently under maintenance, and about 308 are under major refurbishment. So those residents have been decommissioned for a while to allow them to be refurbished so that students can then be able to occupy the residences. In terms of the cost for residences, you can see I've got a very good menu of costs there. Our lowest cost is 16,400 with student sharing. And also, we've got category 1 residences that are costing about 23,000, a single room about 26,000, and category 2 residences there, those are the costs that we are able to charge our students. And those that would like to stay in very luxurious residences are also expected to pay 76,000, 56,000, and 39,000 respectively per category. And those are our most expensive residences on campus. For those that are having deep pockets, either through funders or through their own families, we're able to put them in those residences. In terms of security, safety and security, we've got a very well-integrated security system on our campus, which is monitored in the control room in one of the buildings. They're able to see through technology what is happening across the campus, including in our residences, from that central point. And that the plan is to expand that to other areas of the university to ensure that we are able to monitor or to harness the power of technology to do what we have to do. I'm not going to bore you with details here. Safe to say that we've got access control, guarding and patrols that are happening, CCTV, intrusion detection systems that we have in place, 24 emergency response, fire, security and ambulances that are also in place as part of our security arrangements. And we also work closely with communities through the campus community safety forum that we have with communities around Mankweng here in our area. And we work closely with South African Police Service to ensure that they respond speedily to cases that we might refer to them, and the community police forum in the neighborhood of our university. In terms of current infrastructure, you may have seen as you were entering the campus that there is a massive perimeter wall that we are putting across the campus. And that is a major security investment that we are putting on campus. And we also intend to expand that arrangement to other sites of the university, including the experimental farm, where our students are being trained in agriculture and so on, and other areas of the university. Well, I've spoken about, and we do deploy from time to time vehicles, 4x4 vehicles, with 6 armed response personnel. They patrol the campus every night between 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning. That patrol happens throughout the campus by these armed response personnel that we have on our campus. And we raise awareness on regular basis, safety and security workshops and programs to keep our students and staff informed so that they remain vigilant about off-campus security practices. As I said, we have got centralized control room, the NEF center where everything is being monitored, CCTV operators. We also have those. Rapid response coordination is also available for security purposes. And we are also mounting a number of collaborative safety networks with a number of structures in the communities around us here. In terms of infrastructure, the building that we are in is a fairly new building, opened recently. It's called S-Sciences Building. This building is housing our academics who are involved in geology and mining engineering, which is an area that we are going to be focusing our attention on. And it has got all manner of amenities that you can think about, laboratories, conference rooms like these ones, and other facilities that you can think about. Now, in terms of current infrastructure projects, if you have been to our 4,500 beds student residence, that project is, the budget for that project is around 1.5 billion. And as I've indicated, the bulk of that resources comes directly from university's own resources. We also have a massive infrastructure project that we intend to put up in our medical school in town, so that our medical students can then be closer to the academic hospital that is being built by government in town in our EduPark campus. That project, the DHET is funding that project fully to the tune of about 190 million. And there's a bit of progress there in respect of the appointment of professional teams, and then very soon, once the transfer of land has been effected, we will be starting off with the construction of a medical school in that part of the world. We have also invested in the upgrading of lifts at A block, K block, and admin block to the tune of about 6 million. And work is currently on there to ensure that we finish that project possibly by end of February to early March, everything being equal. Refurbishment of a number of residents that I'm not going to get into. Currently underway, so Mafco, Chikwavara, and so on. And we're also, as I've indicated, constructing this security upgrade, this perimeter wall that I spoke about. And that is going to be done in 3 phases. And the budget that we have received there, you can see is around 168 million of that will be used for that project. Given the diversity of the need for us to diversify our energy sources, the DHET has been kind enough to allocate about 30 million rand for us to explore these alternative energy spaces. And we have started with a process there, feasibility study, to ensure that we are able to install those solar panels on building roofs, both in the academic area and prioritized areas of the university. The Earth Sciences building I've spoken about, it was handed over in November 2024. This is the building that we are currently in. DHET has been good enough to give us money to put up this structure. And so is the extension of our library that we have not been able to go to due to pressures of time, and other residences that are currently being renovated, or that were renovated sometime in 2025. Now, you have been to our disability program, buildings there. But in addition to that, we are also having this RDC Sports Hall that is currently being put together. We want to move some resources to be able to put this sports hall for disabled students or our differently able students to be able to play sports and do all the things that they would like to do in relation to sports. Construction of GMO offices is something that we're also looking at so that we can deal with whatever we have to deal with in that area. And it appears to me that money from that particular project is going to be moved to security upgrade. The same applies to this sports hall that I spoke about. Will be moved to security upgrade project. And my colleagues will be able to explain in the discussions the real reason why. Now, legal matters are matters that Prof. Masha is going to be expected to touch base on. Prof, maybe I should finish off, Prof, before you come in. In terms of successes and challenges, the big issue that we are grappling with is historical student debt. That issue is really an albatross on our neck. We would like to ensure that we monitor that closely, as it can bankrupt the institution if we don't monitor that closely. The second challenge that we are also beginning to see is student and staff mental health. Some students attempted suicides and so on, and we would like to attend to that through strengthening our psychosocial support services on campus, but also our health and wellness services on campus. Historical debt, obviously we need to diversify our funding sources to be able to deal with that problem, but also ensure that we track students who have completed, who are currently in employment, to pay back the university. Then water and electricity, given the situation we find ourselves in, remains a major challenge. And we have seen that we have now responded to it through these huge generators that we have seen. And we're also exploring additional boreholes to be able to address that. But importantly, we would like to have a direct line from Limpopo Water board coming into our university so that we can mitigate the risk of continuous water disruption. Those engagements are currently going on between ourselves and the municipality. Students living with disabilities, we are attending to their issues as speedily as possible. And as you can see, we have got an infrastructure that is able to hold those students living with disabilities. We have impressive fleet. You have not been able to have time to go and see our fleet, but a very impressive fleet. And also, we have perfected remote online registration. That's why you could see very few students in the old admin block coming here to register. The majority of our students are registering online from wherever they are. They only come here when the academic lectures resume. And we are also beginning to see the emergence of this university as some form of a city within this Mangwen township. The investment in terms of infrastructure that we saw is beginning to raise that particular possibility of a city within a village. And this could be a university just like other universities in the world, whether it's Oxford in rural areas, Cornell University in the US, and so on. And it is really a very important player in the economic development of our community, given its size, given the kind of work that it does, the size of its budget, and so on and so forth. Now, in conclusion from my side, as I've indicated, we are one of the biggest ratepayers in Polokwane municipality. Solid infrastructure. Very soon, when you come back here in the next 5-10 years, you will find this being a campus town, given the huge investment that we are currently making, and it dominates local economy and culture in fundamental ways. The community around here are looking up to this university for inspiration, for guidance, and for employment, for job opportunities, and this university must be able to respond to those issues without any challenges. We have a stable and responsive program qualification mix. We can confidently say that among the historical black universities in our country, we are one of the few that is able to offer a range of programs, starting from medicine, right up to humanities, and anything in between. Currently, we are busy investing huge amounts of money in the setting up of a medical school that will then help us to respond to the health needs of our province, given the reality that our province is one of those that very soon is going to be declared a mining province, given the huge amounts of mining mineral deposits that are found in this province. And therefore, as a university, we need to respond to that agenda. Through the mining engineering and geology agenda, we should be able to respond to that. Solid financial performance and position, as the chair has indicated, the leadership of this university prior, the council and everybody else have contributed to this excellent performance in terms of financial position and performance. Research performance has been on the rise throughout. In the 5 or 6 years, rated researchers, postgraduate education, publications, you name it, all indicators have been going up. Our graduation rates have been going up. People and culture issues are being attended to by management. And what we are going to do and what we have begun to do now is to deepen our engagements with stakeholders of the university, be they convocation, be they SRC, be they organized labor, be they members of the community, traditional leaders, faith-based organization, so that they themselves can then be part of this emerging agenda of development that this university stands for. Institutional stability is one indicator of institutional success. We have witnessed stability throughout in the many 3 or 4 years of our existence here, in the last 4 years or so, and we want to continue on that trajectory so that our students are able to complete the academic year without any major problem. So everything being considered, members of parliament and colleagues, the university is more than ready to commence with our academic activities for 2026. Classes for returning students, as I've said, are scheduled to commence on the 2nd of February 2026, and our first-time entering students are scheduled to commence on the 9th of February 2026. We are confident that with the kind of plans that we have, the kind of engagements that we have started with the SRC, and the kind of engagement that will be commencing with started with organized labor, but will be deepening those engagements that will be starting with our neighbors and other organizations around the campus, we should be able to enter the academic year without any major difficulties. As I've indicated in conclusion, we are for public accountability. We would like to engage with you on the issues that you could have picked up in your own oversight work so that we can respond to them to the best of our knowledge. If we are not able to provide information today for one reason or the other, we should be able to provide that information post our engagement with you this afternoon. Thank you very much. I will invite now Professor Marsha to deal with very specific matters that you have asked from your presentation, from your letters. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, members of council who are in the house, colleagues in executive management, students, and everybody who's here. I'm just going to be quickly, I'll try to go as quickly as I can to pick up the issues relating to legal matters that came through the second letter. And so the first part is the legal issues, and then there will be other issues that were raised especially in our previous engagements, and I will also try to cover those quickly. What we are looking at is the trends in terms of our total expenses on legal matters. And over the 5 years, starting in 2021, we can see we picked up in 2023 when we had the 14 million spent on that. And that's the amount that we was the base of our arguments when we last engaged with each other. But it has gone down in 2024. It came to 11, and now it is 10, though the 2025 figures are not audited. And I must say that these are the costs for everything legal. That is, it will be your court cases, it will be review of your contracts, it will be consultation when we are coming up with a massive structure like we're looking at this building and all others. So it's everything legal that the university have. So we try to split that in the next picture, where you can see which portion did go to this legal cases for students and for staff, and where there are consultations. We thought this information is important. And we have those figures there, and of course the see, colorblind, the purple one being the students, where we are having students cases. And also I would like us to just move quickly so that you can understand what goes into this course. That it is not just being students, it's going to be what are the issues that we are having with students. There are those that are linked to qualifications, there are those that are linked to other things, but because they are student oriented. And so we'll unpack those. And also, honorable members, in the document that we sent to you via Anela, we have listed the codes that we are using for law firms, and also when we're trying to comply with POPI Act. On the presentation, we're using, for example, LFA for law firm A, but we have shared what LFA is with the honorable members. So law firm A has 30 students, and we have spent almost 13 million, that is 13 million on those 30 cases, on average 438,000 per case. And law firm B, and this is where I want to explain so that we have an idea of what are the differences. Law firm B, there is one case, but we have already spent 5 million on it. Now, this is the case where it is not really about an individual case of the student. In here, we have a student who is saying, I had a qualification in 1987, and now I want a new one, and in this case it's an LLB. I have a B Proc. Now I want to exchange credits more than 50% for the old Proc to get the LLB with more than 50% credits. That, if it succeeds, it puts the whole university sector into a very serious challenge, because all of us here, like myself, I graduated in '87, and I'm going to try to get the new qualification. And I will approach a university and I say, give me 50% of the credits, or more than 50% of the credits, and get the current qualification. So it's the whole sector that is fighting this. It's not only University of Limpopo. USAF is involved in it and so on. So whereas you see it as one case, but it has gone to several levels of the courts. And because of its nature, this is where we're saying, if we lose this one, then we have lost the whole nature of the university. Then we have all others as listed there. So there are very different kinds of, there is one, for example, case where the student is saying, I had bursaries. When I was studying, I had 2 bursaries. I completed, I want a refund of so much from those bursaries, against the conditions of those bursaries. And so some of the cases are of those nature. Now, the law firms also, regarding the number of staff involved, In here, you have a fair distribution, unlike with the students. I think you saw with the students, law firm A having 30 students. But maybe what I forgot to say is that there is a total of 44 cases. Students that we are talking about is 44 cases out of our annual management of 24,000. We are managing 24,000 plus students. We are having 44 cases total of students. And I've indicated how they are different. Others wanting qualifications like that, and others, and I'll come to the others as I present. Now, with regard to staff members, we also have less than 30 that are listed here. 7 with law firm C, 7 with law firm F, but when you look at law firm C and law firm F, both have 7 students but have different amounts. That's because of also the number of challenges. A particular staff member will challenge this, it will go to the High Court challenge, it goes to the Supreme Court and so on. So depending on the age of the case and how active it has remained, then the amounts will go up a little bit. Others are relatively dormant, so they have challenged, but they haven't removed them from the role, but they remain there, but they remain dormant. So that's what we have. And also service providers, that is when we fight with our contractors. Maybe they wanted to do something, like some will have given us a defective infrastructure, then we'll challenge them. And there aren't many of them, there are about 8 of them. But we're reflecting on the cost so that we can see how they are. Now, what we have noted, we have been reflecting over this, honorable members. Believe you me, it's not nice to be engaging with a student that you have been with for some time and you have to engage legally. So we have reviewed on those things. Then we said there is a need to improve on the coordination of legal services so that there is a learning feedback. Whichever case that we deal with, if it's resolved, but it must be a learning at all time. Need to improve compliance and timely compliance, need to continuously review general rules. So we have already agreed that we are setting the Senate General's Rules Committee so that it can advise the Senate in terms of the applications of these rules. But also we have already made the decisions to really deal with what we have experienced in the recent time. We have created a directorate for legal services. We are at the shortlisting stage. We have advertised the directorship. We are at the shortlisting stage. Appointing legal panel to, in line with how we have already appointed the audit panels. We have, as the university for audits, we have appointed audit panels. We are doing the same thing for the legal firms so that we can perhaps manage our resources there. And we have equitable allocation of the cases. And we have again appointed a legal specialist to review ongoing cases. I said there are 44, but some of them have already been dismissed and so on. But we want the specialist to look at all of them, including the 4 current ones. Currently, we have the 4. If you hear University of Limpopo being caught, there are 4 cases. 1 was resolved already. That student is going through assessment. These 3, already we have engaged the law firm that is handling these 3, that we have appointed the specialist who is going to assist the Vice Chancellor and the Executive Committee of Senate to see if this cannot be wrapped up before the end of March, so that then we close off all the cases. And then structurally, we will then be organized to deal with all those. As I said, we have learned, you have challenged us, everybody is reflecting, and we have learned on that, and that's how we are going forward to deal with this thing. So the General Rules Committee will ensure that, I think, Chairperson, you raised the issue of the lateness when we're looking at concurrence with the admission requirements and so on. So the General Rules Committee will definitely assist us going forward. Now, the additional information also was requested regarding the legal advice relating to the interpretation of 2017 statute. Chair, this is where we spend, Honorable Chair, this is where we spend some time in the Parliament. And one was with regard to participation of members of council in accordance with the 2017 statute. We had, unfortunately, and I named our law firm here, but we got, as we said, the legal advice, and he came with the three. The university may reappoint the members of council who were members of the council before 2017 university statute for not more than 3 consecutive terms from the date of coming into effect of the 2017 statute. B, the prospective applicants of the 2017 prospective application of the 2017 university statute are 4 members of the council elected in terms of 2017 university statute to serve up to 3 terms consecutive. But the term of which came into effect prior to March 2017 would not be counted as a term under 2017 university statute because such a term falls under the 2010 university statute. And the calculations of number of terms under 2017 university statute excludes the terms of which members were appointed under 2010 university statute. On the basis of this, as the registrar, I requested members when we were going through that transition as to who still, in fact, engage with them is in terms of how we are going forward in implementing this. And so at that stage, the members were appointed using that statute. And that's when we also brought in the chair, also affected in a similar way. So the baseline was the 2017 statute. So by extension, of course, but let's look at the next opinion. We have also sent this to the members of the honorable members of the portfolio committee. We even sent the legal opinions themselves. We have shared them with the committee. But I just want to take an extract on the appointment of the VC. And it is saying, it's regulated under paragraph 11, no, paragraph 12, and it is saying, the Vice Chancellor and Principal is appointed by Council and holds office for a period not exceeding 5 years, provided that this term may, subject to paragraph 11, be renewed for a period of not exceeding 5 years. Of course, we had different interpretations, and, but at the time, the request was we need to furnish the committee with that legal opinion, and we have complied with that. We have sent that legal opinion, and here I've just mentioned the extract, what it was saying. So in terms of what the second request for additional information, we have addressed those, but the final ones were here, that the letter included post-retirement policy. We have shared that with the members of the portfolio committee. We have also emailed them. And CCMA cases that fail to comply, that we have failed to comply with, there is none. Everything that was done and resolved that we implemented. And staff members involved in academic fraud, we have none. Minutes of institutional forum appended, that is, we have shared with the honorable members of the portfolio committee. And Chair, this brings us to the end of what was requested through the second letter asking for additional information. As Chair had indicated, that is the Council Chair indicated, initially there was that, we have the communique, we have the instruction, but we soldiered on and we said, let's provide all that was requested, and we did so. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, VC and Register, Chairperson of Council. It's now 14 minutes past 2. So at least you saved us 1 minute. We had given you until 2:15. So we'll now take lunch. I think we need to digest the presentation and the numbers. So we'll take lunch now, and then we'll be back at 3. So we'll take 45 minutes. At 3, when we come back, IF will present, followed by SRC, and then the labor. So what we must do in the meantime, register. So let's make sure that the presentations are all loaded there. Yeah, we'll speak to the student and labor, we load them there, and then we close like that. I'll take you there. So we break for lunch, we're back at 3. Thanks.
Council did actually take the IF advice. We acknowledge that the university has quite a number of acting positions in senior management, and these were important to ensure stability and continuity. However, we are confident that the new Vice Chancellor has started the process of making sure that those substantive appointments are made. The financial position of the university was discussed earlier in quite detail, and we are confident as the IF that the university is a going concern now and in the near future. So all these things, when we look at them together in terms of governance, leadership, and stability, we are saying that the University of Limpopo is on stable ground and ready to commence the 2026 academic year. And then in terms of student access, success, and well-being, the admissions and registrations are progressing, as explained earlier in the management presentation. But of importance to note from an IF perspective is that these admissions are done in accordance with the approved enrollment plan by the Department of Higher Education and Training. Also, these admissions and registrations are taking place against a backdrop of funding challenges for students. The university has put in place mechanisms to ensure that students who are owing the university, in particular the returning students, have been cleared to register based on certain criteria, including academic merit. And as far as we know, currently more than 5,000 students have been cleared who are owing the university, but they can register. The university also takes first-year readiness assessment and early alert systems very seriously, especially since every year we have a new cohort of students entering our system. So they are assessed for readiness, and also there are those mechanisms to ensure that students at risks are located early and are supported, and there's various support mechanisms such as your academic development and extended curriculum support. The infrastructure has been spoken about at length, but of particular importance over and above the academic infrastructure is also our sports and recreation infrastructure. Student wellness is catered for in terms of our clinic, which is operating 24 hours. Also, mental health has become a much higher priority for the university, and working with higher health. The university also provides counseling services and psychosocial, including social welfare support. Student housing capacity remains a challenge. As explained earlier, our student cohort is around 22,000 plus, but our capacity is around 7,000, which clearly shows that there is a greater need for us to expand our offering, even with working with external providers, ensuring that they are NSFAS accredited, will really assist students in terms of expanding our capacity over and above the 4,500 bed, which will just only cater for half once finalized. And then there's the issue of student safety and security. Student safety for students on campus is almost a given, but it remains a serious issue and concern for students off campus. Yes, there is 24-hour patrol or 12-hour patrol after hours for students off campus. However, this is not sufficient, and the university should do more in order to ensure that they, first of all, educate students about safety, including our community, and also provide greater support for students staying out of campus. Food security and student hardship again remains an issue. The SRC does have some food security mechanisms in place, and also the university, through partnerships with associations like your Gift of the Givers, Mina Foundation, your PPS, and cliques, they also provide not just food but also period poverty mechanisms. Then the issue of energy in terms of electricity and water must always remain a priority, especially around water. We know that last year we did have some issues, so the university has to ensure that our contingency planning is ready and up and running to cater for the 2026 academic year. Then in terms of transformation and institutional culture, the university does have 5 transformation pillars. The first one is digital transformation, to ensure that our students are at par with the rest of students globally when it comes to the use of technology. Also, our program and qualification mix must ensure that we keep up with current times. It is no longer sufficient just to boast that all our programs are accredited, but our programs must also be responsive and also be relevant to the changes that are currently happening globally. We want to have engaged scholars and academics who conduct research that actually solves the problems of Africa and the world at large. A diverse and equitable workforce in terms of PhDs for academics, diversity also in terms of race, class, and gender. The university needs to do much work to improve upon that. Also, the university wants to create for itself a distinct and unique institutional culture that is welcoming and open to all. The language policy is currently being implemented, and the core languages there are English, Sesotho sa Leboa, Setsonga, and Tshivenda, which are the predominant languages in the province. However, the approach to the language policy should never be to exclude, but more to include people. And in terms of disability access and universal design for learning, the IF will continue to ensure that all facilities, especially the newer and upcoming ones, are fit for purpose and accessible to all our students. I know that there's an issue around lifts that are currently being refurbished. It should not take too long so that when the students return next week, all of them can be able to access those blocks that are currently affected. And where there will be delays, the university should have contingencies in place to ensure that those students can be assisted, maybe even at the RDC, with some of the admin processes that they may need to be doing in those affected blocks. GBF and suicide awareness earlier, the Vice Chancellor did go into much details around interventions around gender-based violence and femicide, but also the university last year highlighted the need for suicide and awareness and prevention. And if you can go around even on our campus, you will see, especially around the residences and the student academic area, our trees are wrapped in a green cloth with messages of support that have been written by students themselves to other students who may need help. Also, messages around how they can access help is available on our trees. So the university does take this issue quite seriously. So in terms of recommendations to take the university forward, the IF is recommending that the university strengthen leadership continuity and succession planning. That way we have less of a problem with dealing with acting positions, especially those that act for too long. Also, accelerate staff democratic transformation across both academic and professional categories, especially in terms of your gender, as said earlier, race. The university is still lagging behind on those two indicators. Also, we say the university, based on the registrar's presentation earlier around the court cases and everything, we say that the university must formalize and institutionalize dispute resolution mechanisms so that a lot of these issues really don't have to end up in the court. Most of them can be resolved amicably within the university if we had proper dispute resolution mechanisms. Also, again, just to remind the university that whenever we busy building these new buildings, they must always be inclusive. And also, when we look at digital transformation, we must also ensure that as we are progressing, we are not creating a further digital divide, but we are actually closing it. Also, we need to strengthen our food security mechanisms and other mechanisms for supporting students who may be going through hard times. Again, in terms of mental health and suicide prevention, the university can still do some more over and above the initiatives that are in place, and also to enhance the water and energy contingency planning in the institution. But all in all, the IF is confident that the university is ready for the 2026 academic year. Thank you.
Thank you. I have going to get SRC. Yes. It's 15 minutes, yeah. I thought we said this thing must be prepared before. Now you are chowing our time. Leave the president alone.
President must take his time. Take the time, President.
Let's make count.
All right.
VC, why is the register? What is he doing there? I'm not sure if we're giving them the report that they should present, because no, we don't want the report from the management, we want the report from the SRC.
Yeah, there's,
So SRC doesn't have tools of trade.
yeah, this one. So we'll play the video and then we speak about it. Yeah. Yeah, be on standby.
I won't be surprised if this SRC just say everything is in order in this institution.
And what if it's in order?
Chief, I don't want to be.
I won't be surprised. No, I know that.
No,
looks-
the SRC is protected. Please don't
Your time has started now. You can continue.
No, can I?
You're protected, President.
No, woman. Is it playing? No, yeah. Yeah. No, thanks very much. Greetings to members of parliament, VC, and members of council, and the rest of the members who are here. My name is Komane Comfort, the SRC president. I'm accompanied by the Secretary General here. Her name is Portia Dube, whom in simple terms we regard her as the engine of the SRC because she's the Secretary General. Now we have done as tasked by the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education that we need to come and give a presentation that reflects the challenges of students and the readiness of our university. Now, we need to say that the purpose here also reflects our mandate. The purpose here is to speak about student-centered assessments that are going to be taking place. Now, if you check there's a picture which we have attached. We could not find the best quality, but we still believe that the message will still be the same, that the SRC remains a statutory body that advances student access, participation, and success. The tree that you see there is the SRC's resistant. We are told that this is a very resistant tree when it comes to bad conditions. So that is the position of the SRC when it comes to challenges of students. Now, in terms of institutional progress and good practice, the University of Limpopo SRC deems it fit that there has been expansion in terms of student access as year in, year out we witness an increase in the number of students that are being registered, and then we also know that the infrastructure development, we are seeing new residences being built and others being refurbished or renovated in that sense. So that shows that we are getting somewhere in terms of where we want to go as an institution. Now, some of the challenges that may be there is that, not necessarily challenge, the campus student accommodation infrastructure. On campus, we are well getting there in terms of the conditions being strengthened and structured or reconfigured. But then there are some of the challenges that we encounter, and I'm happy that NSFAS is here when it comes to off-campus. Off-campus accredited residences, some of them are deeply questionable, and we have got a video that is attached to really question the credibility or the criteria that has been used to accredit these residencies, because they give us issues as the SRC day in, day out, the things that we witness there. And when you check the prices that are being paid, when you check the amount of the taxpayer that is being used, you see that there is no any matter of relation here. So we need to dwell much into that these conditions do not reflect the money that our people are being charged, which is the money of the taxpayers, by the way. And then in terms of readiness for the academic year 2026, the University of Limpopo reopened on the 7th of January 2026. The SRC reported here on the 5th, because it is a norm that leaders arrive early and leave later. So by the 5th January, we were here to check if we can run the machine. And then our registration started from the 9th of January, and then it is said to end on the 6th of February. When we sit here, we have over 19,000 students registered to date. The intake of first years, we have a capacity of 5,000. So those are the people that the SRC wishes to warmly welcome. Student feedback and SRC interventions. Well, in terms of registration, we have had a positive response towards the online registration system. Our SRC deployees and members are always found outside Gate 2 to assist those who may need assistance in terms of their ICT problems, and of course those who are from areas that are remote areas without the necessary information. So they come to us, we offer the necessary support, and also there are those who come out of being misinformed or not being able to understand the kind of communication that they are not supposed to be here on that particular day. You find that someone missed a communication. We offer what we call temporary accommodation to students who will be seeking accommodation or stuck out of nowhere. And then some of the key student challenges that we have is issues of financial aid and NSFAS challenges. Now you find that someone is dropped out of nowhere during their academic year. We have got a problem of the sitters not paying fees on time, and also we have got historic debts of students. So those are the kind of challenges that we need to bring to this committee, that let us look into them and see how we can really assist the young people of this country. If there's a need, let's invest in education, because when you invest in education, you have invested in the future of this country. And then some of the things is lack of adequate private bursaries for unfunded students who cannot afford their own tuition. We need to be able to sit down and see how we can devise a means that is going to make sure that these issues are properly addressed. The University of Limpopo remains an institution of higher learning with a motto that we are finding solutions for Africa. The SRC remains concerned with the delimited racial inclusivity. We need to be able to reflect the whole continent in terms of the race that should be found on campus. Other challenges that we have, which are very deep, is off-campus safety concerns. The off-campus students remain vulnerable to amateur criminals. That concerns us as the SRC, especially in University of Limpopo, where we have programs like criminology and psychology. We cannot be defeated by amateurs if we have programs that are able to equip our people to understand crime. Such things cannot be found in an institution of high learning. This is where thinking must thrive, and this is where challenges of the broader society must be challenged. So our students cannot be found to be victims of some amateurs. It cannot be. And then off-campus residences, like we have stated, they pose a serious risk, because these are people who don't have the adequate capacity to accommodate people. So, and then some of them are still accredited by NSFAS. So we need to look into that as a portfolio committee and challenge it. And then other issues remain, your robbery is just something along those lines. And then we also have challenges in terms of the LGBTQIA+ student experience. We still have cases of discrimination in this university that we need to really look into, because if we are finding solutions for Africa but are still confronted by this kind of minor challenges that we can just resolve, imagine if they take place in university. What about a rural area? So the University of Limpopo needs that kind of leadership that is able to turn these kind of things around. We have got the gender desk, which goes through these issues and makes sure that they are efficiently accounted for and attended to. The SRC believes that there is a need for continuous education and culture change that is going to be able to take us forth. Some of the recommendations that we have is that we need to improve off-campus safety through partnerships. We need to partner with the progressive forces of the Mangwen community. We need to partner with South African police services. We need to bring everyone on board to ensure that we resolve this crime, because if you can put criminals here and put students, put everyone, you are going to find less than 100 criminals, but you're going to find 24,000 students plus the progressive forces. So let us sit down and make sure that there's that kind of a relationship. And then we need to expand outreach in terms of inclusivity, so that we build the ideal University of Limpopo that we all want to have. And then the last thing will be to strengthen the NSFAS institutional coordination. Let us regionalize the NSFAS. Let us have delegates that are going to be able to respond to the issues that are found. In conclusion, the SRC wants to say that our students must not be excluded by inefficiencies. The spirit of defiance must never die. The SRC is not here to be in bed with management, but we have a dynamic relationship, dynamic, changing every time. If dynamics change, you don't miss students' interest, the SRC is not happy. So before we can take our seats, we would like to just project the video of the residences that are accredited there, just for everyone to see the kind of conditions our people find themselves in. Thanks very much. It's there. Play them, all of them. How many are they? Both emails. Is it there? Prof, you must interview. Yes. Must tell us what happened. This one.
What are we doing? Labor.
Should I play them again? Should I play? Okay.
I'm waiting for your guidance.
Yeah, you can continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to members of the Portfolio Committee, the University Management, Council, students who are here, and the department, and members of the public, and most importantly, our members who are watching wherever they are. I am not alone here. I am with my two comrades. There is the branch secretary, Comrade Marama Mukubedi, and then we also have the deputy chairperson of the branch, Comrade Colette Maswangai. And I am Zolani Simai. And my presentation is based on the letter that we got from the Portfolio Committee to address 3 items. the state of readiness from the perspective of the workers, also the challenges of workers, and number 3, the recommendations that we as workers want to bring to the portfolio committee. And before I get into my presentation, I think this is very important to spend a minute or two on it to say, we get mandate from the members on the ground, and we get all the support from the region, from the province, and from the national office. And I want to say, as the union from all levels, we support the portfolio committee. We support the work of the portfolio committee, and we feel that the attack that has been addressed on the portfolio committee is unjustified and it is unfair, and we feel the need to stand with the portfolio committee because the portfolio committee are our representatives. They are the ones we have voted for, and they represent us and represent our needs. And I also need to emphasize the fact that we as NEHAU, we do not accept people based on political affiliation. I have members of the DA, I have members of the MK, members of the EFF, members of the ANC. And some of them, they've come to me. I remember one came to me to say, Chairperson, we love you, but why are you criticizing Herman Mashaba, who's my leader? That shows that we represent everyone despite their political affiliation. It is for that reason that we support the portfolio committee. And whenever there are unjustified attack, we as NEHAU at UL, we will stand with the portfolio committee. Because we understand issues of administrative justice and constitutional law, that they have a constitutional mandate as per section 55, subsection 2B. And most of the people who criticize the portfolio committee are only looking at one portion, which is 55 2B, Roman figure 1. And they forget about Roman figure 2. Roman figure 2 says the National Assembly, through the portfolio committee, must exercise oversight on the executive and on any state organ. And if you go to the promotion of justice and administrative law, PAJA, it defines what is a state organ. The state organ says any institution that exercising public power according to legislation falls under state organ. And we say the university as an institution is a state organ, and therefore the portfolio committee exercises oversight on the university. So I wanted that point to be clear so that those who criticize and who are unjustifiably criticizing the portfolio committee should go back and read their constitution. We do support, and we say, and I'm representing 800 members or more, because ever since we visited the portfolio committee, and I need to express this, there is so much gratification from the members of the union on the work of the portfolio committee. And since then, the way the members appreciate and love the portfolio, you see, I remember 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was at the mall. I met someone with her husband, and her husband was like, I still watch the program of the portfolio committee even today. That shows that the portfolio committee has endeared itself on the members of the union at the University of Limpopo and extending that to their family members. So I want to express the gratification to the portfolio committee on behalf of the 800 plus members of the university. And we say, thank you for the hard work, thank you for the sleepless nights that you spend, and thank you also for representing us. On that note, we want to say, please don't stop, please don't be diverted by unfair criticism. Thank you very much. We proceed. Now, of the three issues we want to address quickly. One is the state of readiness. This one is quick because normally when we talk of the university, we forget the service providers, which are workers. These are people who register students. These are people who lecture students. These are people who service students. And therefore, the state of readiness also involves them. And I'm confident to say, based on our interaction with our members, who are both in academic field or in the academic side and on the admin and support staff, and I can say they are as ready as yesterday. I make an example to say in my school where I am, you see, members, people tend to think that our role as the union is to make noise. We are also academics as unionists. Thank you very much. In my school, we have submitted even the test dates up to the end of the semester. We have submitted teaching and learning plans. We have actually ready, even if we can start tomorrow, to teach for the academic year. So that's the state of readiness from our side. And then we move now to the challenges that workers have raised, both academic and those in the admin and support staff, is to say, one, they want something that is standardized. And this also is mainly directed to the department to say there is a, what do you call it, the employment of medical doctors. But also it comes with the librarians from the hospital in the department or the MEC, under the MEC of Health. So their main issue was some of those members are not absorbed as librarian. And our goal or our wish is that these members should also be absorbed like the rest, so that there is no discrimination. All the librarians under the Department of Health should get the experience, because it is also a privilege to be a librarian at the university. So no one should be left behind, and we stand behind those members. And another issue is the failure of the university to fully implement the performance management system, which now in turn betrays our members from getting the incentives. And it's been almost, I don't know how many years that policy has not been implemented, and we've been trying. And one of the crises is, it looks like in some areas it is implemented, in some it is not. In some areas you hear it is piloted. That's the challenge that our members have, and they are seriously concerned about that, because they are also betrayed. And also this might be directed also to the department, that there is no standard promotion policy for admin and support staff. They are not progressing. You can have your masters, but you can remain a secretary forever. You can have masters, you can still remain a lab assistant forever, because the way the system is, it gets saturated when you promote this stuff. But we have been also raising the issue for quite some time. And another issue which also should belong to the department, the concern about what they call them now student administrators. But their main concern is that in other institutions, there is no standard labeling of these staff members, yet they are doing the same job. In other institutions, they are named as residence managers. But with us, they are named as residence administrators, which is a demotion. It's a level below the residence manager. So we wish the department to create an environment where there's standardization. We understand the issues of autonomy, but there must be standardization. Also, in terms of the ratio of the res administrations is too high. It's one res admin over 700 students, and that's too high for one person. And that means also there needs to be more funding from Treasury and from the Portfolio Committee and from the department, so as to allow the institution to employ more of these staff members, so that we break that ratio of 1:700. Thank you. And we move on. They talked here about the state of residence. Now, there was a feeling, and I will not be doing justice if I'm leaving this. They are complaining about the state of residences. Remember, these are parents, so they know where their children stay in. They are not happy with the state of the residences. And that implies the environment is not that conducive for students to stay in. It is also not conducive for staff members to work in. Quickly, then also under the admin and support staff, there is too much lack of training and development opportunities. With academics, there's a clear pathway of going up and developing. But with support staff, there is lack of that path of progress. And of course, one important thing is on the payment. You see, it sounds and feels bad when academic members and even support staff talk to each other from other universities, where they discover that they are far behind in terms of their salaries. So there is now that variation, which is we regard it as unfair variation, because now it talks to the element of equal pay for work of equal value. A lecturer who teaches must get the same salary across the country, depending on now the skills and the scarcity. And is around the defunding by either the executive or treasury, the defunding of the universities. It affects the employees, it affects our members, because when we negotiate and we try to twist Mr. Mloto's hand and try to pickpocket him, and the CFO, they will tell us one thing, to say the department has cut the funding by 5%. And as a reasonable union, we cannot go beyond that and demand what they cannot afford. So then we take that complaint, we throw it back to the department to say, we are standing also against the defunding of the universities, the reducing of the funding of, because when you reduce the funding of tertiary education, you are now affecting one of the fundamental rights in the Constitution. Rather, reducing that, you can reduce in other areas. And I'm going to be straightforward and say there's too much spent on the executive protection. And that money needs to be directed somewhere instead of defunding universities or reducing the funding for universities. So there needs to be more funding to the universities, so as to allow us to push more in terms of even our commitment. We're not saying we're working based on money, but we're saying it is an incentive, because see, there's this thing which we regard ourselves. You cannot tell us that when you're giving us a salary increase that is below the inflation rate, and then you say that's an increase. It is not an increase, actually. We regard that as an adjustment to cost of living. An increment is when the increment is beyond the inflation. But an increment that is below or equal to inflation is an adjustment of the cost of living. And in moving forward, we repeat what we've said. We appreciate the hard work of the Portfolio Committee and the oversight visit. We also recommend from our side that sometimes you need unnoticed visit, those visits where you don't notify, so that there are things that you see, yes, VC, so that you can catch people off guard if they are doing the work or not. Yes, you must catch them off guard. And let me comment on which is also part of the work of the portfolio committee. We have met with the new Vice Chancellor, and I can tell you that there is an air of hope on campus. I'm talking from the perspective of our members. There's an air of hope, and there is that element of trust on the new Vice Chancellor. And the meetings we've had so far, the 2 meetings have been there are 2 or 3, yes, they are very fruitful meetings. The first one was where he was just introducing himself, and then the second one is where we had to sit down with him and raise serious issues that we have. And from his mouth, there seems to be that commitment to resolve some of the issues that we have raised with him. So from our side, we've even assured him, and I see the Chair of Council is listening, we've assured the new Vice Chancellor that he has our 100% support. And the public knows, or the members of parliament know, that we are in Limpopo, by the way, Honorable Bongo. We have become the #1 branch in the province because of our hard work. Number 2, last year we won a trophy for being the best performing branch in the province. We work for our members. This is why we support the portfolio committee, because they work for their members themselves. So we understand working for your members. We understand that aspect, to say you can't sleep when you are voted into that position. So we promised the Vice Chancellor, Chair, that he has our support. And whenever he has challenges, he has our numbers. He can contact and communicate with us anytime he needs our support. And our relationship, we want our relationship to be a positive relationship. Our working relationship with the Vice Chancellor to be a positive one. But on top of that, we want changes also. And we do trust him. You see, Dr. Mabelebele, I've never told you this. I need to tell you today. And I'm not interested in the promotion after saying this. I am not going to accept any promotion or any increase. An increase, yes, if you are increasing my salary, you must increase for everyone. Now, I've been somehow your spokesperson at some point, where members come to me to say, Chairperson, we trust you, we trust your judgment. What do you think of the new Vice Chancellor? And I said, I can put my head on the block. I trust him. He's a man of principle. He's a man of, I think one thing that people don't know, he's a man of the book. And that gives us confidence as a union, because, look, we are not saying things should not happen, like, for example, don't discipline members, but we say follow the book properly. Allow us to represent and defend our members properly. And we have raised certain issues to you, Dr. Mabelebele, which I'm not going to raise them. But I'm taking this platform to say we have pledged our support to you. Don't disappoint us. And my appeal then to council, he needs your support. He does not need to be sabotaged. He needs to be supported. That's the only way he can achieve transformation. That's the only way he can take the university from where it is to a higher level. Thank you very much.
or kwalla too much. Thank you very much to all stakeholders. We started with council, led by their chair, followed by the executive management committee, led by their vice chancellor, the new vice chancellor. Labour says they trust you, vice chancellor. And when we were coming from lunch, I was working with Honorable Msezana. We saw the vice chancellor with the chair of Nehau on the way coming here. So when the chair was saying we trust the vice chancellor, Honorable Msezana said to me, it must be that meeting that. On a serious note, we thank the Student Representative Council for their presentation, institutional forum, for the presentation as well. We are going to note hands from members, but before we do so, where is Dr. Sokwe? Oh yeah. When we started the meeting, I forgot to give the department to lead the presentation of the institution. I think I was disturbed by the letters that they write sometimes, so I forgot. I apologize, DDG. So if there's any addition, DDG, I would like to give you to make those additions. I know that in June last year, in May last year, the department did come here with Council for Higher Education and to monitor teaching and learning. You would have made a pronouncement as far as that is concerned. I don't know what else would you want to add, if you can just do so before I give members. I'm sure you've also, or your team, saw the infrastructure that we saw. Like I said, we did not go to all residences, so the video SRC that you played was not where we went. Yeah, it's outside the rest. Yeah, I wanted to say that because I sat here and I said I'm comfortable in bringing even my child here, so I've encouraged other people. To bring their children.
Ours is really just to congratulate the university for seeking to do almost the impossible in this part of the world with very little. So they have great ambitions and we have supported them. The first being establishing an academic hospital in this region is absolutely critical. They've heeded the call and we can see that they are attending to that project. The second was to tune into the needs of the community. And we are happy to note that they are advancing agriculture in their curriculum. And the third, when we met with Minister, it was mining. And we are also seeing that incorporation into the curriculum. For us, and the VC was not there, the new VC, but when we had the enrollment session, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning was there. We absolutely want to see all of these projects translating to employability in this region. And we were very clear that's what we would be measuring this institution on, is an ability to ensure that students are employed in this region. The second is that we've encouraged them to develop better partnerships with Univen, and that we would only be sponsoring collaboration between the institutions given their proximity, but also potential scope and scale of the kind of investments that we are placing in this region as a department. And I'm really happy to see the level of engagements with Univen. We want to encourage more collaboration, particularly at research level. The next is that the university received an unqualified audit in spite of all the ructions, and we want to encourage them to pursue a clean audit, but with the budget that they had, we feel it is possible to improve their controls. I think the Auditor General was very clear on where they need to exert greater effort. And then lastly, it is that, yes, the infrastructure projects are a concern. We deployed the maintenance team from Mpumalanga to, and our PMO to assist Univen. And we're encouraging you to then work with Univen and the Mpumalanga maintenance team. The Mpumalanga maintenance team, which you, I think, require more than, at the moment, more than any other university, will really assist you to improve maintenance. And you know where those gaps are. So I want to firstly thank you for working with our team. I think the progress is self-evident, but more needs to be done around your infrastructure spend. I just want to emphasize, Chair, that when we engage our universities on infrastructure, if they don't spend, we withhold the funds. So we do not want this university to be part of that list where we withhold funds because expenditure is not happening at the requisite rate. And then lastly, we did note that in this region, University of Limpopo did not, was not impacted around the GBV scourge, and we don't know what you are doing right, but we would really like to engage you. The wraparound system is what Higher Health will be meeting you with very soon, VC, because we do want to standardize wraparound support for students across all the universities. We've found that there is a differentiated approach to this in different institutions. But given where the throughput rate is, where the dropout rate is, we want to standardize wraparound across all our institutions to ensure that students' experience is the same regardless of the address or the region they go to. So hopefully that will be high on our agenda this year. And then lastly, we have invited your students to a policy discussion at the end of March, and we would really appreciate that you release them for that national policy discussion. We have a series of policies that we'll be engaging our students with. We've indicated this to SAUS, and we are formally just advising you that we'll be sending a letter to you that our students participate in that national policy discussion. So with those few words, thank you for this opportunity, Chair.
No, thank you very much, DDG. Maybe before I note, if you can just, trying to note our questions, if you can just expand a little bit on the Mpumalanga maintenance thing. How does it work? Is it almost like what you guys are doing with PECO? What is it? Just explain so that, because we don't want the situation where tomorrow the auditors pick up something that they appointed people probably without following a certain process. If you can just, so that we don't want the situation to DG that tomorrow they said we got a directive to take these people. So if you can just assist us there so that we're on the same page.
No, so what has happened is that University of Mpumalanga has a maintenance model, and it is working. And we encouraged Univen to look at how that maintenance model works. And it really uses in talent within the institution. So we have seen improvements, and together with our PMO office, with Tiamo, right at the back, established a PMO office in each university so that all these maintenance and infrastructure projects are well coordinated. So what we've done as a team is to expand that model of working, i.e. establishing an internal capacity and then ensuring that you share best practice within the region, and it's working thus far. That is what we are promoting. Not, nothing to do with tenders, Chair. I don't enter that terrain. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Maybe we'll look at our program so that maybe you come and explain that part. I know that when we're dealing with the first term program, members would have suggested that we have a conversation with the department about the arrangement of PECO, and I think since we finalized the program, we'll look into the second term when we bring in our second meeting with the SIU to brief us on the investigations that they are doing in the sector, NSFAS and all other institutions, including the Closeout project. I think we must put this on the agenda so that we brief us properly, and because I don't want us to take away the conversation with Limpopo discussing this part. We should have it separately with yourselves. Members, I've noted you in this. I'm going to give you guys 20 minutes as you had suggested. 20 minutes. And it's an interactive session. So within the 20 minutes, you must afford the university to respond. So the longer the questions are, the longer the responses will be. And the longer the responses are, the shorter your time will be. So I think, members, let's go direct to the questions. Afford them an opportunity to respond. Colleagues from the university, IF, labor, and students, they may look like they are impatient with you because they know once my clock, there's a very familiar sound, but once it goes, they are now at my mercy to either extend their time by 1 minute or not. And so when they become impatient, it's not out of disrespect. It's because they've got a lot of questions to cover with very 20 minutes might look like it's more. I know it's very short because it's them and you conversing. So let's try and be as short as possible. So we will ask, number one will be you, Dr. Christians, will be followed by that is, yeah, you see the unnecessary, the wrong or the unfortunate part about sitting next to me is that we'll start with you, unfortunately, Dr. Christians. Then we'll follow with Honorable Zondo, Honorable Governor, Honorable Wesley Moringa, Honorable Rakwale, Honorable Khakha, Honorable Wesley and Honorable Rakwale are from the legislature. They are part of our resource team because they are members of their legislature, so they will be allowed to ask the questions. And then after Honorable Rakwale, who is the chair of The committee in the legislature in Limpopo will be Honorable Khachau, Honorable Msezana, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Khabo. Maybe I must just explain why, whilst we're in a meeting, I will take members out of the meeting and come back. So this year is the 10th year anniversary of the Fees Must Fall. And as members serving in the portfolio committee, we had made arrangement with a national broadcaster to doing some insert, and therefore would take members one by one to give their views, and would have taken all of them from different political parties, so that tomorrow they don't say that because we come from the biggest political parties, only our views that are captured. So all of them, the DA's views were there, MK's views were there, EFF views are now being captured, IFP's views were there, and the biggest organization's views was also captured. So I thought we must just put it clear that it was not out of disrespect of the meeting or your presentations. We're doing it concurrently. So it's Dr. Christian's turn. I apologize for noting you first twice in a row, but we'll start with you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you must press the button. Oh, it's jamming. Honorable Zonda, you ready? The laptop is having I think Dr. Christians is coming with tricks, but Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. It's a problem that you are starting with a deputy chair. I think you are defying the mandate of the meeting. No, I think VC, on your presentation, when I was trying to look at your gender-based violence presentation section there, we got the explanation, but we didn't get the stats. We want to know, maybe for 3 years, what is the trend of cases? Where are those cases now? In fact, the status of those cases with the characters involved, you know, we are very much concerned with that, because that will tell us your readiness to face or combat this gender-based violence and femicide. So can you help me with that?
Honorable Zondo, thank you very much for the question. Certainly, that information can be provided even post the engagement that we are having now, because we need to compile it and so on. I'm sure it can be provided, that information. We can give ourselves a deadline of, I don't know, today is what, Monday, Tuesday? Today is Tuesday. We can provide that information to you by end of the week, by Friday. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Let me go, because I'm trying to save my time here. But make sure that it's either not less than 3 years, because we want to see the trend. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, but I was looking at the section that talk about student residents. Some of them, in terms of pricing of their cost, some are reasonable, 27,000 a year and so on. But when you, as you go up, there's a category there that talk about, I think it's 70,000 if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, just that I can't come to that. And I'm now I started to wonder, when that student is funded by NSFAS, then what is this difference that you have in those rooms that cost to more than 70,000? I know it's category 2, say 56,000, I remember, but the category 1 that is say 70,000. Why?
Honorable Zondo, I'm going to refer that question to our CFO because I'm fairly new in the environment, if you allow me. CFO, can you clarify the costing model for the residences?
Thanks, VC. I think the main difference there is caused by the different residences have got different amenities, and because they've got different amenities, your weighting in terms of how you determine your fees will determine that. So a rest that has like a laundry service, or like the top-notch rest, the pricing cannot be the same to a rest where students are sharing a kitchen, like the numbers are different. And even the disability rests that we saw earlier on, those disability rests, because some of them would have built in, you've got a fewer number of students sharing your bathrooms and all of those things. Those get factored into the pricing. And you also look at because of the amenities, also the maintenance cost of the particular res then comes into play. But the different categories is about the amenities that each particular res has. So in terms of the pricing norms within the sector, that's how we calculate the prices. So the most expensive there would have been MBH, which is called Nkandla because it's one of the fanciest rests on campus at the moment. Second to obviously the current one that we are building.
You call it what?
Nkandla.
Nkandla.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Unofficially it's called Nkandla. Yes, because that is the top-notch rest on campus.
Hold on.
Are you holding my time, Chair?
It's paused. Honorable Msazana wanted to clarify something. But I'm worried. I think VC must have, because I see you have an appetite of putting together teams. What do you call it? These teams that you're putting, task teams. Maybe you might need to put a task team of looking at the names of residences. The renaming and building committee, because this one is not right, but and Honorable Msazana has opened a slide with with the funds. And if you is going to comment about Nkandla, the numbers might not come out right because of the history there, you know.
No, thanks, Chair, and apologies, Honorable Zondo, for getting in your time. Well, the time is paused. I just wanted to deal with this issue, Chair, so that, because I had a similar question, or almost similar to that one of Honorable Zondo, so that I don't go back to it when I ask my questions. CFO, your explanation, at least to me, it's vague, for lack of a better word. So I was about to comment the fact that you are able to fix your pricing in terms of different, not categories per se, but if a student is sharing or not sharing. But when I look at the numbers, it would really seem that you're actually charging more than charging less because of the type of races, sharing, not sharing, and these categories, as it were, as I look at the numbers. So please just pay some attention to your response so that you make it make sense to us where we are seated. Because at this point, I don't understand the response that you just gave to Zondo. It doesn't make sense to me. Category 1, sharing room, 23,500. Same on category 1, not a single room is 26,800. You're charging more in a single room, and I'm certain that they would share some facilities, unless you are saying in a single room it's an in-suite, therefore you are charging more. So I want you to make sense on this, what it means, because even this 23,500 is per student, so per bed, you're charging this money. So the difference, give or take, is about 5,000, if you may. So just please explain this so that we understand it. At this point, I'm really confused.
Okay, the category 1 res would be a res that does not really have the best of amenities. There are different rates for a double room, a sharing room. Obviously, the price per bed will be cheaper, but a single room in that particular res also will be slightly higher. So a student pays for the privilege slightly more for the privilege of having a single room. If they are sharing, the price will be lower. But now, again, it goes about the amenities that is in there in that particular res. If that res does not have a common room or things like that, the price would be lower. But if you get a res that has, like MBH, the one that I spoke about, that has all the amenities, laundry rooms, common areas, it's like it meets the DHET norms and standards in terms of reses, that room would be more expensive. Whether it's a single room.
Sorry, sir. Chair, is she responding on my time now?
I did indicate, Zondo, that your time is paused.
Or it's responding to myself?
No, it's responding to the question. So the time is paused, so let's allow her to respond. Sorry, can continue, sir.
Thanks. We've got different types of buildings where the amenities are different per building, but the prices per sharing, everywhere where you're sharing, the price per bed will be lower. Where a student is a single room where they're not sharing with anyone, the price will be higher. But because of the different buildings with the different amenities that goes with those buildings, the prices would also be different. So that is why you see that big gap in terms of the ranges. So a top-notch, for lack of a better word, a top-notch res would also attract a higher fee because you've got all the amenities, whereas other students are staying in buildings that do not necessarily have all of those amenities, and then the rates would go, the rate for the room would be less.
Yeah, so just to help the CFO. So Honorable Msezana made an example with category 1 only. So the answer you should be giving is you are subsidizing those who are sharing. So it makes sense if you want to pay less that you share. Both amenities are the same, it's category 1. But a single room is more expensive because there's more privacy. And it makes sense how you put it that way. So just to answer it in a short way, is that the model that you have put is that you want to subsidize those who want to share because it creates more beds in less space, and those who want to have single beds will then have to pay more. I think that's the long and short of it. And then the other categories differ. Postgraduate, correctly so, is the most expensive. Those who want to sit in a category 1 of postgraduate will pay a certain amount, category 2, something less, category 3, something less. And I think it makes sense. Maybe let's close it like that, unless if there's another specific question, Honorable Zondo, you wanted to ask. I think let's close it. I think it makes sense the way it is.
No, thanks, Chair. I think it makes sense to you, Chairperson. I will ask CFO that we get a breakdown of the things that make these rooms to be different. We need that breakdown because if you are telling me about laundry, can laundry escalate these funds to be like this? Say this room have a laundry inside or in that area. Then we need specific to tell us, this one have a big screen of TV, this one doesn't have a TV, this one have a washing machine inside, this one doesn't. We want those specific so that will determine that you are not hiking this price. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. They will provide, just note that you will provide that. Just a comment is that we're happy that the price of student accommodation here is less than the cap of NSFAS. The reason why we're happy is because poor students who are on NSFAS can't afford to put in more funds on all of these things. So I want us to be clear that we're not a criticizing committee. Even when we are doing the good, we have a responsibility to appreciate where there's positive. So I thought I must just add this part that obviously where students raise issues, and I know, I mean, to run a student accommodation is extremely expensive. The fact that you are in a rural environment doesn't mean that labor will say pay us less. They'll still want you to pay. Water and lights must still be paid. Services, your Wi-Fi, all of this must still be paid. And for you to keep it at these low rates, I think for us it's highly commendable. It means you are indeed, sometimes, Chairperson of Council, sometimes you are biased towards the poor, which is what we agree with. Honorable Zondo, it was not on your time, I posted.
Okay. This year will go to the current infrastructure development, turnkey construction of the new 4,500 beds, those residents. I think the project cost, or in fact, the source of the funding, you say DHET and the UN, and the project cost, it's 1,500,000 and so on. And then I see the comments there. But my worry, if you just put a project cost A1, we need to know how much was put by the department and how much you've put in to make that 1.5 billion, so that, because we have to follow until the end. When you are saying 100% complete, we need to go step by step and see the value for money on the project, So I think we need to know that. In fact, it's that one. Let me say, all the projects where you come together with the department, we need to see the separate contribution.
Well, we agree that information can be provided within a short space of time. That disaggregation between contribution by the department and contribution by the university, that information is readily available.
Oh, CFO doesn't have that information here.
Unless if the CFO has it on her fingertips, I'm sure she has. Please. Yeah.
For the 4,500 base, the department contributed, I think, between DHET and National Treasury, it was around 300 and something million, and the university put up 1.2 billion, plus minus.
Okay, for future purposes, we need that on black and white, because as we are doing oversight, there are a lot of things that we are looking at. So we need to have information in black and white, so that in the near future, people they used to lie in the oath, say that you put in the oath, and a person lie on a national TV. So we need those figures, in fact, written down. Okay, then I see those current infrastructure development. Maybe at some point we need to understand the explanation that talk about the value for money already spent and the work done. You've put the percentage there, but the percentage of money is not there, because that will tell us that we are going according to the value for money, or we are just putting percentage, but the value for money is not there. So I think that one also, it's something that we need to have. It's a pity that this question that I'm asking, they may not get answers now. But it's part of the oversight. That's why you have a full-scale of the management here so that you'll give us answers. But I don't know if you can say anything on that VC.
Certainly, given the level of detail that you're asking for, I'm not sure whether we would have that information readily available now. I think if it had come out more definitively in the letter that we had received, we would have prepared that kind of information. The letter that we had received had asked us to provide the information along the lines that we provided. But certainly, we can provide that information to you after the engagement.
Your colleague want to help you, VC.
Mr. Register.
Thanks, Honorable. You see, when we report to council, we report exactly how you are asking the question now. So it's just a matter of us now going back to retrieve those reports to council, because we report percentage-wise to say where are we, how far are we, and are we still on track to complete at the scheduled time. So that information is already there. It's just a matter of us locating it and providing for it.
Yeah, I think VC, you get that. This report is there. We don't want the new one. You just give us the report that will give the council. Okay. When we got there to the student residence, the old one, which are being renovated here, I think it's Che Guevara building there. The first floor, the ground floor was said that they're still busy there. And when we get the first floor, you said you're finished. Even on the report, you said that. But when we get to first floor, there are broken windows, and there are those who are not broken, but you didn't renovate them. You just painted them. There are no hinges. You can't open them and turn them back. You go to second floor, it's the same thing. But on a report, you said you finish second floor and the first floor. You are busy with the ground floor. Then, is that a fair reporting? Is that your report? Is it presenting the fair details of what is happening in that building? Can you help me on that one?
Again, Honorable Member Zondo, I will defer that question to our executive responsible for facilities, Mr. Khatuke, and then I'll come back later. Mr. Khatuke can kick off.
Thanks, VC. Honorable Zondo, the scope of work for the project you are referring to did not include the glazing and the windows. The scope was for common areas such as your kitchen and the bathrooms only. It did not include any other thing except just those two items that I spoke to. The issue of the broken glazing, we will attend to internally as maintenance, but it was not part and parcel of the scope of the original scope that we took it out on tender for the contractor. So contractor was only contracted to do the common areas, which is your kitchens, as well as the bathrooms. So the percentage that you are referring to speaks to the scope of work of that particular tender and not any other thing outside that scope. Thanks.
Yeah, so you went out on tender to do specific things.
That's correct, Chair.
And the reason you did so is because the windows, for an example, were not broken.
At the time when we went out on tender, they were not broken. That's one. Two, we also had an issue of the budget constraints. That particular rest that we refer to, our health sciences students resides there. So there was a report that we received from HPCSA, and the report spoke about the common areas, which is the bathrooms and the kitchen, and there were findings on there to say we need to attend to the bathrooms and the kitchen. But you are right, Honorable Chair, the windows at the time, they were not broken, and those are something that we'll attend to immediately after this session. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe that was the correct question. So the second answer was worrying me that was because of the budget constraint, because then it meant even if they were broken at the time, you will not have included them. So that's why I was saying the first part of the answer was correct, satisfying. The second part was worrying me. So I think, I don't think VC, well, I don't know the structure of your, but to change a window, go reka poti, king a window. We don't need tender. There are certain things that are really, we must have in-house people to do that. Motor change a window. Yeah, you have TVET colleges around. They train those people there for those things. Have work integrated, give them workspaces. Say, TVET college next door, give me 10 people that I'm going to house. I'm going to pay them a stipend of this much for transport, scarfing, and all of that. Their job is to do small things. The window handle breaks. They can't go on tender. That's, you know, these are smaller things that we must, honestly, should not anger students about. Or students, this is just like one we went to last year. Back in your board, eggs. Back in the board, and that Ramaphosa, more window. And then, well, when I asked her, why did you choose this one? At least she confessed that she liked the part that the president has. But we don't have to get there. Just change the window. It's a small thing that, yeah, you can maybe respond before we give Honorable Zondo back.
Thanks very much. You're quite correct, and I concur with you that there are certain things that need to be done in-house. And I can assure committee now that the issues of the windows, minor plumbing and minor electricity, we do have in-house staff members that attend to that. So when I was talking about the tender, I was not actually referring to those broken windows that will take them out on tender. We'll fix them in-house. And I can assure the committee that indeed we do have in-house maintenance guys that assist us with minor issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Because of my time, let me move. Titi Jim, I don't know if it will be correct to put this question to you. The issue of legal fees in this institution has been skyrocketing for many years now. And I'm just thinking aloud to say, because it seems as if it's a problem that they can't contain as an institution alone. As the department, is there anything that we have done to try and help this institution to cap this skyrocketing fees of legal bachelors? I'm coming to them to tell me or to tell us that how do they reach this, how many cases, and how do they perform in those cases. I think we'll get to that, but I need to hear the side of the department to say, if you see for 3 years consecutive, paying above 10 million, it's a huge money. For 3 years, it's a huge money. I think it should have caught the attention of the department. Is there anything that we have done or planning to do?
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. What we've done is we reviewed the reporting regulations because we could not get the granular data around certain expenses. And in order to confirm value for every rand invested in every institution, we had to get to that granular data. So we've published the reporting regulations, which will then introduce a mechanism for the department to regulate certain expenses, we hope, in the long run. That draft regulation is out for public comment, and we should conclude it and finalize it by August 2026. It will be an instrument for us to do this properly, because yes, the universities report on their expenses, but on the other side, National Treasury requires us to explain those expenses, and we can't do it without an instrument. So that's where we are at the moment, as a corrective measure. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, DG. I think because it's a long-term plan, I needed to hear a short-term plan, because we're having a problem already in this institution. We've already spent 10 million last year. That means before August, they'll spend 15 million. 15 million. Then if you are planning, you need to have a short-term and a long-term. I hear that is a long-term planning to cap, in fact, for every institution in South Africa. But there is a specific case here. They are spending a lot of money. But let me come to you, VC. Help us in terms of the state of the cases and how do you reach this?
Well, our understanding is that the 2023, we got to about 40 million in terms of the costs. 2020, which for? No, 2023, this one, 23. 2024, we got to about 11, and 2025, we got to about 10, as you correctly indicated. From the side of the university, our view is that we should introduce new set of measures to cap the legal costs. Firstly, before I even get to that, we proceed from the understanding that the university is a juristic person. It can sue, it can be sued. Sometimes it gets sued for one reason or the other, and it has to defend itself. Some of the cases you can't avoid because we've got to defend ourselves.
Sorry, Visi.
Secondly,
sorry, Visi. Do you have a legal team in this institution?
yeah, that's what I'm coming to. We are putting together now, we have just advertised the position of Director of Legal Services, and we are intending to fill that position before March, everything being equal. And we think that is going to help us a great deal to reduce legal fees. Secondly, we would want to put together a panel of legal service providers with rates pre-negotiated in advance, so that we don't just become price takers. We're able to negotiate price, but this panel must be classified in terms of the expertise. You will have commercial law providers, we will have...
By time, VC, I want to get, I saw that in your presentation.
Yeah.
Then if you calculate that, the salary of those people that you are talking about, how much it's going to cost?
We only want one director legal services, only one person. And that person will be able to coordinate some of the work the person will have to do internally, just like we have in any other universities. If there is a CCMA case, for instance, that person must be able to present the university in the CCMA. Right now, we deploy attorneys on every case that gets thrown at us.
Okay, I get you. The DTG is saying there is information that they can't get on your cases in terms of money that this man was spent on this one and this one. You are saying now. So can you help me there to say you have spent money, but when the department is trying to zoom in, there are some fines that they can see where did they go in the process.
Well, we can engage the department and provide the information from the... I thought she was talking from the point of view of the entire sector. I don't think it was specific to UL. But we can talk to the DDG and be able to provide that information. Because that information is really available on our records. We should be able to provide where the money is spent on each and every legal case that we have. To the best of my knowledge. CFO, can you, with your permission, Honorable Zondo, CFO can clarify that.
Thanks, VC. I think Honorable Zondo, I think the DDG is talking about our reporting regulations also. The way we present our financial statements, they're not able to zoom in terms of, because there's a structure, there's a DHET structure. There's a normal IFRS income statement that we produce, and there's the DHET income statement that we produce. From that data, they are not able to zoom in to get to the details that you're asking about. They'll just see a one-line item that just says that just says legal fees.
Continue, CFO.
Oh. Okay.
You're fine, CFO.
All right, thank you, sorry. So I think the DG was talking about this, the current reporting regulations. Ne? The information that is there is limited for them to be able to zoom in to see the details that you are talking about. Because all they'll see is just one line item that says legal fees and that's it. So to get to the further details, it means then that we need to provide, there must be a different set of data that you provide to them.
Okay, Honorable Lonzi, follow up.
Oh, just a quick follow-up, Chair, because I think the VC makes a good point about having this committee that they want to form, which will check, which will scrutinize the invoices that they receive from the law firms. So I'd be interested, VC, I mean, I know you're new, or anyone who can help me, the Chair or the CFO. The invoices that have been presented to the university in the past, were you submitting them for taxation or any other legal consultant that is able to scrutinize whether or not these fees are in line with the reasonable standards, you know, in higher education, but generally across the board? Because we also want to avoid a situation where the university becomes a cash cow for certain legal firms. So I just thought, before I forget that point, I'd want to raise it. Thanks.
Again, because that is historical, I'll refer to the CFO. CFO?
Thanks, VC. Honorable, I think what we've been doing in the past, there have been, I think within the university, there have been other resources that have been assisting in terms of the legal fees. So the invoices that come through to finance would have obviously been through the officials that were assisting us in terms of, and those officials are actually lawyers themselves, where they've checked, and from our side, obviously there's a sign-off in terms of proof of whatever sittings, because the proceedings of the case, and they were signed off from that point, and then we'll then be able to pay, because we are relying on the internal expertise as some of the lawyers that we have within the university.
Okay, register. I press the mic.
Thanks, Chair. This is the reason why we made that observation already when we were looking at the trends. And we said the best will really be, first, get the director so that there is one center that is coordinating that. Two, have appointment of panels of these firms so that there is clear agreement. We have already done that with the audits. We have panel of auditors and we have pre-agreed. Yeah. So that's where we are going now to solve that problem.
So you did not have the director legal. Earlier on, I made a joke, and I said, "Where is the director legal?" Are you saying you did not have a director legal? No. Let's be on record, Mike.
Yes, Chair. That's why we said when we analyze these amounts that are going to legal, the best will have somebody appointed as an overall person on legal matters. We have a legal person, for example, who is assisting us in the HR with employee relations and others. But you cannot now take students' cases and give to that one, you see, and take the contract, the business contract, and give it to that one. So we now appointing a director who will ensure that all these legal entities are handled in a particular way.
Okay, I'll come in from Sazan, that's fine. You can come in, it's still on this point, okay.
No, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I'm very disturbed. But perhaps we can get clarity on this point from Meso Tsigwa of the department in as far as the organigram is concerned. Because it would appear that Council over the past 5 years, Registrar, I hope that you were the Secretariat in all these 5 years, from 2021, that you've been accumulating this cost of legal, that over all these years you did not realize that you need a legal person, a director that would I think, look at these matters. But I want to be advised maybe by Ms. Ocewa on the organigram of the institution. Are they not supposed to have a director of legal in as far as the policy is concerned of DHET?
The Act is not prescriptive in terms of structure, capacity. No, all we do is prescribe the number of persons in council. That is where we, as far as we go, Senate is the domain of the university, and so forth and so forth. So structure, capacity per university is a decision of council. In fact, there's a specific sentence that says council is responsible for the employment of its staff in the university.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I'll lend the welcome when we deal with questions, but
thanks. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I want to start off with the litigation issues and the costs around that, just to get a little bit more clarity. So we've seen really over the past 5 years that the institution has spent more than 61.3 million rand on litigation that we've now heard could possibly have been done in-house, and that the university is also thinking of doing in-house in the future. So, you know, I think the problem for me is really that the costs that was spent in the last year has been spent on student cases, staff cases, service providers, etc. Because at the end of the day, that 61.3 million rand could have built multiple student residences. It is actually more than some of your annual operating budgets for some of your faculties that you have on campus. And I think that alone is quite problematic, and even more reason for you to reduce that cost drastically. So money that really could have gone to students, could have gone to infrastructure, could have gone to the university itself, has been spent on litigation. And that's problematic. And you've also admitted that some of these cases were and are unavoidable. So the question really remains, if they were unavoidable, why has the university been intent on carrying on with the cases? And I think additionally, it's important for us as the portfolio committee to understand how many of those cases did you win and how many have you lost, so that we can determine, you know, exactly the scale of the money that you've lost as a university.
Okay, let me say something. Okay, Honorable Christian, well, your observation is in part correct, that we have spent a total of about 61.3 million over the last 5 years. Obviously, there are reasons why we got to that figure. There are cases there that were defended on the basis of a principle. There is a case that Professor Masha referred to earlier, where, for instance, a student comes to the university 15 years later and asked to be credited with modules that are beyond 50%, so that he or she can then acquire an LLB. That case has been running for the last almost 10 years. When I was at USAF years back, that case was there. So I agree that we could cut down costs on some of these. That's why we had to implement this set of interventions that we're talking about. I must indicate that in the council of the university, these issues have also been raised, especially towards the end of last year when I joined the university. And they've given us very clear directives to try and deal with this matter more decisively. So from our side, we can provide information on the cases that we have won and those that we have lost. Prof. Masha can provide that additional information to the committee. I'm not sure whether he has it readily available as a registrar. He can assist us there.
Thanks. Chair, I think in order to be really exact in terms of that, so that it's not speculation, in the presentation, already there are 3 that we have recorded that these ones are done and have been dismissed, for example. And quite a number of them are still proceeding. But to be able now to say, out of this exactly, these are the ones that have been won, this is where we are with the rest, and I think that will help in terms of that. But also I think the information that we have given, where we are breaking down the submission into smaller components, like these ones are on suppliers, these ones are on, you could see that some of the costs, for example, when you are looking at sometimes it is a memorandum of agreement, sometimes it is what do we call this, there is this word that I'm always struggling with, probity audits and other things. and where you want to say satisfy yourself, council would like to satisfy itself that this thing is right, then we can go ahead with it. Then the legal person will come in and look at that. So there are those ones, like running any enterprise. That's why I think earlier on the member was saying, how can a university run without a legal person? That's because they are inherent, those kinds of costs. So it will be interesting indeed if in the sector we can have an idea of how we fare against each other in terms of legal, and see whether this is because of the way we presenting our services as higher education, or where this thing is. I think you are likely to find that this pattern is, especially these days, we must acknowledge, if a member of whoever is not happy, that person has the right to take you to court. Which is, whereas it might look bad initially, but it is good that people have a fallback where they can challenge your decision.
Okay, I've paused your time. Honorable Lonzi, a follow-up.
No, just a quick one again, VC or anyone who can assist. I know you've got corrective measures now in terms of how you're going to deal with the legal matters moving forward. But just maybe to take us into confidence, historically, because now you're saying you want to appoint a panel of firms that will be properly scrutinized, and then that's where the university will pick from. The follow-up would then be, historically, how was the university deciding on who must come in and be the firm? Was there a particular policy that guided the university on how to appoint certain law firms? Or was there a public advert that went out that the university is looking for law firms? Or did the CFO pick up a phone call and call a friend to come and represent the university? So I think those questions are important, so that if there was any gray area, it must be corrected.
Yeah, I'm worried, Vice Chancellor, if you answer this one, because you were not there. And if you answer it, it means you are taking responsibility that you know this for sure. Ordinarily, this one should be answered by finance, because maybe supply chain falls there, if it, so that, like I did say earlier on, these members, when they ask a question, you must know they have the answer. So I don't want you to fall into a trap. I don't want you to fall into a trap of answering things that you can't sustain moving forward. Or maybe you wanted to suggest somebody is going to respond.
Yeah, I was going to refer it to our CFO or Advocate Rapata. Two of them, I think, they can decide.
Okay.
Thank you. As far as I'm aware, there was never a transparent SCM process that was followed in terms of the appointment of law firms. I'm not really sure how they were appointed, but from an SCM perspective, there wasn't an SCM process that was followed.
Yes, Liga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members. Just to amplify, we have already made a concession during the course of our presentation that in our review, we made an observation that we have had some weaknesses, and hence we are making those commitments to improve moving forward. You need to improve on coordination, and that's why we are saying that there's going to be an appointment of a director to regularize matters. I understand, Honorable Lonzi, your interest would be how was it done? And this is how I would respond to it. You know, traditionally as a university, our core business is teaching and learning, research and community engagement. So it was never anticipated really that we would find ourselves at some point having to be confronted with legal cases, a mountain of them. But from time to time, unfortunately, when you receive court papers, they are on agent basis. And in as far as delegation of authority from council, the Vice Chancellor is authorized to seek legal services, and the Vice Chancellor from time to time would engage those services through the official that we're talking about that is currently located in employee relations. And how it was done would be that because of the interactions with the profession, from time to time, as and when it happens, unfortunately on agent basis, when you receive papers, you are told that we want responses by tomorrow or within 5 days. So you don't have time to run through an ACM process. In that respect, the official in question would engage colleagues in the profession and request guidance in terms of who's suited to do those kind of services. And that's how we have been doing it. We accept that that is not an ideal situation. Hence, we are making concessions to say moving forward, we'll improve the coordination and things will be done differently. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now let me follow up. I'll give you now. So what you are saying to us is that I'm trying to think of how best I can put this thing. One of your slides, they're not numbered, but one of your slides where you have legal matters, and then you say law firms, cost, the number of students involved. Because of the Poppy Act, you said you don't want to name the law firms. Well, we have a table where you name them, we know them. Even if you did not give us that one, we knew them. So you've got something called LFA, Law Firm A. Law Firm A, for an example, would have cost the university just over 13 million. Just one law firm. And this law firm, there is no prescribed way of the university can say they followed in giving law firm A instructions that amount to 13 million. So you don't have a prescribed way. So somebody, I mean, Honorable Lunzi, sorry, poses it as if he's joking, but he says, so maybe somebody would have called their friends and said, want to brief you. Even if it's on an urgent basis. But, so there was no prescribed way. You have given us data from, I think, 2021. So for 5 years, 12 million, 13 million, 14 million, 11 million, almost 11 million. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For 5 years, the university sees a trend. Let's say for 2 years, for 3 years, the third year, the university sees a trend that each and every year we are litigated or are litigating above 10 million a year. It's a lot of money. And this 10 million, somebody, if they were going to ask us, how is this attorneys briefed? We don't have a prescribed legal way for us to defend it. We don't see anything wrong. And in fact, if you remember in 2024 when we met with your chair, we put it to you, we said, people who are writing to us, and we do encourage whistleblowers to write to us. People who wrote to us about University of Limpopo, they said, actually, there is a law firm, and now your table does suggest, LFA, that suggests that probably this law firm, that those people who wrote to us and suggested that this LFA that has been briefed above 13 million might be working with some people in the university to siphon money. In fact, they went further. Bravik is there at the back. Bravik, he went on TV, Bravik, and said, I can't accuse the university like that. I was not accusing, I said there's allegations, you know, and that are being presented to us. But they went further and said, in fact, if you dig deep and look at this, and I'm assuming this will be this LFA, if you look at the cases that this LFA has defended, the success rate of this LFA in court will be close to 0. So what does it mean? It means the university will have spent over 13 million on a legal firm that doesn't win cases for the university. Then the question must arise. How are they then briefed on a regular basis when they are not winning? And there's no prescribed. You see, if you said they are on a panel, I would understand. Maybe you've got a legal obligation for 3 years, they're on a panel. But they are not on a panel. Somebody decides to call them. Say, hey, Chief, we've got another one. In fact, these people were even saying, we might be creating litigation against ourselves because we want to brief our people. And seated here, I mean, I'm looking at this LFA, no prescribed way, 13 million. I'm still waiting to see their success rate. Because it's part of the table that I said Annele must send to the university. The table would have said legal firm, the type of a case, was it against a student worker, service provider, if it's a student, what was the matter, what was the outcome in court, how much did we cost, did that cost us? The reason why we wanted a table like that was we wanted to, because we want to give you the benefit of that these people who are alleging they are wrong. That's how we believe they are wrong. But in order for us to say for sure they are wrong, we have to see this data. So I'm worried, CFO and the other parts, when you say there is no prescribed way. Now you are forcing us to ask, how then were they sourced and who was, yeah, it will be headhunting. You know, in that sector, there's a favorite way these days of headhunting. So maybe you are also headhunting the legal firm. So who, days of headhunting, so maybe you are also headhunting the legal firm. So who was sourcing these people and how were they being sourced? Because if VC, you guys are saying you want to correct it, it's okay, we support. Because, look, we believe that, I mean, everything should, if you want to put in somebody, that is why I was asking the DDG to clarify that thing of maintenance, because I did not want tomorrow that you guys are in trouble. We are told you have put somebody from Pumalanga and there was no process. You know, it's not good for the Kim 5 report and the Kim 4 report. It's not good for public accountability, transparency, and all of that. So that is why we were asking this one. Maybe the therapist must come in. Earlier on, the therapist, I was on my phone during lunch. You remember earlier on, when we started the meeting, I said there was somebody who said NQF level 7 members asking, and I asked, where is that person? And you said he's not here. Gandhi, you are here. I had to go and dig. No, I had to go and dig, and I realized, and I looked at you when I came back, because I had to go and get a photo now. So I was scanning all of you, and I realized that it was you. So already as we speak, Honorable Tate Rapat, you hid yourself earlier, and now I'm hoping you're not going to hide yourself in responding to this, because it doesn't look good that you've got one, and it's only one, but all of them, I mean, A, B, and C, it's about almost 20 million combined. So we've briefed people worth of 20 million, these three. Yeah, 20 million, and we don't have a process we can say, this is how much. Now, for me then, it also brings a question of the audits, DDG. And that is why I've agreed with the Auditor General that when we go, when we bring an institution to deal with the annual reports, they must bring, if it's a university, they must bring their own auditors, because their auditors must tell us, your auditors must tell us, how did they not pick up over 5 years an issue that we are paying 20 million over this, no, 50 million over 5 years, more than 50 million, 60 something million, 61 million over 5 years. And we can't pinpoint the process, because that's what the auditors must do. But we also have internal audit that must also explain, how do we then have 60 million of a public institution being given to some people, and internal audit, external audit don't pick it up? Because then we must then look at the external auditors, because they have an ethical responsibility to report. So we must then look at these external auditors and say, external auditors, tell us, for 5 years, why have you not, because I know they sample, but why have you not sampled this thing of legal in 5 years? Because then we'll then go to a point where, again, whistleblowers, who then says, by the way, they are working together with their own external auditors. And when you look at this thing, how do we then say this whistleblower is not telling the truth? If you can just come in before we give Honorable Christian's back, that the report. Yeah, no, maybe let me answer first.
On which part specifically, Chair, before I get off the road?
You can answer all of them. You can start with the NQF level 7. I'm joking.
Okay. Okay.
Start with the. Yeah, you are not acting director.
No.
So that position doesn't exist. Okay. What is your role?
You mean acting director for legal?
Yeah.
No, that position does not exist as yet. That's why in the presentation we are making an admission. We are saying we have observed these weaknesses and moving forward, we want to correct.
What is your current
I am
position?
in the School of Law.
Yeah.
Mm.
Is the position in the School of Law?
I'm director of the School of Law. I'm overseeing the academic project there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll give you. So on this, what we've just spoken about,
Yeah.
you've got no comment.
No, I do, Chairperson,
Yes.
like I've already said. You see, the very first one would be that, yes, it is indeed quite regrettable that we find ourselves in a situation where we would have spent so much money on litigation. But I wish for the committee to also be cognizant of the fact that it has not been the university decision to just go out and start fighting with students. The university always finds itself on the back foot. And unfortunately, when you receive court papers, you have two options. And both of them, unfortunately, are costly. If you decide we are not going to do anything, you can be moved with what we call default judgment. And default judgments also comes with cost. It's the nature of litigation, unfortunately. We always find ourselves having to respond. And for me, as far as I'm concerned, how I look at it, even the students that decide to go to court, I cannot necessarily say they are fighting the university. They do that because they are sitting their right, and it's part of the constitutional nationalization of South Africa's democracy. You see it in Chapter 8. So it's a pity. We find ourselves in that situation, but what do you do, Chair?
You do the right thing. I thought you were asking me a question.
I was about to continue that
Oh, yeah.
you afford students to achieve justice. And part of that justice would be, I want a neutral third party to come, listen to my representations, and help me get a determination that helps me achieve justice. Not to say the university is against the students, we are not established for that. Unfortunately, when we do that in the process, we also do it to protect their own qualifications. Unfortunately, because we know we exist in an environment that is highly regulated. If you play with a qualification, you fail to protect it. The very student you are supposed to serve may be the one that stands to lose at the end, because CHE will come back and say you failed to protect your qualification and therefore you lose accreditation, which is something that has been identified as one of the greatest risks that face the university. And I'm sure not only at the University of Limpopo, but everywhere else. These are the dynamics that we continue to grapple with. Not very proud that we stand here and then the 60 million that we apparently have spent on litigation costs.
No, it's not
But
apparently. It's on your presentation, so it's not apparently.
when I say apparently, Chair, I'm simply saying which is easily discernible, not to say that it's an allegation. Yeah, I accept it's there, Chair. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and the other parts, at least here we are politicians. We don't want political answers from that side. So the point is, year one, you spend 11 million. There's no process. Whether you are doing it right or wrong, my questions are going to be there. We'll come to that point. But on this one is a process that you see it on year one. That I'm spending 11 million, and I don't have a process to bring these people legally. You go to year two, you spend 13 million or 10 million. You go to year three, you spend 14 million. So the point we're making here is that in total we've spent about 60 million over 5 years. And in this 60 million, over this period, there was no defendable process that was followed legally. And therefore, it creates an impression that this was siphoning of money from an institution by somebody, because somebody took a decision, or here I defend, no problem. You are defending the degree, no problem, but somebody took a decision. We are saying, who was that person who was taking a decision And, you know, is the only reason provided is to defend the integrity of a qualification of you? Was that the only reason? Because if that, I mean, currently now, like I said when we started, last week, the university lost a case again with costs at the highest scale available. Attorney to client and scale C. And I said, what does it mean? It means the courts are saying to you, you have wasted the court's time. In fact, the only authority in South Africa, the only one authority we have on qualification articulation, or national qualification framework articulation, is South African Qualifications Authority. So when you go to court, if your Senate says, no, we're not conferring here, and you're saying highly legislated environment, I agree, it's highly legislated. But you are not using these legislated bodies to articulate your defense, and that is why the courts are dismissing you. But somebody's taking that decision. It might be Senate might be sitting and saying, this one I remove a degree because of 1, 2, 3, 4. You go to court. If you are correct, you should be able to say, Senior Counsel X, this is the law. This is what South African Qualification Authority Act on National Qualification Framework articulation says. And we're correct. This is what SAQA is saying to us. We have written to SAQA, and they are confirming that we're right. And therefore, we're going to defend. And the legal or the senior counsel gets there and defend from a legal point of view. But you can't go to court and say, no, I'm defending the qualification of an institution. You're going to be defeated week in and week out. Because that's not, in court, you argue law. You say by law, one, and that is why at least the courts would have acknowledged that by law, it's Senate that confers degrees. That is why I've read most of the judgments against you. It's bad that we even want to defend certain things. And therefore, when I look at even answering affidavits, or this is an affidavit on an institution, it does not respond to the main argument being advanced by the applicant. The applicant says, the university registered me. I applied. The university accepted me to be a student in 2023, January. The university in 2024, October, says to me, no, I can't allow you to graduate this master's program because we, as the university, now you start there, this is in an answering affidavit, we in this, now you accept, so in court, this is what the judge will look at. You, I mean, when at least you are a legal person, you will understand. You are admitting that it's your fault. That is number one. Now, when you argue, you must then say, why is my fault prejudicing the applicant? Now, this is where the judges come in. And they say, if you are admitting that it's your fault, why must your fault affect the applicant? Now, when I read your answering affidavits, they are not assisting the university. That is when now, I'm now questioning LFA, LFB, LFC. And the person who takes a decision that this LFA, LFB, LFC must continuously be briefed by the university. Because there is no legal argument for me to make then, I'm now forced to then think the whistleblower is probably correct. Because I can't defend it legally. Why must I give Msazana attorneys this job when Msazana attorneys, in my answering affidavit that is supposed to defend me, literally throws me under the bus? Says, yes, Tebogo is wrong. Tebogo admitted this child when they did not meet the admission requirements. But Tebogo studied. And then when he's supposed to graduate, you then say, no, yeah, Chief, you can't graduate because I admitted you wrong. That on itself, legally, does not make sense, and I'm not a lawyer. Honorable Kabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe a straightforward question. Not all urgent applications must be opposed. I've heard you correctly saying that the VC enjoys the delegation powers, but I'm much more interested on the person who receives the document, goes through the documents, and then decides whether this one requires an opposition or this one we can deal with it internally. I just want that person, because I believe that the VC, given the fact that he might or she might not be having a legal background, would rely on someone with a legal background. As much as you don't have a director of legal services, who then decides or who advises to go to court? Because I've seen that you've got an appetite of spending, you know, in our language, you know, and my problem is that you are fighting our constituents. Last year alone, you have just been fighting students. That is my interpretation of issues, especially based on what the chair said. Can we get clarity? Who is this person? Before the VC can take out an instruction that there is a need for us to source legal services from a particular legal services, even though the chair is worried about LFA. Apparently there is many of them. I'll deal with that when I get to my point. I'm just more interested who receives and who advises the
On me.
I don't know, you'll decide. You'll decide.
No, but I can just repeat it. I think earlier the registrar has touched on it. He said all over the years, the institution has been relying on the official in the Employee Relations Office to engage legal services from those entities outside campus.
No, that is not my question, Chairperson. That is not my question.
Yeah, the question is who advises the VC to take such? Maybe the VC can decide, or the register. Yeah.
You want the name?
Maybe the position first. Don't worry, we'll know the name. Register.
Honorable Chair, the evolution is more like the evolution of how we have been handling the legal issues. And true, they will land, the summons or whatever will land on the VC, in the VC's office. And for the lack of a proper resource, then the next person who is dealing with legal will then be a person who's in HR for let's say labor law issues, employee relations. But unfortunately, who will then ask for advice from there. And then, because it is a student issue, not the labor relations issue, and then they will then find a legal firm at that stage to come and assist with that case. I think the unfortunate thing is that this continued, and as we are all observing it. And so that's why we say this thing is giving us a problem So let's try to resolve it. And we then propose the resolution. That's because we acknowledge that it was a problem.
Okay. Honorable Christian, it's okay. Honorable Christian. Okay, Honorable, are you still on the same matter? Okay.
I'm concluding on this matter. I'm interested, maybe Council Chair, you'll advise that even though there are certain delegated authorities that would be given to an executive, I want to believe that there are certain amounts of money that when a particular responsibility reaches a certain amount of money, then there must be some form of a check and balance. For example, that's why I don't buy the argument of agency. Even if there can be a fire in a residence, that's an emergency. But it doesn't mean the VC can take a credit card and withdraw 10 million and go and pay a service provider to put out the fire. But it's still an emergency. So here we're dealing with the process. We're still going to come with the exorbitant amount and all of that. We're dealing with the process to say, these ad hoc decisions that involve money, is this a petty cash? If it was in the context of a municipality chair, I know you've been in that space, I've never been. They would call them RFQs, to say that amounts that are below a certain thing, you need pens in the office, you need toilet paper, you don't have to sit a meeting to take that decision. But if you're going to spend 13 million rands, and cumulatively amongst 5 years, over 61 million rands, then your explanation can't be to us that it's because it was an emergency. We have to protect public resources, Chair. And I'm raising this not punitively, because I don't think it will serve us to go to the past and want to chase these people. But we need to discuss it now, so that as the new Vice Chancellor charts a new way forward in developing how we are going to run these systems, we're mindful of these things. So I just wanted to check, because I want to believe that when certain decisions reach a particular amount, even yourself as council, you must come in and check how much they are. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you. I think Chair of Council.
Thank you very much for that, because while you are discussing, we are also discussing. In fact, we started last year, because one of our council members is well versed with this thing. She's a judge. So judge who deals with cases was able to make us aware, council members, no, these cases are not being handled in an appropriate way. We then took a decision, which I'm very happy about. We took a decision to say, yes, let's trace, the same way you members of parliament are doing. Let's trace what's happening in this field of cases. And we even went to delegate our council member who brought this matter to be our person who can check with that legal mind. But we have not finished the process yet of doing that. And I can assure members of parliament, we are going to have to trace that, because it's a very important gap in our system. However, we have delegation power, the point you are raising, which says I just can't remember the exact amount. When you give the delegation powers of the VC, that is done through council in a written form, and the council must say yes, the VC cannot spend above this amount. I can't remember the amount, but the VC has got that leeway. Now, if I was in that position, I can always spend per that. Right? I can always do that, but I do it repeatedly. So then you can't come back and say you are spending above that limit, right? I'm not saying this is what was happening, but I'm just saying that I can say clearly that that's the member, as members of council, that is the matter which is still being tackled. That is why management is now suggesting remedy. But even that this remedy is not going to leave us having to follow what we have been advised to follow. Right? Let me leave it at that. We have been advised to follow. We have appointed one of our legal mind at council level to sit down with the person who is supposed to have given some advice as to how the cases must be handled. And so you will get that report definitely. I can't see you getting that, not getting it, because we are debating it. So from your side also, you need to follow that also to say, but we have been told that this will be done. Where is the evidence that it has been done? So that's really where I can take it for now. With the remedy that our new Vice Chancellor, when we discussed with him as the person was coming in, he then said to us, hey, I don't want to mess up. Right? So you are still doing this, you are still doing that, but for me, I'm suggesting that we put a machinery in place going forward whilst we are doing so that's how far really I can take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Chair, you do have Audit and Risk Committee of Council. And is it the one that is going to be headed by the judge? No. Okay, it's a different one.
No, it's a separate council matter.
Okay.
Following up this matter.
Yeah, just press the mic. Just press the mic, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. It is a separate matter which council decided is going to have to follow it up outside the Audit and Risk Council Committee.
Okay, Honorable Maringa.
Thanks, Chair. You know, I think my colleagues have covered me largely in terms of the questions. I did not want to speak until the chair of the council offered the responses that he was keeping up here. You see, the chair of the council is not the new chairperson of yesterday. He's not like the vice chancellor. Now, if it took 5 years to spend such amount of volumes of money, what is the role of the council when things are happening? University councils have got subcommittees. I know you'll have a chair of a subcommittee on human resource and the other. I may not list them one by one, but I'm sure the council should have picked this thing up. And the chairperson of the University Council is the same chair who has been there from the first day or the first year of the monies that are going to this law firm to date. And now he takes a podium today, he gives us an explanation. What do you call that? And he says, no, we just picked it up. He has been there. If he just picked it up yesterday, who is not telling the truth here? And who's hiding with information? And who's being dishonest in as far as this discussion of this law firm, which has been taking money out of the university? You see, if it were for the VC saying, no, I've just picked it up when I arrived, I would then say, yeah, of course, the VC has a point. But he's the chair of the council. He has been a chair of the council, possibly, even from the very first year. I just wanted to throw that remark that I'm worried about the chairperson of the council chipping into this discussion and offering us the kind of explanation that he gave us here today. That is not proper. For me, it's quite very wrong. In fact, we're coming all right with him keeping quiet. I'm sure Chair will have moved to the next question. If the chair of the council did not come in, I'm sure we'll have moved to the next debate. Now, he's unlocking a can of worms of questions that we may not necessarily get answers. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, maybe let's do it this way. Let me play the advocate, the devil's advocate, and say what both the DDG and the CFO said earlier is probably the excuse of the chair, because they are both saying the reporting format did not have the details on where is the legal fees going. So maybe I'm just trying to get excuses for him, that he did not have the benefit of looking at that information, one. Two, audit and risk of council should have picked this thing up. But because they've not picked it up, it will not have been presented to council. And three, the excuse will then be, the third excuse, Chair, I'm trying to get excuses for you to remove you from this, would be that we have cautioned over and over again against council members who are too operational. And therefore, as the chair of council, you would not have known this detail because it was not operational. Be that as it may, Chair, it is your responsibility as the chair to find out, now that it has come to attention, to find out all of these things, because it, you know, in retrospect, should help us be better observers of situations. So you should say, I agree. Probably should have done better on X, Y, and Z. I'll do better moving forward, because indeed 60 million is a lot of money. It could have, I'm sure Honorable Lonzi, when he's coming to ask his question, is going to ask you, how many degrees are you withholding? 60 million could have paid for those degrees that would have given to students. But it went to some legal firms, and we can't defend the process, which is bad. So I wanted to, I know you wanted to have a follow-up this one. I think I want to suppress you guys. You'll have your time. I want to give Honorable Christians a time, because we've spent 45 minutes here, and she's only done 4 minutes, 45 seconds of her time. So maybe let's give to her. You'll have a time of Chair. At least I've tried to defend you. When I ask you my questions and they are tough, don't say I'm attacking you. I've demonstrated that, you know, in good faith. Dr. Christian.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of going back to the litigation issue, I think it's safe to say that a lot of the litigation has obviously been done through poor decisions. I think we can accept that, and moving forward we should do better. Now, just a last question with regard to that, the matter of the master's degree students who were registered and then deregistered just before they actually graduated. Now, you lost that case. What was the costs for that legal case? And then also, what was the consequences to officials at the university? Was anyone held liable, and who actually paid the costs of that case?
Thanks. The registrar is almost everything. I will come in. The first, there are two cases. In fact, as I said when I was presenting, there were 4 cases. One was lost, and then the 3 we have engaged. Both parties are talking in view of the VCC appointment of a reviewer of all these cases, with the hope that we are done with them by March. So the 2 cases They are both at around 700,000 from where they have started. And that's how much it has cost. So it is there in the report that we have sent to the members of the committee. Then the consequences, the faculty, the admission is done in the faculty. And so when there is a question or disagreement about issues of admission, then those who, fortunately it was one person, because it's the same degree, those who made those decisions, when they were taken on, you see you go several stages of consequence management. And at the very first step, then they resigned. The person resigned from the employee of the university. But again, you see, I've answered the question about how much and also what was the consequence management. But irrespective of that, the case was still going on. And this is where we're saying we are now looking at all these cases that are remaining, that are active, to say, when we look at this, a separate mind, what is the take in view of the decision that we have already taken of getting things proper? So there are corrective measures both sides of the coin, and unfortunately this is where we are now, and this is where we are jointly discussing this.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to go on to the next question now, which is still with regards to finances, but specifically your financial management. Now, you cited on your presentation that you had an unqualified audit. But at the same time, later on in the same presentation, you also noted that there was over-expenditure in certain cases. And there was also mention made of missing documentation. I don't know if the missing documentation was to the audit company or to Parliament, but there was a contradiction of over-expenditure and missing documentation. So in 2024-2025, you had an unqualified audit. However, there were flags of over-expenditure in 2023-2024 and failure to provide financial documentation. Now, I think from this we can see that a clean audit does not necessarily equal good governance. So I've just got one very short question with regard to that, and that is, you know, the concerns or the allegations with regard to over-expenditure and the missing documentation. For what exactly was the over-expenditure? What was overspent? Was it with regards to compensation of staff? Was it your infrastructure, goods and services? Was it with regards to your legal? And how was this recorded in your financial documents? Was it investigated? And what was your the measures to rectify that?
Honorable Christians, I'm not sure whether that which you're referring to is in our presentation. Is it in our financial statements? Did you pick it up from our presentation?
Yes, on the finances.
On the finances. I'll then refer it to the CFO to respond to. CFO?
Thanks. There is no over-expenditure. I think on the slide on financial sustainability, what we raised is that personnel costs require close monitoring due to rising workforce expenses, but we haven't had over-expenditure. And I think also on the issue of missing documents, there hasn't been missing documents. If there were any missing documents, we would not be having our audit report, because before the audit is finalized, all supporting documents based on the sample that the auditors would have selected should have been submitted. I think perhaps this is tied to also what the DG was saying in terms of they are not able to pick up the breakdown of the legal fees, but that is because that is not currently contained in the reporting regulations. That is, from what I'm gathering from what the DG says, that they are now investigating on how to improve controls around the legal fees, but there was no missing documents. and there's no over expenditure. We're just highlighting that in terms of the ratio and the sector norm, our personal costs are creeping up such that we need to monitor them closely to make sure that we don't exceed the sector norms.
Okay. Yes, I do think it was with regards to your legal expenditure. Okay, but I accept your explanation there. Then, VC, I think my next question, or maybe to your student support division or your administration division, what proportion of your certificates, your students who have actually completed their studies, what proportion of their certificates are being withheld, if any? I think it's a very short and simple question.
Mr. Registrar, do you have that response? I don't have it on my fingertips right now.
Not necessarily at the moment, but we can find it.
Okay, so you provide that to us at a later
provide
stage.
that, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I think something that concerns me, there's actually two things that concern me. The one is the student well-being with regard to their mental health. I think the presentation cited that there were suicide risks on the campus. So, you know, I think our student welfare on campus is always an issue, whether it be gender-based violence or, you know, just general safety risks that our student has. But I mean, in this case, at this campus, there are suicide risks at your campus. So I just want to know, what is your staffing ratio with regard to your psych services and your students? And do you think they are sufficient? And then when a student does indicate that they have a problem with regard to their mental health, what is the processing time from the time that they've gone to the psych services to the time that they've actually received assistance?
Thanks. Our support center that is dedicated to the services also has extension of service through what we call peer counselors. So there is a very big program of peer counselors. And these peer counselors will be operating in classes, in the residences, and they've been trained how to interact and also observe the risks associated with those psychological matters. So they pick them up if they are picked in that way through the peer counselors, and immediately they are referred to the center. Others are picked up from when they engage with the staff, like my office, where depending on the issue that the student is raising, then you can feel like, hey, this one, I think it's too heavy for the student, and then we make a referral. And when we make a referral, it doesn't take a week before they acknowledge your referral, to say we have received this person, and they will follow. They will say sometimes we are engaging with the students, who will come up back with you with a report, because they always report back to the person who referred. And some are picked up in the faculties by the academic staff, who are also some of those who are working closely assisting the center. So in terms of that, there are a variety of ways in which we are dealing with that. But I will give you the student staff ratio. You see what I've said, that it is the official staff members, but they have extended their reach through peer counselors and also through their engagements with the academic staff. And also around that, so far the incidences that we have picked up of suicide, not picked up, but that we have recorded, because in most cases they will leave a document to say this is what is happening. That's why we had in our presentation that most of them were related to family issues at home. Yeah. So when the center is doing the evaluation, they are also having the capacity to determine whether this is an academic nature or is the nature that is arising at home. So we have those kinds of reports, and which is really unfortunate. But we have ramped up the support. I think if you look at our trees, you're likely to find one with a piece of cloth. That's part of that campaign.
No, well done on that. I think the university management, I must say, has done well on that. And, you know, it's important to keep up your efforts because I think student well-being, you know, not only in schools but at varsity is so important because our learners definitely need that. They're facing a host of problems, not only at home but in society and, you know, at varsity, finances, food challenges and so on. So I think as an institution, it's an important project to be running throughout the year. Lastly, I just want to know about your infrastructure with regards to your water. I know you cited water issues not so long ago. I just want to know, has that issue been resolved? And with regard to their challenges, when you did have them, how much academic time was actually lost during that stage?
Okay, there are two basically questions within that. I will answer the one because it was during the exam. So I think it was Thursday, and then we said we are pausing, we are resuming on Monday so that we could arrange how to deal with the situation. We managed to get the appropriate equipment. So we lost just 2 days, and we extended them the other side of the exam. So the other part, maybe Hatuke can assist.
Thanks, Chair. On the issue of water, Honourable Member, what we did, we approached Lebel and Northern Water, who is the water authority of Polokwane, and together with Polokwane local municipality, we formed a committee that deals with the maintenance. If there's any maintenance that needs to be carried out from Lebel's side, they communicate with us upfront and check with our program if it can be disturbed or not. If there's a maintenance that is of an agency, they inform us upfront, then we come up with contingency methods. Polokwane local municipality will provide water tanks, and even from our side, we'll make sure that our water storage tanks are filled up before the shutdown from municipality. So there's a communication between the three entities, being UL, Lebele Northern Water, and Polokwane local municipality. There's that engagement at that level.
Just a quick follow-up. You do have boreholes and you do have water tanks available on campus?
We do have water tanks. Our boreholes, we had 7 boreholes previously, but they've all run dry, so there's no water underground anymore. But the water tank storage we do have on site. Thanks.
You see now, Honorable Lonzi spoke about agent applications. Now he says he has an agent matter. I don't know.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe through you, Chair. When you were outside, the council chair had a strong appetite of starting two caucuses which his members were responding. So I just want through you to caution that the council chair to suppress that appetite, because Honorable Christians was listening to a response from the registrar. The council chair was having a serious caucus there. I do not know whether he wanted to interject the registrar or not, but it was very disruptive. So just to caution him through you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the chair's got a big voice. So even when he tries to whisper, it's, you see, Chair, I could defend it to the whole crowd. Go back.
Thanks, Chair. I'm partially covered on most of the items that I wanted to get some clarity from. But maybe one chair must commend the university on the commitment to respect the constitutional mandate to Parliament to hold its institutions accountable, because it was a bit disturbing when we found out that they were resisting to furnish us with the documents or the information that we needed due to a letter that was written. So we must commend the cooperation. Maybe 2 or 3 things before the legal matters, I'm happy with how it has been handled. But maybe one, I just need to find out why are NSFAS funded kids made to pay registration? Why are they made to pay for registration?
NSFAS funded students do not pay registration. Normally, before registration, whether it's a retaining or first entering, we get the list of approved students from the NSFAS database, and then we pre-clear them. So no NSFAS funded students, even the first entering, we've already cleared the ones that have been on our admission list that have applied to UL. So we are not requiring them to pay upfront registration.
Yeah, maybe what Honorable, I wanted that gentleman to come and explain. Steve, yeah, come and explain to the CFO what happened, why we're asking this question. If you can just come to the mic. I know you might say you've got a soft-assured voice, but we're recording. So we want it, okay. Or you have a problem. Why don't you want to sit here? Maybe there's, oh, okay. I press the mic then. We can hear you, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Maybe just to clarify, to add on what the CFO is saying. The two students that they found when they were doing the walkabout, I think they were wrongly informed to queue for payment. But what I can say now, those two students were then directed to the relevant office for clearance purposes. And as I speak, they've got student cards, both of them, they are registered. So the idea was misinformation. I think maybe they had asked some people to get some direction and they were given wrong information regarding the clearance. But what the CFO is saying, I can confirm that no first-year student who has NSFAS funding is expected to pay registration fees. Thank you.
Yeah, no. So what, I'll give you register. So what happened there, I think Steve is also giving us a political answer. So what happened there is that the student on the portal of the University of Limpopo, firstly, received an email from NSFAS that they are eligible for bursary. The student opened the portal of UL and it says we have offered you a position or a space at this institution for this program. And then beneath that, it said registration blocked, reason registration fee required. So that is why the student would have went. In fact, one of them, a very young girl who was with her father there, did not speak to anybody, but because the instruction on the portal of the university insisted that you can't register, registration is blocked. And she did confirm that she tried to register, but she can't. So the registration is blocked because the registration fee is required. Now, we then spoke to some lady there who then confirmed that these are the students who got offers from yesterday. And the reason why, so that is an automatic thing that it does when it offers new student positions until they get verification from a funded list of NSFAS. Then they unblock them. In fact, about 400 of them who had received emails of offers yesterday, at the time when we left there just before 12, were already unblocked. So she was one of those that the system was still picking up. So I think that is an accurate response that is not political. It's very administrative that the question comes from. So then we then suggested that because you've got this thing of first come, first serve, students will want to come quicker to an institution to register. So what you must then do is that immediately when you offer a position, maybe let's have an accompanying email that indicates that even though the system might say you are blocked for registration purposes because of registration fees, please proceed to a certain table to be unblocked before you register, not necessarily at finance. Because when I spoke to that father, I mean, he had went to borrow money so that she can register. Now, how many, without this information, we're not there today when we're there, how many people are going to go to Bomashonisa, borrow money for their children to be registered? So the advice we then gave was that issue another email. Just say, yes, this thing, you have been offered a position. If you are funded by NSFAS, please don't go to finance, go to this office where you'll be unblocked. Because we must not assume that these first year students even understand that you do have service points that can help you. So we must assume that they don't know. Then we must make it as easy as possible. So that is what I think the question came from, so that we have the benefit of explaining this process. Register.
Thanks, Chair. What we normally do with students, we get almost over 200,000 applications. Our first letter that we write to them explains how the whole system works. Initially, there was a stage when we were going to respond with accepted or not, whatever. And we thought at that stage, because acceptance ignites excitement, and people then start moving without understanding. And then we thought, let's intervene. Let's write them a letter. This is how the system works. So when you receive a letter that says accepted, these are the things that you must follow. If you are NSFAS, this is what you need to follow. Then we're going to issue, in addition to what the portal is saying, we issue acceptance letter that details how you're supposed to register. And unfortunately, once they see that thing, then is the panic. But we doing that, and sometimes this, you see how quiet the campus is, but the registration is taking place. And those who panic and come in, unfortunately, then they get some advice in addition to whatever they are going. And that advice is always, and I always fight, if it was my wish as the registrar, I will never get any person who is trying to explain physically. You see? Because those who are registering at home, it doesn't take 5 minutes. But if you read what you're supposed to do and so on. And I think what also came through these two examples is saying, I think when we give acceptance letters, because the system automatically uploads that status, and then the other message goes to our student revenue to clear them. And if they capture, you see they capture that thing quickly, and then they are no longer seeing what the revenue is doing. And then that's where they fall into trap. But I think it's a good thing. We're going to have to add our communication, because we should not ever get tired of communicating this thing. Yeah.
I think that one is covered. Maybe one chair must recognize the importance of noticing the difference between on-camp residents and off-camp. Now I want to direct this question to NSFAS. I'm not going to attack NSFAS, but I'm going to caution their oversight. NSFAS, we can't continue crying over the criteria that is used to identify residents that are off camp, that are not legible, that are not supposed to be residents of the norms and standards. It then says there is something that you are not doing right. I would want to say this in a language that I best understand. Fortunately, I'm speaking to people that can speak my language. Anikwazi ukunqutywa lilitye elinye oko endaweni eyi-one. When you're traveling outside, there is a stone, it keeps tripping you while you know it is there. Sort the issue of residence accreditation. Stop it, because it gives us a headache. We can't have residents of the nature that was presented by the SRC vis-a-vis the residents that are on camp. I think that was just a comment that you need to look into, because it needs to be fixed. It's across the country. We can't face the same challenge. Whoever is doing accreditation must do it perfectly or move out and be given to someone who will do it correctly. On the issue of residents that are refurbished and maintained, SRC President, how is it affecting our students? And how is it dealt with the registry? The issue of many of our residents that are being maintained, refurbished, how is it affecting our students, and how is it accommodated? Where are they accommodated? Is it on camp or off camp, and how safe it is?
Thanks for the question. Normally, what we do, like I'll talk about the likes of Che Guevara. Che Guevara was taken out of commission for it to be refurbished. So at the beginning, like this year, we know, last year we already knew that for the better part of 2024, 5, and 6, Che Guevara will be out of commission. So we take it out, and it means now the number of beds that are available on campus are reduced for the time being. So to make sure that we bring those residences up to code. It then means that some of the students that would possibly be staying on campus would have to find accommodation off campus. That's the disadvantage of it. But unfortunately, we don't have a window where we can actually maintain these reses, because most of our buildings are quite old. So let me speak about Che Guevara. The refurbishment there is quite major in terms of the plumbing. I think the plumbing is quite old. So it's almost redoing the plumbing for the whole building. So it's not something that can be rushed. So it has to be, that it takes time. So it does impact our students in the sense that students that were previously staying on campus will end up having to look for accommodation off campus. But we do notify it in time. And also during recess, we try and schedule most of the refurbishment during recess. It's just that at times contractors being contractors, they don't finish the work in time, and there might be a bit of inconvenience for students. But thankfully for us, our residence management team is quite diligent about it and make sure that if there's work done in recess, we try and minimize the impact on students. And if there's any impact, both the residence management team and also the SRC will then raise those issues so that they're dealt with in a manner that students are not unnecessarily, what is the word? Yeah.
Register, how many vacancies did we declare as UL for first year students? How many spaces did we declare that we have this current year? 5,000. How many have you taken in?
Thanks. I'm not sure, Peter, whether the system is open there. Okay, then we can give exact as of now where we are on the first incoming.
Yeah, maybe you can say the answer that you said. You said you wanted, your plan was to build. You gave a number. Admit.
Admit 5,100.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now the second question is, what is the live number now?
Chair, thank you. The number that we have at the moment is 2,208 registered so far of that 5,1. Thank you.
When you send an offer to a student on the portal, how long does it give the student to be able to register? differently, so some are self-funding, some are bursaries, and some are NSFAS. How long is it given before it expires and be given to another?
Thanks. The first set of admission acceptance letters, they have expiry date, which is during the registration. Like the letters we have issued this year, which we did on Friday, that's when they started registering, on Friday. So we issued them Thursday, Friday, and then they expire today, midnight. Now, that is for legal reasons. We are not saying this student will no longer register here, but we are saying as of tomorrow, we are processing the waiting list. So if you come and the space is full, and you are coming tomorrow that way, and the space is full, you cannot claim you have the right to that because it has expired. Because we need to process students. So we are getting into phase 2 of our registration as from tomorrow.
Looking at the high volume of numbers that applied and the response that has already registered, which faculty is already full as we speak in terms of numbers, and which one is the less accommodating already, which has lesser numbers that might open late applications due to the response of the numbers that you needed in those faculties?
Thanks, Peter, you'll come in. The first thing is that already, I mean, humanities already we are getting to 50%. I think we might have already crossed 50%. And always, annually, your science is the slow filler because of the maths and science. And in terms of the programs also, Bachelor of Accountants. Those are qualifications that require maths. But what we are doing tomorrow, the other major diversion will be those who will have asked for medicine, for example. And once we are filling that side, because almost all of them have a maths and good scores and so on, some of them are diverted. Then they open the third choice. The third choice is you are moving from what you had applied as first choice and second choice. Now, in terms of availability of space, we make the third space available. And that's when we start. So tomorrow to Friday, we are now doing all those things. And that's when you also pick up the numbers, they will be full. So now, none is full, but the programs are filling up and everything is under control. So far, it is how it is run. Remember, we've started Friday. So in terms of the working days, it's Friday, Monday. Today is the third day. But already we are hitting almost 50% of the registration.
We have heard that there are sitters that pay or delay payments. Can we get those sitters, the names of the sitters that delay payments? Because that tempers and it interferes with access to education that we want not to be tampered with. We had, I think it was an SRC or a presentation that some sitters delay with student payments. Can we get the names of those sitters, please? And also, there was something that was presented by the SRC, the issue of GBV or not acceptance on the LGBTIQ+. I would want to understand where does it come from? Is it other students, is it the staff, or is it the system that still deprives or attacks LGBTI to make the environment not conducive? Can we get an understanding where are these perpetrators? Is it staff, is it other students, or is it the system itself?
No, thanks very much, Honorable Member. In terms of the LGBTQI community, the issues that we are facing are normally from student to student, but I want to believe that even in the upper schema things, in the broader sense of things, there are still those that we cannot see from the level of maybe employees of the university, that maybe students are scared to report to the SRC, but the ones that we are aware of that are being reported to SRC are from student to student.
From the institution side, are there any awareness or talks that leaves room for student to get awareness on how to treat the issue? Because we would believe by now we should have moved or past the stage where any child or any student be discriminated on how he chooses or she or they their lives, because it's something that we should have passed as the country. Do we have or do we have offer any awarenesses to address the issue?
Thanks. Definitely, yes. The first response was to have the gender desk, which is doing a wonderful job. I think in our presentation, though we might have passed quickly there, we have indicated the campaigns that are organized through that office and some matches that are taking place and the awareness campaigns that go with that. But I think it's something that is going to need repetitive campaigns. It's a change of culture, which requires continuous exposure to the rest of the community.
The last one, I think Honorable Christian touched on this matter, but I would want to emphasize on the issue of finishing us with the information of withheld certificates or degrees. We would want to look at the number so that, because I'm looking at the issue of the legal fees, the money that was used vis-a-vis maybe the certificates that would have been offered. Some students don't even have funding. The money that was used, it can limit and it can ease the burden that is carried by these students that are owing the institution, where they fall into a trap of not being given their own certificates. Just a last question. I think I'm a bit confused on the issue of residence. There is a number that you have given us on the presentation that says for the first year students, we have 1,818 available or accommodated number, which is 36%. What happens to the rest of the percent on the side? Where are they placed? And counting the issue of percentage, how many private residents do you have in UL? And how much capacity can they carry? We want to look at the issue of building inside and the ones that are outside, and also address the question of expecting 5.1 students for this year, but you have an accommodation of 1.8. Where are others going to be accommodated by the plans of the university and the institution? This is going to address the issue of security and access to resources in the campus.
I think the current capacity of beds on campus is around 7,000, but because some beds have been taken out of commission because of the refurbishments, the number is now sitting at 5,000 something, almost 6,000. We received a list from NSFAS when we asked for accredited accommodation in Mankweng, and the number of beds they gave us is the 2685, but also given the information and shared by the SRC, I'm not sure that that number is quite feasible. But our capacity normally, we are able to accommodate 7,000 on campus, and most of our students, some of them decide to stay at home, a small number, and the bulk of them stay in off-campus accommodations. Now, the off-campus accommodation, obviously, there will be the normal ones that run of the mill and the ones that are accredited by NSFAS. So, but, and hence we're building the 4,500 beds because we've realized that we need to be able to accommodate more students on campus. So we do have a large contingency of our students that are actually staying off campus. So that is what normally happens.
Maybe in addition, as we say that the off-campus residences is something that we are not going to be able to do away with completely. There is also the good part of it. I think let's not also just mention the worst part. The good part is that off-campus residences is a driver of economy also. those people who are investing, and that's why we feel like Mangweng is growing into something that we are all appreciating. Because now you are seeing investors coming in and changing the face of campus accommodation. In terms of our long-term plan, is that as the university grow, at some stage, at least if we can reach 60%, 40% split, we will have done a lot. And that 40% also will attract the best kind of investment of campus, and collectively, then the whole community is also benefiting in terms of work, in terms of services there, and so on. So it's a matter of, I think, NSFAS, which is inspiring that kind of growth anyway. In the long term, I think we'll see the fruits of that kind of approach. And also we thank the government for also assisting in that regard.
Chair, there was a building, I think it was a building and a library that was built by contribution of two funds, DBSA and fundraising by the council. How far are we with those two buildings? Are they done? Are they operating? And how much did DBSA contribute in that building of that building and the library? I just want to check how far are we with in terms of construction. Is it working? Is it done? And how much these two parties contributed into building these two buildings?
We don't have any buildings that were funded by DBSA. I think the initial plan was for the 4,500 beds to be funded through DBSA, but obviously there was change, and that is the numbers that I talked about. And I think in also our reports to DHET, the 4,500 beds was partially funded by the department and UL. At Science building that we are in, it's fully funded by the department, and the extension of the library was also fully funded by the Department of Higher Education. There's no building on campus that we've done recently that has been funded by DBSA.
I think, Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you very much for saving us the 33 seconds. Dr. Maringa.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a lot of questions, don't worry. They've covered me largely. I have an interest in the university statute. If you check on the 2010 document, 2017 document, the two documents have created a vacuum in terms of what happens in the echelons of power in the university, particularly on the part of the term of the office of the VC, and also term of office of elected members of the council. If you look at it, remember it is the same council that sits and decides and do what we call policy development and take policy decisions and resolutions. I'm worried, Chair, because it will seem as though in the University of Limpopo, how we do our statutes, it's as if we're doing a javelin. We throw it there and we get it from the other side. You create the laws and the rules that allows yourself to be a permanent member of the council. And you can safely and confidently and boldly say, but in terms of this document, I still get the right to stand. That is why you find the university running around sourcing legal opinions, trying to get an interpretation of a specific section in the college, in the university statute. I'm not sure how to structure my question, but Chair, what I'm trying to raise here is that how is council continuously finding itself resolving on such a university statute that has got an open-ended door in terms of term of office, both for the VC and for the leadership of the college council? That's the first question I'm saying. Thank you.
Council or register? Who's coming?
Okay.
Thank you very much, President, and the question is highly appreciated. I think this is how we can respond to it. At least as far as the current council membership is concerned, I would plead with the portfolio committee to at least excuse them, at least majority of them, because when this statute was actually passed, the majority of them were not there. They found it in place. That is one. Two, I would say that the statute of the University of Limpopo is not necessarily unique. I'm saying comparatively, if you go and look at that of UCT, especially when it comes to this question of term of office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal, you'll realize that actually that of the University of Limpopo is even much better. Because the other side is way open-ended. They just say that is determined by council and that incumbent and that's it. Be that as it may, I would say Council of the University of Limpopo is open to input. If there are inputs that we believe that can help us strengthen the statute as it is now, those inputs are welcome, register, and they would be duly processed. And of course, in that process, we would have to still be mindful of the fact that the responsibility still lie in council, and that is in terms of Higher Education Act 101. I'll leave it at that, Chair. The inputs are welcome. Let's develop it together.
Thanks, Chair. We are going to contribute, don't worry. In fact, Chair, just so you know, I'm a product of this university. So some of the views I'm expressing, you must know that they are quite well informed because I've been here as well. And we're going to contribute. We'll assist this university to grow and be what it is and be more formidable moving forward. The question I want to ask now, I think this one the administrator will have to take care of it. Our dropout input, both financial and academic, where's for the academic dropouts? Have we done a thorough diagnosis to establish the root cause of this poor performance by the students who are coming in? If so, what have we discovered and how are we, what is the mitigating factor so that in the future we don't have a lot of students coming in, yet we don't have a proper output? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa. Our preliminary assessment is that our pass rate is hovering at around over 80%, which compares very well with what obtains in other universities, public universities across the country. Our throughput rate, as we have presented, I think is hovering just over 60%. If you do the cohort tracking, it's around 64% or thereabout. But that does not mean we should rest on our laurels. Certainly we should be able to improve the initiatives that are meant to support academic success of our students. The sections that Professor Marshall earlier on spoke about, our counseling services, our Center for Academic Excellence, our gender desk, our disability unit, all of those sections, and also the faculties themselves, all of those sections must be able to provide holistic support to our students in order to improve teaching outcomes. We have the firm view that, in fact, I had a preliminary discussions with some of members of management. We need to find a way of consolidating all of these support services in such a way that they impact positively on the teaching outcomes of the university, on matters of throughput. In that way, we'll be lessening dropout rate and so on. In respect of dropout rate arising as a result of financial exclusions or financial, exclusions, I'll call it, I think it's very low. Preliminary indications that it's very low. In fact, the SRC would agree with me. We are one of the universities that has been insisting that we cannot deny students an opportunity to acquire a degree. We have been very lax in our systems. You can go to all other universities. We have been very lax in our systems. We admit them, we readmit them, even if they don't have money to pay. Some of them we have cleared them yesterday, last night. They did not have money to pay. But we look at their academic performance, we look at where they are, and we readmitted them into the university. So on that basis, and that has been the historic mission of this university, as you would call, during your days here. So we are moving in that direction, and I don't think it's as bad as it obtains in other universities, although I do not have the tangible figures to support that. Thank you. Professor.
And to add, Honorable Member, if you look at our presentation where we are presenting the staff, we showed you the increasing number of PhD holders, but we have also said, and we indicated the numbers of training our students through the postgraduate diploma in higher education to really improve their teaching. And the uptake is wonderful, and people are appreciating that. And there are also carrots that are dangled. We have the VC's Excellence Awards recognizing good teaching and also in research and community engagement. And that is something that we are really, that's why in the sector, in terms of the output, we are amongst the top. I would say amongst the top 5. And that's because of the work we do.
Chair, I still have 2 minutes, I guess. The enrollment size or number in this university is a sizable amount of number, which is quite very good. But then the accommodation side of it cannot take even 50% of that. The question I have for the university is, do we have a victim empowerment center for all the students who are accommodated outside the university, who are falling victims to all these criminals that exist outside the university? And if we've got a victim empowerment center, is it well equipped? Is it helping? What is the turnout to get value? Or what do we have in place to take care of all these students who are falling victim to crime outside the campus? Thank you.
Chair, our resident managers always have rooms reserved for those kinds of unfortunate cases. And almost all the cases where students encountered ugly things outside, in most cases they were removed on campus. And on campus with the support also from D Block. I'm using the language now. The Center for Student Counseling. And so there is a very serious support mechanism on the ground.
What is the university's staff complement? And particularly at your level of management in the main academic staff complement, to be precise. And out of that academic staff complement, how many are international in terms of percentage? I'm raising this question deliberately in light of the current challenges we're facing in this country, in terms of societal complaints and challenges that we face every day. If you could just take us through, you may not necessarily be very exact, 10%, 15%, but give us an idea in terms of your staff complement. Thank you.
Maybe I see they are looking at each other. Are you not looking at the gentleman coming down?
Yeah.
Not this one.
But Mr. Muloto is the HR executive.
Okay.
He can respond to that question.
Whilst you are walking down, the staff complement of the university in Tatemuloto. And what is then the cohort of our brothers and sisters from the diaspora? Even though you might not give the accurate numbers, but plus minus in terms of percentage. And if you can press the mic so that we are on record.
Thank you very much. The staff complement of the university, we have permanent staff members, more or less 1,400. And obviously we have externally funded staff members. All in all, we're talking in the region of 2,400. These are estimates, but give and take. And with regard to external foreign nationals, we have in total, I think in the region of 50, 60 in real numbers. And that translates to, percentage-wise, I think those, can quickly, it can't be 50. Yeah, it's less than, less than 1%.
All right, thanks. I think initially I forgot to compliment the university for the infrastructure development that we have observed when we were doing the walkabout. This, for some of us, has always been a dream before we left. I was even joking with Mr. Bongo, and I said, you see now our ideas are being realized years later. And so I want to compliment you for that component. I deliberately, I know Slalu's out, I deliberately avoided the word foreign. I said international. So I know lately we're still nursing a lot of emotions in terms of our choice of words. So the international, I was referring to what we are calling a foreign. So for me, it's international, and thank you very much. I think my colleagues have covered me on a number of questions which I've written already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next colleague to ask questions, make inputs or contribution is, how to read this name? How to read this? Honorable Lehware, please take the podium. Rahwale, forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was patiently waiting for you, especially on the pronouncement of the name, the surname. Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I think colleagues have covered me on a number of issues, including the colleague sitting next to me. VC and the chair, we partly discussed this thing informally, that which I want to bring to the meeting now, the issue of the curriculum. And I like it, VC, when you were presenting on the issue of Limpopo becoming a mining province, you were looking at me, and I don't know why. But now I think let's bring the matter now. We have 2 universities in Limpopo, and we say we've got, probably every district in the province do have a mine. Now every district do have a mine in Limpopo. That which for me present an opportunity for you. When there are graduations, we ululate, we look at parents celebrating happy. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, but celebrating public administration degrees. When already we've got magnitudes and magnitudes of graduates that are sitting at home having graduated the very same degree, which probably, let's say, is happening here and is happening at the University of Venda, year in, year out, while we are sitting on an opportunity. Now, when you say you want to look at that opportunity, already for me, you are already one step in the right direction, because already you are in the geology. So for me, from a layman's point of view, the two probably are not that much distance, geology and mining, which says to me, you can do it. Now, I want to hear from you. We were at University of Venda yesterday, and they are planning to start on the civil engineering, and they were specific to say, come 2028, they're taking the first cohort, which means we are now on the right direction, because I'll give an example now. We were hard hit by disaster, especially in Vembe and Mopani. Roads, bridges, well, you name. Now, we are looking for engineers. And as at Limpopo, we have got road agency Limpopo, which is not in each and every province, which means we are looking for engineers. And the question becomes, where are we going to get them? So at least if you can share with us, in terms of your planning, I can hear you've got a plan to say we want to tap also. Remember, the president was here, I think in 2023 or 24, DDM, District Development Model Mbizo in Skukune. And the people of Skukune wanted to know, we are here, we are surrounded by mines. But all the time, we are saying mines must hire our children. They say they don't qualify. And they say, please, if we can have a mining academy, for me, that should present an opportunity to as a university. To say, when we are still thinking of mining academy, perhaps you can even block that idea. By the time the academy comes, you are already covering that curriculum. So I want to know, in terms of your plans, well, you mentioned in your presentation, well, the idea in terms of when do you think you can start, because time is not on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rahwale. Well, in my presentation, I did indicate that as a university, we have identified geology and mining as an area that we need to venture into more seriously. This building that we are in came as a result of that commitment. It's Earth Sciences building. So this very building that we are in came as a result of that commitment. We have appointed quite a number of people on our structure to help us develop programs in mining engineering and also to strengthen our current geology program, because the nucleus of mining engineering will be geology. So we have been having geology for some time, almost 10 years now. Yeah. So now that geology must now mutate into mining engineering, because it will give us a very strong base for us to venture into mining engineering. And that will be responsive to some of the socio-economic needs of our people in the province, given the reality that mining is one of the key pillars of the economy of this province, together with tourism and agriculture. So we're very careful about that, and we are, I think, if I'm not mistaken, by next year we should be submitting those programs to the relevant regulatory agencies, which is the CHE for accreditation and SAQA and so on. And if everything goes according to plan, around 2028, 2029, we should be offering those kind of programs. We're not going to wait for the academy, but secondly also we are going to be engaging very aggressively with the mining companies in the province to try and ensure that whatever we produce from the university, those students will be able to find experiential learning and work-integrated learning in those mining companies, the ones in Mokopane and Skukune and other areas, other districts, that, as we have mentioned. So to summarize, we are very strong on mining engineering. We have not discussed the possibility of civil engineering or mechanical engineering and so on. Our approach as a university has always been that we should grow steadily, build strength, capacity, capability on which to launch some of these strong initiatives that we're intending to launch. Well, University of Venda, yes, maybe they've got the capacity to mount those programs, but we have not been. We have focused on health sciences, strong health sciences. We are now moving into mining. We are also focusing on humanities, especially teacher education and other programs that are responsive to the needs of our people. Thank you.
And maybe just to add that already we have acquired the services of the specialist in mining who was at VETS, who is working with us to ensure that those programs are passed through the systems.
Thank you. The Mangweng becoming a city. This university is 65 years old? Approaching 70. 67, approaching 70. Okay. I'm going to give you, should I say, a benefit of that on the basis that you are a new broom. So this can be your flagship project. Now, if it's in the plans of the university, obviously there are a number of stakeholders that you're gonna need to partner with in coming up with this. It's a very good idea. But I'm looking, if you look at this area already, I'm trying to check the availability of land. But on top of that, we have SPLUMA, spatial planning, and you know, since it's adoption, it has always been a bone of contention between Mahoshi and the municipalities, because Mahoshi feels municipalities want to take their powers in terms of land distributions and others. And now I'm not sure who are you, because if I were you, I'll bring both. Municipality must be on board, and both Mahoshi also should be part of your stakeholders in terms of planning this. But at least if you were to share with us in terms of how are you planning to do it, because it's a good thing, and there are a number of jobs that can be created. But also there's gonna be a lot of resistance, I'm sure, because there are certain areas that should just be demolished, and there are a number of negotiations that will have to take place, because some of the buildings here, I'm sure, if you have to talk about SPLUMA Street, spatial planning and land use management, if you are to follow that in terms of, because there are a lot of issues. Now, I'll then couple this issue with the issue of water availability. Polokwane, remember, Polokwane municipality is a city, but it does not have a water source. It's depending on a pipeline from Fleck Bushiel, which is in another district in Sekhukhune, and another pipeline is passing here from Ebenezer Dam. Now, the day Zanin wakes up and say, now, this water is not enough for people, and therefore Polokwane see how to survive. The same as in Sekhukhune, because you know, we keep on having those challenges of commitments, but we can't continue to have a pipeline that is passing here and we do not benefit out of these pipelines. Now, for me, you might need to start to plan around that. So I was looking at that development and the issue of water shortage and sometimes water cut. Remember, it's not in the villages here. In the villages, when there's no water, in terms of bathroom, we can still survive, if you know what I mean. But now we are here, we are in the campus, there's a week, there's no water. Zanin decided to so for me, I want to know what are your plans, because surely you need to have a 10-year plan as you develop the university, but you must also have probably, I'm just giving an example of a 10-year plan, in terms of how are we going to survive. Suppose there are those issues between Polokwane, Zanin municipality, Polokwane and Makudi Tamaga municipality. So how do we survive in terms of continuous growth? With electricity, I know, it's easy. Remember, with electricity, there's always an alternative, how you do. But with water, unfortunately, there's no alternative for water. You have to create your own source. So I'm just trying to check as to how are you planning to survive or to proceed with those plans that we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rakwali. Well, the starting point is not for us to build a city. It will be wrong for us to build a city. That's not our mandate. Our mandate is offering of public education function in our country. But the kind of initiatives that we are implementing, as contemplated in our master plan, will lead to that outcome. Will eventually lead to that outcome. But that outcome is not something that we plan and work towards deliberately and purposefully. We are working on our master plan that has all manner of things that we need to develop, including our PPP arrangements, mobilizing public-private partnerships to ensure that sections of our land is developed. Mixed development in certain areas of our land, especially the land that runs through R71, next to R71. So that's what we'll do. And engagement with community traditional leadership around the area, this community, this university is very critical. And so it would be engagement with communities and the local government, municipalities, and so on. And including, by the way, the churches that are very close to us. The two churches that are very close to us. We would like to engage them with regard to that. We understand that there will be major constraints. If you were to use that, the major constraints, water will be a constraint, energy might be a constraint, and so on and so forth. And those capabilities should be built upon as we expand. Currently, we have a 3-year master plan, 4-year master plan, 5-year master plan. And that master plan will be discussed with the department. Some portions of the master plan will be funded by the department. Some portions of the master plan will have to be funded through private resources. That will need to be mobilized for us to achieve what we want to achieve. But I don't want to live with the notion that we are here for the city. We are here to provide quality public higher education to our people. And the city itself would be as a result of the kind of developments that we'll be pursuing as part of that overriding purpose. Vic wants to say something?
Thank you, VC. Thank you, Chair. It is true what the VC is saying, that our mandate is not to develop the city, but there's evidence from all over the world that every university has spin-off effects of developing cities around it. It's inevitable. I think the key would be, if I may mention 2 things quickly. Yeah. VC, over the past 12 months, the university has formally been communicating with the provincial government of Limpopo, and I talk at Premier to Vice Chancellor level, to agree that it's not acceptable that the province can develop, and we are talking mainly economically, plans that are not aligned or addressed by the University of Limpopo and its PQM. So, and the new VC has been already part of that during his own handover period, which I'm hopeful that identifying priority areas for the development plan of Limpopo would be having some kind of implications for the university and its responsiveness, including short learning programs, micro-credentials that are directly outcomes-based with regard to delivering solutions in the short term, because that's where the future of higher education is headed. Micro-credentials that can morph into qualifications. But the idea is be focused, be outcomes-based. The second thing is about the relationship with the traditional authorities. At least there I have some personal engagement, because when you do marketing, stakeholder relations becomes part of your responsibility, whether you like it or not. And the university has a history of Dimamo being the Khale Motapo, the Khale Mamabolo Motapo, Mutiba, and yeah. And we have really taken that to heart. That was a health care initiative, but it has developed into a kind of economic forum. We actually, as we speak, have a Dimamo community forum, which started as activists who were coming to us and saying, we don't see opportunities from the university. And we asked them, if you say you are Dimamo, then go to the traditional leaders so they can tell us they recognize you as part of a development forum. And they did. And we cross-checked with the traditional leaders, and they said, yes, we recognize them as one of us. So as we speak, we have an major agriculture investor who is an exporter of beef, who is looking for land to develop in Limpopo because he can't meet his export quotas. And he will be coming to address all traditional leaders in the immediate vicinity of Limpopo, University of Limpopo, to see if there's no land available that he can use to develop feedlots, to help the community with animal husbandry, so that our agriculture, School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, can then lend services to that. So it's not a haphazard association, it's very intentional. Here and there we have had our agriculture school going into Hamutapo, for example, to help with improvement of the yield, agricultural yield of subsistence farmers. So it's not random. It's quite very intentional. So you will find that those 2 areas at least. I don't want to talk about the water question because there's somebody else who can talk about that, but not now.
Maybe if I can just throw in something. I did say, I think, in the previous presentation that Mamgoing is becoming a city. It's not even our choice. The thing is, it is happening. In 2015, Mankweng will be a city. The question is, in 2050, Mankweng will be a city. It's not even about deciding, or it is happening on its own. So the question is, do you want to inspire what city it becomes?
Yeah.
So that's the only question. Whether it is going to be, you don't have a choice, it's happening. You see. And somebody is dreaming of having a village in the sky. You see, somebody is planning a village in another planet already and is working towards that dream. In the Asia, people said there is no room for airport, and because we are surrounded by water, and then we have it in the water. You see, there is time when collectively we have to dream big, very big, and Mankweng is that opportunity. It's that opportunity. We have to do it. Chair said we are a knowledge-based institution, and we will inspire. Myself, I will try to inspire that thing, because I will talk to it and talk to it and talk to it, because it's happening anyway. The only difference is some of us perhaps don't see it until it has happened, and we must see it as it is happening and inspire it. I'm not going to stop the thing. Let me stop. Let me pause on that one.
You're emotional about it.
Okay. You know, the point I'm raising, Chairperson of the Council, I'm aware that it's not your sole responsibility on the development of the city. But the point here is, what is in your master plan must also be found in the Polokwane City IDP. As they continue to engage the community of Mankweng, they must know there's that dream, there's that plan, and start to plan around it. So that's the point I'm raising. So that as you plan with your master plan to say, we do have this idea, Polokwane must be having the same idea, because there's going to be a lot of infrastructural development that is going to be needed. That will also include your COGTA in terms of bulk infrastructure to start with. Because when you plan development, you must also plan on bulk infrastructure. Was it mine? Okay. Lastly, NSFAS, accredited accommodation. What we have seen here, to say is shame is an understatement. Now the question that I have to NSFAS is whether, after having accredited people, do you have a monitoring system to say what you sold to us, is it still happening come a year or two in terms of the infrastructure? Because what we have seen there, it seems there's no maintenance of their infrastructure. So they come to you, they get accreditation, children start to occupy, they don't care what happens after that. But lastly, Manvisi, on a lighter note, this sitting arrangement the whole day, from morning to, especially this part, not that part. So can you, because I don't know how you people have been surviving. I've not been surviving. That's why I've been going in and out, just to make sure that I stretch my body. This sitting arrangement from morning to now, I don't know how people are still in their good condition. But that was on my departure, but on a lighter note. But hey,
Okay. No, we should have apologized to you, Honorable Rakwale, because the venue that we normally use for this kind of engagement is currently undergoing maintenance. The R40 venue, which is much more comfortable. This, remember, is a sort of a classroom type. And we had to accommodate our members who come from afar and improvise for them. But under normal circumstances, would have been a different venue. And our apologies for that.
No, thank you. NSFAS. Monitoring of your student accommodation people, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the response to that is that, yes, we do have a system where we monitor.
How do you do it?
We have a team internal audit, and for this year, we are including student leadership, institutions, and we are going to embark on it as of, I think the schedule will be shared with institution as of next week, because the senior manager was finalizing it today with the team involved in terms of evaluation.
Yeah, well, NSFAS, we all know you don't have. Let me tell you, you don't have. At the beginning of last year, we went to 2 provinces. We went to the Northwest and the Free State. And in both provinces, we found shocking residences that were accredited by you. And if you had this monitoring thing, you would have seen them. In October, we went to KwaZulu-Natal. We went to Nkandla, where you had accredited that children must sleep in sponge, modi sponge. If you had a monitoring, you could have seen it. You did not have it. You only saw it because we're there. We're here now in Limpopo. 2 years ago, you had accredited student accommodation in Zane and Letaba. Accredited. Students were staying in shacks. We're here now, students have just showed you. So don't say you have a monitor. What tool is that? You don't have. That is reality. Say to us, you guys were starting to monitor. Maybe say that, but don't say you have. Hey, it doesn't. We all know. Everybody in South Africa knows. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
Yes, you're correct, Chair. Let me correct my statement. As of November 2025, there's a new senior manager that was employed. And as of that time, since she started, there's been processes where we're enhancing all our systems, and this monitoring evaluation is part of those that we're enhancing. Hence, I'm saying she's not here today because they are finalizing to start the process of monitor. So in the past, there was no monitoring. Each institution was expected to do their own monitoring. But now, as of this year, 2026, there is a document that will be shared that speaks to the monitoring and evaluation, and it has been enhanced to include all these parties that are now mentioned.
Yeah, you see, let's first. There's a case I've referred to the SIU now, last week, because the accreditation of NSFAS is just a mess. Let me tell you. I have here a certificate expiring 2028, signed 23 January 2026. It says, so you know when you are saying this thing, it's just that this is a sore point for us, because it's as if NSFAS doesn't know what's happening at NSFAS. Because what you are telling us, it's a kimovango. You know, it's a series. It doesn't exist. It's a series somewhere. Because I'm telling you now that there's actually fraud that is happening. This certificate that I have, graded grade A, I just because you might go and kill him. This person is from East London, accredited province, Eastern Cape, accredited 23 January. But the signature is the signature of the former acting CEO from 3 years ago. It was signed last week, 23 January. You are telling us you've got, you don't, these people, this person, by the way, paid 100,000 to corrupt individuals. So you don't come here and tell us you've got a system. You don't have. You don't have. No? You don't have a system. What you have is a system of corrupt people that are looting, unsuspecting, trying SMMEs there. So you don't have a system at NSFAS. And I'm telling you, I've got it here. I've got it here. I can't say his name, but Wamona, this is what. So, NSFAS, Guri, you, and we want NSFAS, by the way, Honorable Kaka. When they took accreditation from universities, we said we support. Why? Because this is what they are doing now. Universities were doing, not the entire universities. Unethical criminals who are working in our university systems were doing these things. And I did in 2023, I said, I was a little bit naive, but I said, show me any university, and I'll tell you who is doing it there. Because we are on the ground, we're staying with these people from our constituencies. We go with them to churches, establishments, we dance with them, we go to church with them. So we know the people who are providing these services. They come from our constituencies. So when a corrupt individual in an institution asks for 100,000, 300,000 to accredit this, we will know, and we knew. So we said NSFAS must play that role, because these institutions were not only killing small businesses, but they were literally putting them in debt. Now, NSFAS, we say to you, go and do it. Mara, don't have this mentality, because you are here, we'll just arrest you, and you thought we were joking. I've reported this one, because I want to make an example. Because you people think we're joking. Taking money from a person, you know, there are no 100,000 or nothing. We'll give you grade A. And this is just prepayment. After we have kids there, Chief Agri will pay you 5.5. We share on the 1,000, you and me. So NSFAS can't say they've got a system. You don't have. And this is a signature of a former CEO who left there 3 years ago. So you might be even faking his own signature. And he must open a fraud case himself, because at least this one we know who's the person who got the money. So, no corner. So, people must just be arrested. So, NSFAS, Guri, please, we're having a very nice meeting. We don't want, please, Honorable Kakao, they don't have a system, Chair of Portfolio Committee. NSFAS does not have a system. And that is why we have, on our meeting on the 26th of November, we have resolved that NSFAS must have a hybrid arrangement with universities, with the student leadership in accrediting accommodation. Because we don't think students will allow, student leadership will allow students to stay in this accommodation that is not fit enough. We also don't think, NSFAS will work with universities to rob themselves. So we then said they must have a hybrid arrangement. Because this thing of giving it all together to universities, we don't agree. Because at least some of us, we've been here long enough to know. I mean, this is our 7th year in this committee. So we've seen universities run it to the ground for at least small businesses. We've seen NSFAS ruin everything, owing people for the whole year. people are out of business. Some of them, there's a lady in KwaZulu-Natal who lost 82 beds to the bank because NSFAS did not pay. Now we're saying, both of you individually, you can't run this thing. Because also we can't say NSFAS must pay, Kibo Moreki, they pay 17 billion a year, they don't have a say. I think the state will be very reckless to agree to that thing. So there must be a hybrid arrangement. Whether universities or institutions, they accredit NSFAS plays an oversight role or something. But they must confirm that indeed what this university wants to charge. Because there are other institutions in the Eastern Cape where they were charging NSFAS 4.8 but paying landlords 3.2, taking 1.6. 1,600 again, but no management fee for E. For what? 1,600 just to transfer. Who do they use? Intelimali, Fundi. They use this third party people. And then they probably collect on the other side. 1,600. So we said, not there. Honorable Kaka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I think you've touched on the first thing I wanted to touch on. I am sick and tired of honestly coming to meetings and having chats about student accommodation, accreditation that is not up to scratch, and then the high blood, and then nothing happens. So I like, in all honesty, for me, it's sickening, and quite frankly, the fact that things are not improving and are getting worse indicates to me or actually have no cooking clue what the hell they're earning their salaries for. And that there's a sense of cruelty by those who are responsible for accrediting these accommodation beds, habaya balibile bana who need placement. Habaya balibile bana ba motho a motsho, because those are the people who come from poor communities who actually need decent beds. And that their poverty that they come from is not a ticket or for an excuse for them to live in conditions that are worse than some of the homes, poor homes, that they leave to go and fight for education and a better opportunity to put food on the table for themselves and their families. So for me, I have a resolution, Chairperson of this committee. I need, in writing, SRC President, for you to submit to this committee the student accommodation place you're referring to. I need you to give it to us, right? In that communication, Anele Kabinges, secretary of this committee, I need you to ensure that NSFAS gets the list of those accommodation in this institution, and they check on the system who is the accommodation provider of that accommodation. Why? So that, Chairperson, so that we are able to get legal advice and pursue a legal route for a breach, the code of conducts, student accommodation. There's a whole policy that exists that says this is the minimum standard that you're supposed to have as a bed. So both NSFAS and a student accommodation provider that is earning money from the state, but they are offering a service that is substandard to what the law says, must face the music. So I'm asking that be our resolution. In order for us to do that successfully, President, we depend on you to show up for your people and give us that information, and then we'll get it out of NSFAS. So that closes for me the conversation around off-campus student accommodation accreditation, and even on campus across institutions. So for me, this is our stepping stone to replicating the same across all institutions so that we're able to deal with this finally and all. I want to deal with labor matters, Chair. On the 20th of November, 2024, that is the last time we met with the University of Limpopo, and labor's presentation was very deep. and heated, and we never exhausted it as a committee. So I want to touch on that. Before I do so, I want to confirm, Registrar, the terms of offices for council, senate, institutional forum, and yeah, all those. And then the composition of your managerial executives. Are they still the same people that were in office in 2024?
On IF,
So the council that you had in 2024 is still council today?
council, yes, but there are new members who are on board.
Okay, so who from the last council in so who is a member now of council who was a member of council in 2024? Apart from the chairperson?
We haven't gone through the new cycle from 2024 to now.
So your answer is yes then? So your answer to my initial question is that your council is still the same person, the same people?
The term is still running.
Yes, so the people who were council members in 2024 are still council members vandag. The same is true for Senate. You have a new chair of Senate.
Well, I wanted to say that Senate is a different matter because you are a member by virtue of being a professor. and
I
so
know
on.
that. I've
Yeah.
been an SRC president
So-
before, so I know how Senate composition works,
Chair
Vice
is
Chancellor.
the only person who's-
Okay, so I'm asking this specifically because I want to understand who else did you invite within Senate that's new that wasn't there before?
Sorry, can I come in on councillor side? There are
Before
no-
you go to council, I'm still on Senate chair,
sorry.
yeah.
I need to get that right. Who came in on?
Okay, I get Senate ke barutabana. So hore o be on Senate o tshwantse o be o morutabana. So between 2024 le no ho na le barutabana ba batjha be le ba hirileng.
Almost all the time. Almost all the time. Let's do it this way. It's not just your teachers or your lecturers. You have different categories of Senate. When you are a teacher or you are a lecturer, it's not just that you are on the lecture.
I know that, sir. You're wasting my time. I have 20 minutes. I indicated specifically to your Vice Chancellor. I want to repeat it. I have served as SRC President. I've served on Council Executive and Council of the University of Cape Town. I know what the composition of Senate is. That's not what I'm asking you.
Newly appointed professors are now new members of Senate.
Yes, so hona le ba batjha between 2024 le
Yes.
now. Okay, how many of them are there? Do you know
I won't
roughly?
be able, no, I won't be able to tell that.
Okay, while I move to the next question,
Yeah.
can you verify that information for
Okay,
me?
good.
And then you have a new chairperson of Senate, I get.
Yeah.
The chairperson of Senate are they a new completely, or were they a member of Senate before the election as chair of Senate?
Chair of Senate come by virtue of the office. It's not elected. You don't elect chair of the Senate.
I mean,
let's do this. So say they are new. It was the new Vice Chancellor.
there you go.
You see, the way questions are asked,
I'm being
No,
very
that-
deliberate
that is
about
where-
why I'm
yeah,
asking
that is
them
where
the
he
way.
she wants to go.
Yeah.
So if she's asking, if the Vice Chancellor was a member of Senate before he became Vice Chancellor, this is how it's asking you. But it's asking you differently because there's where she wants to go.
okay.
So just answer the question that no, he's new because he's a new Vice Chancellor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
The Vice Chancellor, our new Vice Chancellor is now the chairperson of Senate.
And no more cha-cha-cha-cha, he's never been here before. Okay, that works for me. Let's talk about the institutional forum. Its composition is still the same as is council.
The institutional forum that was constituted in August have new members.
In August when? Now? Last year?
last year.
2025. It has new members
Yeah.
and a new chairperson.
The previous chairperson was re-elected to be the new chairperson.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking these questions specifically because your own labor, Nahau, characterized, oh yes, before I do so, and then your DVCs, everybody is still the same. Management, are they still the same, or is there a new CFO, somebody, apart from the Vice Chancellor, of course?
We have the new Vice Chancellor and the position for we have the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning. And the position for the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research, Innovation and Partnership has been advertised. We are now going towards the shortlisting.
I'm trying to be so simple in how I'm asking questions. Perhaps I am incoherent in my English. My question is, your executives, forget that you have advertised another one. The people who were your DVCs, your CEO, CFO, all of them in 2024 are still, yes. Yes. I'm asking this because your Nehau Labour characterized 2024 that the council that's council today, that was council there, is captured. They said that the Senate is dysfunctional. They said that the institutional forum, chaired by the same IF chairperson, is toothless, and pretty much they are pawns in the system, according to whoever likes. Number 4, they said your management is ineffective. The management you have right now, with the exception of your Vice Chancellor, is useless, essentially, they said. And then they said there's no leadership altogether. Given that the changes you've made, which you've outlined now in my questioning, are so minimal, they're like 2% at most, how do you give the Republic of South Africa assurance that these claims are no longer true? It's either the chair or vice chancellor, whoever wants to take it. Because I don't think it's your job as registrar to answer that question.
No, they said it's not my job to I'm afraid I'm going to answer that.
I'm a time elect. Vice Chancellor, I think this is your institution.
Well, firstly, I think you are putting me in a very difficult position. Well, the allegations that were made by Labour in 2024, I would not be able to tell whether they are fundamental changes or not. I would not be able to tell. But what I can say is that those allegations will have to be tested. We'll have to test those allegations. The veracity of those claims will have to be tested. Whether the council is captured, Senate is dysfunctional, IF is toothless, management is ineffective. We'll have to test those claims.
Can I tell you why I'm asking this? You are correct that you're not in a position to answer that question, because you said you've been here for what, 20 days? There's no way in 20 days you would have, in your capacity as Vice Chancellor, overhauled all of these allegations and dealt with the system. There's no way also in your 20 years, 20 days, you would have provided the leadership necessary to get council in order, particularly if the person who's at the helm of council is part of the culprits that we're dealing with. I'm saying this because, Ndate, obviously when you take up the role of Vice Chancellor, you have a handover report of the state of the institution. You diagnose the state of the institution and you understand it fully. So for me, 20 days, you should have at least, at the very least, have appraised yourself with the minimum issues that we have. The minimum issues we have still is the appointment. Dr. Armabasa, is he still here?
Yes, she's working here.
So, ke mang Dr. Armabasa? Are they here today now?
It's a lecturer in the public health.
Okay. So we have a problem here of the irregular appointment Yamabasa, who was a PhD student of Prof. Mutiba. Prof. Mutiba on Salite.
I'm here.
Are you Prof. Mutiba? Oh,
Yes.
that's what Mabasa out there.
Yes, I know.
And then you apparently were forced to appoint Mabasa. The committee was never satisfied that Labour's allegations of Mabasa are a lie. Equally, Council has not given us assurance or that there was an investigation of such and it's no longer true. Do you see where I'm going with this, Vice Chancellor? So nepotism still remains a serious fundamental problem within your institution. You haven't dealt with it in 2 years' time since you left. Your predecessor never dealt with it because we're still here. Number 2, Ndate Eric Maimela, okay. Does anybody know where Eric Maimela is? Dismissed. We had a problem where Labour was alleging that there was harassment from the institution, Yam Prof Maimela, that there was a dismissal, a settlement with the CCMA, and then which led to the appointment of Mujaj. The committee was never, nobody in the institution said to the committee, these are lies, or there was an investigation that proved it not true. Equally, Renale Bupape, okay, that the Bupape executive dean, sister-in-law Yabutiba. Are they still here? Huh?
Yes. She's an acting executive dean in the Faculty of Health.
Of Health Sciences, yes. These are allegations of nepotism that are still standing. And then, Barendani Ramalata le Mabasa. Do you have vax in your institution? That still, I could go on with a whole list of things that are still a problem within your institution. I won't even touch IF because I think the last time I had a chat with the chair of IF, so I don't even want to go there. For me, your institution, Kandle Haugen, is beautiful. The infrastructure developments we've seen since the last visit we had physically here, which was in February 2023, you can say sharp because we were at the differently abled people center and their accommodation. In 2023, they were dire. Right now, you've improved. There's a better situation, although you must fix the stoves and a few things here and there. It's cleaner in campus. There's the postgraduate unit that you must still fix the accommodation. But generally, there have been improvements since we've been here. But I promise you're not going to go anywhere in life in this institution and give this institution that which it deserves, which is recognition for academic excellence and the ability to change the face of what rural academic life looks like and success, if what I'm saying now regarding the complaints of management are not dealt with. So I'm saying to you, Vice Chancellor, you have a very serious problem. I wish you well in your job, but I'm not optimistic that you're going to be able to achieve Fokol because you still have the same council that has been a problem. Your institutional problem is still your same institutional problem. Your executives are the same problem that we have. Your Senate still has the same professors who were dysfunctional and messy altogether that you now lead. I'll rest there.
I think that would have been a comment at the end. Honorable Msaza.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll try to be very precise as well, in the interest of time. Perhaps, Chair, let me first appreciate that at least today you are not having any allergic reaction since the last time we met with this university, the chair was unwell in Cape Town.
I actually just went to the guy to get allergics.
But at least you are well, Chair.
I was reacting to something, I don't know.
Yeah, that was on a lighter note, but indeed we congratulate the newly appointed Vice Chancellor. Chair, needless for me to mention that the last time I interacted with the new Vice Chancellor was on an acting capacity at a university called SMU, where we have unfinished business. The next time I came back, he was gone, and is now a Vice Chancellor. But I am very positive that we'll continue to interact with the Vice Chancellor in his executive management. Maybe let me first comment what would have seen the unit where differently abled students are catered for, and the facilities that are within that building. I mean, it's the first time that I see such, where they have their own library and many other facilities that are very useful to ensure that differently abled students are able to get their business done properly, particularly their academic activities within the institution. Well, my first question, I think, would go to the CFO. CFO, you are ready. Earlier, I think colleagues would have mentioned what we encountered at registration department, where there were students that were still on verification. Well, they were not on verification, but I'm going to get to that part. They had just gotten offers and they are NSFAS qualifying or beneficiaries. They were required to pay registration. Fortunately, we found them, or at least two of them, before they had paid that registration. And we can only be concerned about those that we did not find there, that might have went home or would have gave up because being told that they must pay registration when they already had offers, and some really would be waiting for clearance. What systems do you have in place to ensure that students are not put in such a position where they are told to pay, they don't have money to pay, and these are NSFAS beneficiaries? What systems do you have in place?
Susan, I think the registrar had answered the question earlier. I think what happened is I think the first tranche of first entering students that would have applied for their first choice were accepted. And I think those acceptance letters expired recently. And the students that you met are students that possibly were now on the second tranche. So what happens normally is, before registration, we take the list of admitted students and we match them against the NSFAS portals, and we then clear those. Now, I think the problem there is that students decided to come on campus rather than do registration on virtually like it's meant to be, and that's where the confusion came in. But I think one of the steps that we need to do, I think from the incident that happened earlier, is that perhaps between the office of the registrar and my office, before we send, or the faculties, before we send out acceptance letters, finance needs to be notified so that students are cleared, so that the moment they get the letters, they are then able to register. I think that's a communication glitch that happened between the two divisions. Letters were sent out to students, and we then obviously would have received the list later on, which then caused the time lag in terms of clearing the students. But if we then receive the list of admitted students before the letters are issued, we can then clear them, and once they get their status changes on the portal, then they're able to register.
You see, I can hear that you are trying to answer my question, even though you slightly failed to answer it. I wanted to know the system that is in place to avoid what we saw, and you did not get to the systems or measures that are in place. Hence, I even said my concern would be for those that we did not find there. So if you don't have that in place, you should be saying that this is what we're going to put in place if you did not have it in place at that time when we met those students, CFO.
We do have those systems in place. Like I said, when students are admitted, we take the list of admitted students, we match it against the NSFAS database to make sure that all students that are NSFAS funded are pre-cleared before they register. But now obviously with first entering, because there's maybe Prof. Melda can assist in terms of how they rank them. But when the ranking changes, because they get offers and the offers expire, then they move on to the second cohort. Now, when they move on to the second cohort, right, because we would have cleared the ones that were accepted. The fact that they applied does not mean that they were accepted, so we can't clear them until they are accepted. We only clear them at the point when they are accepted into a specific program. So the system is there, it's been working and it works quite well. I think here the glitch was that the lack of communication between the people that actually accept and the student revenue section to allow that this is the new students that we've admitted, and then we were able to clear them in time. But if the student were actually doing registration...
CFO, can I humbly stop you, because now we're going to have spent 6 minutes on this matter where you should be admitting that the effectiveness of your system, we observed that your system did not work for the students that we met, and assumingly other students that might be affected by the same system that you're saying is in place, but it's not effective enough. So just strengthen your system and let's move so that we don't do this thing of back and forth. Vice Chancellor, I have a situation where there's a student that is accepted here that has done very, very well in their matric. Now the challenge is, I think there's many of such students that, that you might have, and other institutions for that matter. The student would have went to a Tibet college, was funded by NSFAS, spent 3 years there, then went back to high school and upgraded their results to have 40 points. I think he has 40 points. So now he says he's rejected by NSFAS, but is accepted by yourself as University of Limpopo. So do you have any measures in place where you can assist needy students that might not at the moment qualify for NSFAS or don't have a bursary, but they've performed very well, such that you have admitted them into a program? He's apparently accepted for pharmacy or something in the health department. Do you have any fund or any measures that you have in place to assist poor students, first entry students?
Well, for that kind of a student, you have to forward the details to me so that I can look at it and see how we can assist. We do not have a specific fund set aside for those kind of students, especially because has already fallen off on the NSFAS funding arrangements. But if you send me the details, Honorable Member Msizane, I can then look into that, possibly talk to our alumni and others.
Okay.
Maybe they will be able to find something for him.
Okay, thank you very much, VC. It's just a special case, which there might be other special cases of needy students, because the category is that it's a special case of a needy student. So I was just checking along those lines. NSFAS acting COO, there is this issue that I think is starting to be a big issue for me. I know you are listening. There's a serious issue that is starting to be a concern of students that are on verification. Other students would have sent or resubmitted certain documents that you needed as early as 4th of December, but they're still on verification. Now, most or some of these students would be first-year students. Are you in communication with institutions of higher learning or through yourself, or what other avenues that are there to ensure that you notify them that we have certain applicants? And I've been communicating with some of your officials where other students are getting feedback and they're being funded. But if you're not in communication with the institutions, students might have to go and borrow monies to pay registration. Those that can't might lose hope in actually getting registration in order. So do you have relations with institutions where you notify them of certain students that are still under your verification process, where you are still looking at their documents?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we are. So we've informed USAF and we've informed FAPSA, which is the financial aid body. But also, we requested universities to send us admissions data. So that is for the students that they've are confirmed to be admitted after the matric results were released. We've taken that admissions data and checked through our systems where we would still have applications for those students that are unfinalized. So those are the ones that we are prioritizing. So when I say these applications are unfinalized, it's not because we didn't start processing them. We processed them in December, then found that there were outstanding documents, which students were sent notifications concerning the outstanding documents. Now, in some cases, what would have happened, you are right, the student would have since sent the document, but due to capacity, we would not have retouched that application again to recheck if what they've sent is now correct. So
Acting
we've
CEO,
also
excuse me,
instituted, yes.
excuse me, no, sorry to stop you. Just the clarity I needed. I am in contact with one of your officials who's giving me the briefing you are giving me, in particular that you continue to update the students and you are funding them through that verification process. But what is critical is that you are in communication with, if you are saying you've notified yourself and SAPO, that is what is progressive, so that we know that students are taken to confidence that they will not be cut off whilst that process is underway. So
No,
that's the
yes,
reassurance
we
that I
have
needed.
We have notified the two bodies that I've mentioned, but we are also prioritizing the applications of the students that have admission. So as at today, it's 8,884 that we are going through, which we should finalize by the end of this week, of the students that have admissions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that straightforward response. Vice Chancellor, I think, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, I didn't hear the Deputy Vice Chancellor academic. We must commend the fact that you are working on a mining academy. I think it's certainly something that is long overdue. I'm not sure where the Deputy Vice Chancellor academic is seated. Do you have a DVC academic?
The DVC academic unfortunately could not join us today. We have DVC research here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can fill the questions if there is.
No, thanks. No, it's fine, VC. No, I think we must commend that. But what I want to gather, VC, is what contributions are made by the neighboring mining sector in as far as the development of the university is concerned, donations, if any, or investments, if any, whilst this process is underway. We also captured, Vice Chancellor, the timelines that you've put in place. So we noted that, so that will come next year, we'll be following up on that, but it's very progressive. So if you could just maybe, submit before us what contributions are being made by the mining sector to the university in as far as I've indicated, investment, partnerships, and so forth and so on.
Yeah. Well, we do have a semblance of relationship with some of the mining companies in the province. For instance, we have interacted with ARM already, even prior to my time. They are funding some laboratories for our students here in the same building. They have put up equipment in the building related to laboratories and so on. And secondly, also there is a mining company also, I think, in Mokopane area that we had a partnership arrangement with some few years ago. So we need to ramp up our interactions with them, and so that we can then have strategic projects that they are able to fund beyond just labs and so on, including maybe even a building itself. That could help us to train our students better. So, yeah, but there are some that Mike take as well.
Yeah, that one chair is not in Limpopo, but it's a former student of ours, Seriti Resources, which for the past 4 years has been sponsoring it's an enterprise and supply development project for their potential suppliers and some of their black suppliers, which is delivered by EduPark being an NPC owned by the university. So that's a solid contribution annual, where you have a cohort of students graduating from a short learning program.
Okay.
But in business, enterprise development.
No, thank you very much. I think my time is very limited. There are a number of issues that I would want to cover, but I will have to move very swift. Yeah, no, for now.
No, it's fine. Let's do post your time. Let's do a follow-up on the mining one. About 2 years ago, during the district development model, the DDM in Bizo, which the president normally does. The president one was in Skukune, where there's a lot of mines around the area. And the president made a commitment, because the matter was raised in Bizo, that we should consider having a mining campus around to produce the people of Skukune to be trained to work as professionals in the mines around themselves. I think the tribal council there approached TUT, which is an institution outside of Limpopo, but they have a satellite here. And they thought they are on the same page with TUT. And according to the plans of TUT, TUT then committed to having a campus rather in Guyana instead of in Skukune. Has University of Limpopo not thought about an opportunity of that nature, probably thinking about having a campus, a mining campus, obviously working with DHED, I mean, to source funds, it's not easy to open a campus. I'm sure it's expensive. But why has, if you have not, University of Limpopo thought about grabbing this opportunity? In fact, they would have written to me in Skukune when they were fighting with TUT, and they would have indicated that I think the tribal authority there had funds to start the campus itself, but TUT had opted to go somewhere. And so is that not an opportunity enough maybe for University of Limpopo to rather think about maybe engaging the tribal authority there, check if indeed there is funds that probably could be readily available to assist the institution to set up a fully fledged campus working with the mining houses there to produce the skills. Why am I saying so? Northwest University is building a mining campus in Rustenburg. I know DHED has approved because they are approving, but I think they've approved. I don't want to say something, and remember the department is still under administration as far as we are concerned, so I'm not sure whether they've approved or are approving, but there's that process. And the university there also has arrangement with mining houses to almost fully implement. So has the University of, or is the University of Limpopo thinking about taking such an approach? In my view, you should not even be waiting for a university from Gauteng or a university from Northwest to come and grab an opportunity that is not far away from you. So maybe if you can just comment on that. I don't know how to pose it. Just needed to first bring context and then put it at your LC.
Yeah, what you are raising is a very crucial matter. Way back, say 3 years back, the University Council decided exactly in that session to say that we wanted to open a campus where the TUT now is in now. So because of these protocols, you can't just open up a campus, then you have to go through the minister. The minister was blatantly demanded there. So we wrote to them with a proposal and we gave them a proposal, but it had monetary. They then came back to us to say that they would not be able to support us on that vision. Maybe the vision was too early. It was too early as far as we could judge. So we discontinued the effort of having that, because at that Guyani place, the campus is it's almost ready, because it used to be a facility during the Bantustan area. So we then said, if that can be done, let's park it a bit. And for sure, the TUT has taken it up, and they are fully fledged. So you are definitely bringing an idea, which as far as council is concerned, we'll definitely have to again reassess it, whether we can talk to those who need something. Now, also in this university framework, our status as the various universities are not the same. And sometimes you are not allowed to do a certain project because you don't fall within. Like the University of Technology, we can't do what the University of Technology is doing. So we will assess that. Maybe that's why TUT has been able to succeed because of its composition and its statute. But I'm excited about the fact that you are making us aware of an opportunity, because we want to establish mining, so we can start talking and see whether it would have to be there at Skukuli, or it becomes a satellite branch of our university. But the real issue is that we had started the process, but then the powers that be didn't agree. And that we cannot change. Thank you, Chair.
Facilities manager, there is issues of the buildings that are collapsing in the country. And there's a university I know that allegedly has about 6 or 7 buildings that are occupied by students without occupancy certificates. I just want a clear and straightforward answer. Can you assure the portfolio committee that all your residences, particularly those that are owned by the university, have occupancy certificates? And if you have leased buildings, do you have their occupancy certificates? Just a straightforward response.
Thanks, Chair. All new facilities that we have recently built, there are occupational certificates for them.
Not all new. I'm speaking about your residences that are owned by the institution. Old and new.
Chair, with University of Limpopo, we don't have those records, but at the municipality, they do have the records of the occupational certificates, because these buildings are, some of them are 60-something years, 50-something years old. So we do not have the record as the University of Limpopo, but we will engage in the local authority to give us those certificates for the buildings that we do not have occupation certificates on.
DC, the facilities manager is asserting that you might be housing students where you do not know if it's safe or not to keep them there. And he's even saying in confidence that these buildings are very old, but you have our students that are residing there and you don't have occupancy certificates at your disposal. Because it doesn't make sense to me, records that you should have because you account for these students. The facilities manager is saying he doesn't know, but the municipality might have them, because if he's saying they do have them, he can't confirm. What do you have to say about that?
Well, it is something that we'll have to investigate and come back to you with definitive responses to that. Through his office, obviously. I know that most universities, like where I was, some of the buildings did not have those kind of certificates for various historical reasons. I don't know whether the situation obtains here. We'll have to investigate that thoroughly.
But students are housed in those universities that you are mentioning.
Yeah.
Chair, please just note that we have a serious crisis in our country. Our students' lives are in danger, and we have officials that are just housing them there and obviously monies are being paid at the risk of the lives of the students of this country and young people of this country. And you are confirming that on record.
If I may, Chair, with your permission.
I'm not sure if the answer has changed.
No, I'm coming to assist, Chair.
You're assisting yourself or the Vice Chancellor? Who's the
May I,
assisting?
Chair? Thanks, Chair. So what we do on annual basis, Honorable Member, we do the annual conditions assessment of our facilities. Annually. So we get assisted externally by experts to check if the buildings are safe. And those buildings that are not safe, we do the maintenance plan of those buildings and we attend to. So as we are sitting here, there's no any building that has been declared inhabitable.
Facilities manager, you see now you want to substitute a role of a certain institution with another role of a certain institution. An occupancy certificate is issued on the basis of a certain responsibility. Now, what you do external from that does not substitute what you must produce where you're housing your students. Unless I'm wrong and I have little knowledge, please do school me. Are these same? Is it the same? An occupancy certificate and what an external person says upon the assessment of a structure?
You are right, Honorable Member. But
okay, then let's keep it at that, because you're going to want to defend something that you can't defend and you're going to really exhaust my time. VC, we must commend the fact that you have a 24-hour 7 clinic, especially as it relates to a standby doctor. It's not something that we see in other institutions. It's very, very commendable, especially as it relates to health and safety of our students. Your security services, is it outsourced or insourced?
It is outsourced, Chair.
Then we have another problem, Chair. Why is it that your security services are outsourced, and how much are they costing the university versus it being insourced? Annually, maybe the CFO might assist, and to tell us also why is it outsourced and not insourced? Sure.
Well, the reasons are manifold. I mean, the university at the time of fees must fall, as I understand it. Fortunately, I was here at the time. There was an assessment done on the financial position of the university. And the determination that was made at the time was that if we were to insource those services, we could plunge ourselves into financial difficulties down the line. And you must remember that the history of this university, in early 2000, it came from administration. At some point in its life, around 2002 or thereabout, 2002, 2003, the university was not in a position to pay even salaries. So I think in the conversation within management, within council, there was an informed view that that decision was not ripe for the university to take at the time.
So in 2003, that's when the former Vice Chancellor arrived.
2003?
When we had those problems.
Well, he came immediately after the university came out of administration.
Okay, in 2003. There was a follow-up on the buildings.
Yes, Chair. No, thank you very much. I want to get clarity on the director spoke of the municipality providing them with information in relation to the buildings. Let me leave that one because it's a story that does not hold water. On the old buildings that you are referring to, I wanted to check with you, when last did you conduct the structural assessment?
Last year, Chair, we do it on an annual basis on all the facilities. So it's an annual exercise that we do.
Is it an annual exercise on structural assessment done by a qualified engineer, or how do you conduct that assessment? That was the last one, Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks. It is by a qualified engineer, an external expert. We don't do it in-house. We outsource the services for transparency purposes.
Maybe if we can share those reports for the past 3, if not 4 years. And those reports must at least have a signed or a signature of an engineer signing off or confirming that report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
So just to get it clear, because we'll need to write to to the university, just to remind you, you see, when we write to you again, it's my signature there at the end, but it doesn't mean it's me writing. it's a decision of the committee. So when I write to you, Bravik, don't attack me and say, so you are saying you have reports that gives you the right to occupy the residences, that looks at structural defects, if any, and then gives you the go-ahead or the green light.
It gives, Chair, just to clarify, it gives the condition of the facility, including if there are any structural defects on the facility, it will recommend the remedial action on that.
So this is an assessment report?
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
And let me take an opportunity that I'm still on the platform with your permission, that there's no any building that municipality will issue a occupational certificate if it does not comply. So occupational certificate that honorable member was referring to does not have an expiry date. So these historic buildings will have occupational certificate when they were handed over to the university for the usage. So that does not have an expiry date. So you wouldn't occupy a facility that does not have occupational certificate issued by the local authority.
Okay.
But maybe before you start my time again, I say I have less than 2 minutes. Now I'm confused if this is the director or the managers of facilities. Is it director? Is it director? Is very confident about something that they can't provide to the committee. You can't tell the committee that it can't have been that there was no occupational certificates. When you don't have them, you can't produce them. So you're telling the portfolio committee about an assumption that it cannot be. Now you can't do that because you are before Parliament. Unless you can provide those occupancy certificates that you claim the municipality has, until you can provide it, please desist from saying it cannot be because you're working on a claim and an assumption and we can't accept that as Parliament. So if you could just, I did caution you to say stop defending. Let's speak about what you can provide, which you are speaking about the new buildings, and let's posit that until you can provide it to us.
Yeah, so in essence, what he's saying is what I was questioning the Vice Chancellor on earlier on, that he was not there, he must not answer about something that, so maybe before your time as a director, the occupancy certificates would have been given, but we have not seen them. So you must not speak over something you have not seen, because the danger with that is that you might be thinking like an honest person would say, this they can't do because of X, Y, and Z. But you don't know. Maybe before you, there was somebody who was unethical, who may have had dealings with the person who built the building. And the municipality did not want to give the certificate because of how the building was constructed. But the person who may have been there before you would have went to the municipality and said, we do have cold drink or energy drink. Just give us, or just don't give us a letter that says we can't occupy. So so you have not seen them. So how we'll close on this matter, I think we'll just say, yes, you have had annual assessment report. Maybe with those reports, let's go to a municipality that is supposed to give us occupational certificate and say to them, this is an independent engineer's report, the assessment that comes from the municipality, if it does come from there, can we then have, for compliance sake, because the assumption I would have is that the DHEAD norms and standards should have occupational certificate as a mandatory requirement for students to be there.
Sure.
So let's maybe do it now. From now on, as part of how we're closing this matter, let's get the occupation certificates from the municipality and we close it like that. Maybe I know sometimes you'll struggle with municipalities and all of that. Maybe in the next 6 months, and pray that the floods don't come and then we have, turns our student accommodation into ships or boats. So in the meantime, we must pray that students are safe, but let's get these certificates so that at least the university is also protected in terms of if there's indemnity and all of that, those things. So let's do so. Let's get all the documents that I think we need to. So we'll close it. So when we write to you, it's not VC, it's not my views, it's the views of how, I mean, we've had on the issue of NSFAS, how Honorable Kaka would have suggested, including to yourselves. So when we write to you, it's the views of the committee. Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair. Just two last issues before my time lapses. Maybe one, on the response you've given VC around insourced and outsourced, I'm seriously not convinced. Maybe I want to be taken to confidence by yourself, informed by a report that would have been provided by the FinCom or Finance Committee Chair and the CFO in as far as that is concerned, to say it's more costly to have outsourced versus insourced security services. I just want that to be put to a test and taken to confidence. Maybe lastly, even though I can't finish my issues, the member of the provincial legislature, Honorable Wesley, spoke about, I'm not sure if it was him, spoke about the subcommittees of council. Fortunately, at some point when we were student activists and leaders of the SRC would have served in council, ESCO, finance committee that reports to council, that should have reported on these very accumulative, exorbitant amounts that were spent in legal over the 5 years. And interestingly enough, the chair mentions that it was picked up by a member of council that is a judge, that there's an issue there. It's really unfortunate that he picked it up after 5 years, if that's the case. I'm not convinced to say you would have been rendering these services, or these services were rendered to the institution without any process. So I just want the management, yourself, Chair of Council, and yourself, Vice Chancellor, to confirm before the Portfolio Committee in South Africa that you've spent at least 61 million plus without any due process, and therefore no one can account for these monies, or there can't be any consequence management on that. So it's those two issues, the one of security services and the amounts thereof that are spent on outsourced versus insourced, and then on this one of no process that you've spent all these monies, and obviously what would have been the report on this every time you meet as council, because every time you meet, the subcommittees would have reported to ESCO, and ESCO then finally would then report to the full council city. Thank you very much, and the indulgence of the officials.
I thought they will comment. I don't know. I can come.
No, there's a report. Can they confirm? What is asking that the university would have spent about 60 or so million on legal fees without a traceable process to procure these people. That's the long and short of the question.
I'm mindful of your cautionary notes. I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to confirm that, because I can only confirm once I've done.
You can direct us to the right person who should confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah, register or head of legal. You can decide which one. This one are not fussy. You can decide.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is how I would respond to it. I would not stand here and necessarily say there was no process. There was one. It's just that I'm saying, with the benefit of hindsight, we came to a realization that it was not an ideal way of doing it.
No problem.
My explanation was, one, you have a delegation of authority that flows all the way from council coming down, vice chancellor, and then other officials. And then how we're responding to cases as they come would always be on ad hoc basis, because you'd always be served with papers on urgent basis. And that's how we're doing it. But I'm saying we're conceding that would not have been ideal. And moving forward, our commitment is that we are changing that system. We are appointing a person in the name of Director Legal Services, and you would have a specific process where you would actually even have a panel. And this, of course, would have to be done in accordance with the SCM policy.
You know, we've left this this question. So you are saying there was a process, and this process was a person who was given delegated authority, calling anybody. That's what you are saying. So that is not a process that you can follow. So it means you are saying to us, somebody, in fact, earlier on you said the Vice Chancellor would have been advised. Or no, that's where we must establish. The Vice Chancellor would have been served on an urgent basis and advised on taking a matter, either on defense or allowing the process to continue and get a default judgment. Now the question is, who would have been that person? Advisor. Now you can give us a name. You asked earlier on, do we want a name or a position? I said the position, we did not get a position. Now, maybe you wanted to give us a name.
Not necessarily that. I wanted to say, it is an official in the Office of Employee Relations who has been assisting the university with legal matters.
Yeah, who's that official?
It's Advocate Ramaji.
Sorry?
Advocate Ramaji.
Advocate Ramas.
Yeah.
Ramaja.
Ramaji.
Ramaji. So Advocate Ramaji would have sourced these legal firms on an ad hoc basis. So it will depend on him on that day. Say, we want this one.
He would have sought them on ad hoc basis. That's right.
Okay. And now you are saying, I'll give you, now you are saying the university has done an assessment and said this process doesn't work.
Yeah.
How did we get to that point?
To the point of making that assessment.
Yes, making a decision. There was some assessment.
Yeah.
What was the assessment?
It would have been a high-level decision-making. Maybe I would have to defer this question to a body higher than me. But partly, as I defer that, it would have been informed by one, public outcry. You hear there's a lot of concern, and then it draws your attention to the fact that there must be something here. What's happening? And then probably you get to the point where you take a decision to say, now let's improve coordination. Let's have an official specific for this rule, and perhaps also have better systems in place so that we can do better.
So when you say you can do better, there's an admission that probably we're not doing better.
That's right.
And because we're not doing better, we would have lost cases that we're not supposed to lose. And it might be because we may have briefed people who were not fit enough to be briefed on a specific case.
That one is difficult for me to make a judgment to say. What I would admit is, yes, you
But
come to... Yeah?
LFA, for an example.
Yeah.
In fact, LFA was briefed 30 times. 30. Well, maybe they were briefed more, but they at least went to court 30 times. And they were paid 13 million. And they were paid, so they were preferred legal firm with cases against students. That's what your graph says. Against students, the highest fee goes to LFA. I don't know why. I don't know what dealing with public funds. So, and we don't have the Mosotho, so in Sesotho bare and a setlapa, but Sesotho sere arna koraona le nnete ha ona sefuba sa manyana. So Limpopo LFA, that's what you guys provided to us, and we respect you trying to protect your people, but we have no such obligation. So this LFA is the Khatim Patlele Attorneys. So this Dikhatim Patlele Attorneys would have went to court 30 times against students, right? And they would have cost the university 13,189,620 rands. So if I was a leader of somebody, I was going to say 13,189,000,000. But, but you know, and then he was going to say, listen properly. But, so this firm, law firms cost the number of students involved, is that they were preferred. In fact, they were unfairly preferred. Because if you look at LFB, law firm B, they were briefed once, and they are the ones who are closer to LFA. That one 30 times. So somebody who was taking a decision on behalf of the university had a view that these people must be briefed. They had an advantage, I don't know from where, because at least the past few cases I've read, the judgment, and including the one now, where you colleagues went to a higher court to defend, not to defend, actually to contest a decision of that one, was it a PhD student or a master's, where you were contesting the thesis. Then the court ruled against you on the 7th of June 2024. You went and contested. And then you withdrew, I think, towards last minute. Something to that effect. I can open it. And then the court there said to you, because you went to court and said, but we are implementing. And then that student said, you are not implementing. Then you lost. The judge there, the judgment is skating. But what does it say? Hit with costs, attorney to client, highest order, scale, highest order, scale C. Seated here, I can, when you look at, in fact, that one was LFC that you used that day on the appeal. The one that you used there. I read the instructing attorneys. Who's that one? Imutalani Inc. The one that you used. Hit with cost. Whippy. Every week. And then we want to sit here. And, for me, that's what I don't get. We want to sit here and create this illusionary situation of agency that no, everything happens on an agent. I'll give you honorable. Everything happens on an agent basis. It does not. And I'm telling you, this Dikhatim Patlalatines have been briefed 30 times for their 13 million, with an average of around 406,000 rands per briefing. And you had, what you had not included there, which we had asked you, we had said, tell me, this law firm, how many times have they lost? And looking at the trend, now, you are making it difficult for us to leave this matter. Because you come and say, no, we see this thing, they were happening on an urgent basis, but yeah, but no one has been held accountable. This, we think about Malachi,
Advocate,
huh?
Advocate Ramaji.
Ramaji. He was the one who was advising the vice, and tomorrow, you, because the vice chancellor is no longer here, they might want to say, no, Kian, Tata Mudimu Alisiku, Asa Khono Ipuela. There is no consequence management on this Ndate Ramaji, Advocate Ramaji, who would have literally cost the university. What is the performance guarantee of people? Why can't we give people performance-related contracts? Your advice will be judged on success that we have in the courts. If we are losing every week there, why must we keep you? You are a liability to an institution. So there's no consequence management. We are looking at this thing, and including register, what you said earlier, that the people that you were intending to charge, who worked in your division, who accept or registers these students for postgraduate, they resign before they're charged. In fact, the last time you said you'll give us a list. No, we have a list. Yeah, we've charged people. No, we'll give you. I know you are sitting on my left and I was stolen, but I heard you. Or you said you have charged people. We have not seen that list. Because if you don't do it, you are creating a culture of impunity, a culture of bazongenza, a culture of people doing as they please, and there's no consequence management. Because, in fact, this one of Mutalan that went to the higher court and we slept there, it's a blatant, it's a clear sign of Aksimaliam. In fact, I can tell you that the person would have thought this student will not have money to litigate. Because our institutions take advantage that litigation is expensive. And you are hoping that people run out of money to defend themselves. Because now you've got deep pockets that do not belong to you. Big pockets that are and we have said it to the minister, help us. If an institution goes to court, they lose there. The person who takes that decision to go to court must pay from their own pockets. Because these cases that we are losing, like I said, now VC, I still want to understand how Senate fails to convince the court that they are correct about refusing this master students, this PhD student to graduate, and still lose so many cases in court. I still want to understand, Senate, how do you take a decision and say, no, we don't agree here. This person can't graduate. And you fail to go, it's your process. In fact, because it's your process, you know it more than the courts. The judge listening there gives, by the way, you've got the benefit of the doubt from the judge to convince the judge to say the university is correct because it's his rule, it's the university's rule. But you get to court and you fail to. Who then takes decisions that, no, we're not conferring this one? This one, and by the way, we are assuming that all the cases that have went to court or came to our attention are all the cases. It might be that others don't have money to take you to court. So the number that we are seeing that we think is high might be a drop in the ocean. So, we still want to understand it, honestly. Honorable Lonzi, you wanted to enter on this one?
Let me just come in when I come.
Okay, it's your time anyway. No, sorry. Nomsazana wanted to come in here, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe for me, it's going to be a comment if the director of the law school is not tempted to defend again. The thinking that we are NQF level 7, I think is kicking in again, and we somewhat don't understand these concepts. We know what ad hoc basis is. We were questioning the process. You said there was a process, then you say it was on ad hoc basis. That's not a process. That's the service, the type of service that you are getting from the service provider, an ad hoc basis service, right? That's not a process. So please don't defend a process that you can't provide to us. I just want maybe the Chair of Council and the Vice Chancellor to tell us about consequence management on the person that, according to the director of the law school, was delegated authority to headhunt an ad hoc service. What consequence management is going to be affected, because clearly there's nothing that has happened, but we want accountability for this 61 plus million. So we want to know what consequence management is going to be affected by when. Thank you very much, Chair.
Comment, no comment.
No, Chair, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. No comment. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. You see, I'm not sure whether the university have realized that even when we move to the next topic, the issue of the 60 million always comes back. I've just been listening. We have been speaking about this issue for good hours. And if you check now, it's almost 9 o'clock at night. The issue is still popping. And that must tell you it's a very serious bone of contention to the parliament, that the 60 million rand, which has always been spent on one or two law firms. Now, my other worry is this one, Chair. It is very unfair for the investor to say to us, it has always been on an urgent basis. That can't be true. My 50% knowledge of the law says to me, it can always be on an urgent basis. And there's no way a person can put up an application and then it becomes urgent there and there. It's not possible. You're always given sufficient notice. People will serve you with their summons, give you time. You can always just write a notice of intention to defend. From the date of your summons, you know you must at least respond on a certain date, probably 7, 8, 10, 14 days. Then you serve a notice to have an intention to defend the same action that is being put up in court against you. That can be on an urgent basis. I'm just worried about the choice of words that that the investor is making here when we've got an issue of 60 million rand. There's no urgent basis here. The university must just do us justice here and say, look, things have been happening. Services of law firms have been sourced. There was no proper process, and the sourcing of those services continued until the figures got to where we are. Then the next justifiable thing that the investor can tell us is that when we picked up this thing, this is a consequence management which we have put together. If the investor has not put anything in terms of consequence management against whoever was sourcing these services, then it must then make a commitment to say, shortly after this meeting, the university is going to launch an urgent internal investigation to understand the relationship between the law firm and the person who's been servicing them and where we are. At least we'll leave here with confidence that there's an action that is going to happen, or there are actions or there are steps that are taken to correct this thing. But the way the investor is responding to this issue of 60 million, it appears as though, for me, no one is willing to bring about remedial action to the problem. And for us to leave this venue without any certain level of commitment towards resolving this issue, we are going to come back again. The problem is that when we now sit and assess the reports of how we have spoken to each other, we may want to come back again for that very same specific topic of 60 million. So why do we waste time? Please come out, make an admission, tell us where you are in terms of consequence management. If you have not started, give us a commitment. When are you starting with consequence management against those who are involved in this 60 million? Then we are fine. Then we'll move on. Then we can close. Then we can then establish systems so that this thing does not happen again. But at the rate the investors responding to us is not proper. I don't want to be tempted to join my colleague here to say NQ S7 level, which has been spoken somewhere. I don't want to go there. But please, take us into confidence, talk to us here, and then make us leave this meeting comfortable and happy, knowing very well that the investor is now going to act. Otherwise, this is going to happen again. Thank you, Slan.
VC or Chair of Council, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a matter I said that we also discovered it. And we then set up, maybe what we set up by making one of our members who picked it up to say, deal with it in the meantime, and then bring the report to us. Maybe that is not enough, but that has occurred. What members of parliament are raising is definitely an important matter. We cannot say you are raising a crucial issue. It is, because at our council, matters of this nature also occurred. Members of council made sure. But as you know, our relations with management goes through delegation. Right? So from our side as council, we have decided to investigate it. But I suppose you are saying, because when we go to consequence management, it will have to be done through the VC and management. And now I can commit myself to say, if all things equal, we will have to push from council now. And also I can't say the new VC should have done so, because it's just new. But let me commit that we will sit on this matter in the same manner as you are describing it, because it is serious. We need finally to know whether there were relationship between persons and the firm from our side. That can be investigated, and we can be able to determine whether there were relationship. And then we will have to seek other people who know how to do the correct investigation of that nature. But it is a serious matter, which I can't sit here and say, no, it is not a serious matter, because we had already also picked up the same matter. Now, it is true that when you are at council level, you receive reports, and sometimes it's very difficult to pick up these issues. Normally, they are picked up by your committee. Their committees are the ones that, and if they don't pick it up, it becomes a problem. Now, this time we had a member who sits in some committee who was able to pick it up, or no, there's something which is happening. So let me commit, at least at council level, and I suppose together with my VC, we will be able to again come back to you with what we shall have done. And if you don't feel satisfied, you must be entitled to say, we debated this matter, and now you are still coming at a low level. And raise the bar so that later on, we must be able to be shaken up. Right? Yeah, things happen, but sometimes you realize, hey, these things should not have happened that way. And Luna, you must also raise it up until we are both satisfied that we have reached the right final decision. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, we will certainly look into this matter that we have raised, given the gravity that you have described, and be able to take appropriate step in line with the policies of the university around those matters that you have spoken about, consequence management and related matters. As the chairperson of council has indicated, we also, as the chairperson of council has also indicated, we will certainly attend to it more speedily to ensure that we give you comfort that we have dealt with it sufficiently. In terms of timelines and so on, maybe you should give us time to look into it, and then we can come back to you with a view in terms of how we can approach it. Thank you.
Chair, you know, I've been so quiet on the 60 million conversation. I want to, Ndate Nefelo Moto, the judge you're referring to, when did he become a member of council? Please switch on your mic.
I think on the date, I would ask
the register.
The register. But she's not an old member
but
of council. She came at some stage, maybe last year or that other year.
January 2024.
Yeah.
January
Yeah.
2024.
She's a new member.
So, of all the people who have sat in council before Mayor Wajaji wa 2024, I feel, how nalaile mo walona who thought there's something problematic with your legal fees?
If in reality, that person would have done what the judge did. You really? What can we say? What can we say? If in reality, we say the same thing that the judge did. All right, now go back to
Chairperson Wong. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chair. I think maybe just to, and one is not intending to justify this. We are working on it. We picked up some gaps, but just maybe just to respond directly to Honorable Member. I think how this matter came about. So we were, it emanated from the HR Committee of Council, where the issues, the labor-related employee relations cases, litigations, were continuously going on. And that was a concern from that committee. So when the judge joined us last year in January, that was one of the things where we asked her to say, how do we, because we've got cases which have been running for more than 3 years and continuing. And yes, we can give various reasons for that, but it doesn't help at this stage. So how it came about is that we asked the judge to say, Judge, is there any way that we can try and prevent or withdraw or make obsolete the cases which have been running for a long time? And she said, no, definitely, there is a law. I'm not a legal person, but there is a gap in the law, or there's a remedy within the legal space where we can, if cases are continuing forever and ever. Because, for example, you'll know there will be an employee, ex-employee, who left and then takes the case to the CCMA, to the labor court, and then stops nowhere, and then comes back after some time and say, I need to revive the case. So we're saying, but there must be something which we can do. So that is how this matter emanated from, in terms of us requesting that judge to say there must be something. She said, definitely there is. So we requested her to go and look into those. Then escalated to other divisions. As you saw from this report, the cases include also the students' litigations, the service providers. But it emanated from the HR Committee of Council. Chairperson, I just wanted to kind of bring that to the honourable member's attention. But definitely, yes, it's something which we're working on, but it emanated from there, and we're definitely working on that. I hope that assists to some extent, honourable member. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think the problem here is the audit and risk was not doing what it should. And the suggestion or what we'll ask you to do, at least help them, capacitate them to pick up these things. Because their job, by the way, is to report to council on risks that council will ordinarily not see. So they must be a watchdog over management, what management does. Management daily court every day, are we an institution of higher learning or we are a legal firm? Because it's legal firms that are in court, or we are a prosecutor. Maybe they thought you are a prosecutor, you're always in court. So the audit and risk must be capacitated enough to pick up the risks. And this might not be the only risk. This is what might be out here. The issue of consequence management, I can see it as a risk. Because if there is no consequence management against people who do as they please, we're likely going to have a situation where people don't you know, they don't give, you know, I'm looking for the right word, where they don't, you know, so, yeah, so then that's a problem. I just forgot the right word. But, and if you have employees who believe that they can't be touched, then it's a big risk for an institution. Because from there, because they are bosses, they believe that bosses, they're going to put the lives of students at risk. Because they believe they're untouchable, they'll just go around beating up people, nothing happens, probably been even dating these young girls by force on campus. There's nothing that can happen to them. It's the culture that we've created, or the belief we've created to them, that we're untouchable. You can do as you please. And it's a risk for an institution. What will happen is that the word will go out, and students will apply, you'll offer them space, and they will not take up spaces. And it's a risk for the sustainability of an institution, including this thing of going to court. People will end up saying, because I saw even especially at masters, it has been consistently around 250 for the past 5 years on masters. It was not really 249, 253, 251, but it's been, you know, yes, PhD I saw grew a bit and all of that, but with the cases that again we are losing, it might affect the confidence of some people out there wanting to do postgraduate with you. So if there's no consequence management, we're creating, you know, we're sabotaging our own image as an institution. Yesterday at University of Venda, they told us that they had 3,800 spaces. And by yesterday at 12, 3,000 had registered. So they left with around 700 and something. Here, you had 5,100 spaces. You only have 2,000. They also opened the same registration with you on Monday. You are more closer to urban areas than University of Venda. And they've got more students in terms of percentage and numbers that have registered than you. It must worry you. Yes, it's still early days, no problem. But it must worry you that why would that happen? Is it the systems? Is it the reputation that is getting out there? What might it be? And I would like the new VC and council to look at it. Why would that be? And in fact, you must check. We can ask DHEA to give you the stats. Which institution has registered less in terms of percentage? You might find that you are amongst the ones at the bottom. Why is that the case? And reflect, look back and say, maybe on 1, 2, 3 we're not doing right, and let's fix it. because that's not, we don't want to come here and pretend as if we are messiahs. We want to help where we can this institution be a better institution. But unfortunately, when that happens, we should be able to show each other mistakes where they are happening. You tell us mistakes where we are committing them, we'll fix. The same must go to yourselves. And this one worries me. When we are giving the stats that around 2,000 have registered, and today is the last day for those we had offered. We had offered 5,100. Maybe 10% of those have taken offers somewhere. On average, let's say 510. So out of the 2,000, out of the 3,000 that we expect, we have 2,500 who have not accepted the offers, who should be accepting it. Why is that the case? So maybe let's reflect, Honorable Lonzo, or Honorable, how you wanted to finish.
Yeah. Whatever as innocent as the chair of council's response was, and it being typical of a grandfather's response, it goes back to what I said in my closing chair to the Vice Chancellor. For me, I don't think we have a problem of people who need to go to training and capacitation. For me, we have a problem of people that must be replaced within the institution. You need an overhaul. Altogether, I don't think there's a course that people must go to learn. You need new people. Because there's no way that even yourself as chair, for us, the years of chairpersonship that you've sat on that seat, that there's a problem. It's unfortunate that the DGG is not here, but I see there's director. I need us to please motivate to Minister Manamela that we have a problem with the council composition of this institution. It must work, it must fix. And if you are sitting wherever you are today, whether you're in this room or you are watching, and in your heart you know there's nothing more you can offer this institution, just retire, hand over to somebody else who will be able to do something that you would have failed to do. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lonze.
And you know, I also didn't want to speak about this because I think I asked this question, and then the CFO probably gave the most honest and straightforward response. And then the director of law faculty just tried to be political with the committee. Because obviously the CFO would know she's the one who must pay. And I asked the CFO, is there a process to appoint, or has there been a process to appoint legal firms that go to court on behalf of the institution? The CFO didn't go around in circles lying about urgent court cases and all. She simply, as a professional, honorable member, there's been no transparent SCM process. That is all that we needed to get from the institution. Because it is that response that says to us, at least, if there is a concession that a wrong was committed, then for sure there will be a commitment that this wrong is going to be corrected. Because if we leave this meeting with the director of the law faculty saying there was a process, it means that even these things we want to do to correct what happened, they are not going to take place because we'll still have people in the institution who believe that nothing wrong took place. You know, we had a similar problem with a minister that I don't want to speak long about. And we begged, we said, Minister, there's nothing wrong with saying, South Africa, I committed an error, a mistake here. It doesn't show weakness, it's actually leadership. I committed a mistake. I believe that I didn't follow the process which was supposed to be followed. I apologize. We're now committing to rescue this process and fix it. So it's really unfortunate. What is clear here is that there hasn't been a process. The agent, the member of the legislature is quite correct, Chair. After I listened to the repetition on agent, I went to the document that the university provided to us. And I can tell you now, the director will be at pains to tell us which of these cases was actually put on an urgent basis. Because as someone with the higher NQF, he should know what is an urgent basis. Urgent is a very serious, like almost life and death. People are being evicted. You know, your child is being taken away from you. You've got to respond within about a period of 1 or 7 days or so. Majority of these students did not submit these papers on an urgent basis. It's a lie. The legislature is correct. They just submitted papers because they would have wanted to graduate. They didn't submit papers because graduation is next week. They were submitted when the institution deregisters them, and then the institution then has to respond, give an intention if it wants to take it to court. The time was there for the institution to go through a correct process. That's why now the institution is saying, we're actually thinking of having a panel where as and when these issues come, we go back to the panel. But I thought I should address this, and I won't pose it as a question because I don't think it's going to serve any of us. But we cannot have the director of the law faculty saying there was a process. The CFO who pays, where the 61 million came from, not your account CFO, but I mean, obviously you would have had to sign for it, is saying there was no transparent SCM process. Which higher authority can be there other than the CFO, the person that paid the 61 million rands? Because the director of a law faculty is teaching, his job is to teach. We don't have a director of legal that oversees legal affairs in the University of Limpopo. His role is to teach students about law in the law faculty, not to speak on the intricacies of the Higher Education Act, the statutes of the university, how certain issues are interacted with. So really, I think it's disheartening. We do hope that you will reflect. I don't want to spend much time on this. What I'll just do, Chair, because I also want to fast-track this process of correcting this, the questions that I had, I'll submit them in writing, and then please share them with the institution, because we want to establish whether or not there could have been a corrupt relationship between university officials and this particular law firm that keeps getting these things. Because once the CFO says there was no transparent process, it means people were just called arbitrarily, as and when. And when there is a pattern of a single entity or institution that keeps getting called, then we have to be able to look into that. So we're going to file those questions. I think members went to town on the issue of not giving these people their degrees. VC, I know you are brand new from the box. But I think as an institution, we must reflect on this thing of deregistering students on the eve of the graduation. To me, it doesn't make sense. Even if, and the court has demonstrated to us that it's actually not been the case, but let's argue that the student entered not having supposed to have entered. This is not something that you pick up on the eve of graduation. You're supposed to have had strong institutional processes and systems in place that are able to pick up very early if you really believe that this person was not supposed to be. You can't take someone through the entire process and then when it is time for them to celebrate, you say to them, no, actually, you were not supposed to be admitted in the first place. And this, and when I read the court papers, it's not even, it's not an internal debate of Senate, by the way, Chair. Yeah. The SACWA provides guidance on these issues. NQF levels in South Africa provide guidance on these issues to say that irrespective of where I study a particular course or degree, anywhere, whether it's a traditional university or university of technology, when I pass certain credits or when I generate certain credits, I arrive at a particular NQF level. So I pass at Wits University with the NQF level 7, nothing stopping me to come to the University of Limpopo and doing, a higher NQF level. It doesn't need a long session with the Senate to debate it. I really think that institutionally there was a lot going wrong, and we want to believe that it is not linked to this thing of wanting to bankroll this particular law firm. But I'll put this to rest, VC, and maybe try to deal with other issues which I think are important. I like your theory on turning Mangoeng into a city. There's a theory of anchor institutions. And the idea behind anchor institutions is that if you are able to build institutions of higher learning, even in your most remote and rural areas, they must generate economic activity in that particular place. So when you say turning this into a student town, it's not imaginary register. It's done. It's happening. I mean, you go to Stellenbosch, you get to see how the town is transformed as a result of that university. SMU is trying to do the same thing, and many other parts of South Africa. So I think really that's a correct vision that the university should have, and we should push very hard towards that. I've just got one or two questions, and then I think I'll stand down. Of the student debt that you have, VC, how many students, certificates and degrees has the institution withheld as a result of the debt?
Well, Honorable Lonzi, I do not have statistics in front of me right now. We can get that information, pass it on to you.
Okay.
The Treasurer's office. We can do that.
And then, I mean, it's an ongoing debate in the sector. We raised it with the Investor of Venda yesterday as well. And we're trying to lobby really our universities on it, because we don't think withholding the certificates and the degrees of these students has even served as a good debt collection mechanism. Because, I mean, the argument is that, no, you're going to kill the financial sustainability of universities. But when we look at a lot of these debts, and maybe CFO, you'll help on this point, when you look at the financial statement of a university and the amount of debt that is owed, in your own accounting terms, there is a certain portion of that debt that you'd actually characterize as a bad debt, and almost accepting that this debt is irrecoverable. Now, we then ask institutions, if we even have students whose debt would fall within that particular category, why would we still want to insist in withholding the degrees and the certificates of these students? Because let's argue that these young people wanted to pay back this money. The thinking should be that it is this very certificate and degree that we are withholding as institutions. That must actually be the key that goes and unlocks the employment opportunities of these young people, so that they're able to participate in the economy, and then they're able to come back and plant back into the institution. But I know it's a policy discussion in the sector, but it's something that we really try to lobby all institutions, both individually and collectively, to say we don't believe that, number one, withholding this degree even works for you as universities, because you seem to be struggling to recover this money anyways. But more so, you seem to be committed to further entrenching these young people in a cycle of poverty, unemployability, sitting at home, and it just does not serve the future of our country. I wonder if, whether it be the council or chair or the VC would have a comment on that.
Well, it has been, as you have said, Honorable Lonzi, a very difficult policy issue to navigate. Some 7 or so years ago, there was a parliamentary question submitted to all our universities to source out that kind of information. And the view was also to test the legality of that decision at some point. So we will have to look at it as a university obviously in the context of what is possible. The kind of, is it a mechanism that could assist us to get more money, run the numbers and be able to make an assessment as a university. But I know for a fact that within the sector it has been a debate that has been raging. And maybe Parliament should then approach yourself and be able to engage yourself at that level where vice chancellors are collectively held. As an institution, we have been of the view that to some extent, because collecting money happens at different points during the course of the year, during registration, graduation, and sometimes after students had gone away from the university. But we are not fully fixated to that view. We need to be persuaded that that particular position is not yielding any results. We would be open to more discussions around that.
No, thanks, VC. Just now, as we were in the meeting, the SIU was demonstrating the list of institutions. Don't worry, I don't think your name was there. The list of institutions where they recovered funds from and sent that money back to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. That process of the SIU really, to give a very brief summary of it, is that the SIU has discovered that over the years, when NSFAS was dumping money into institutions of higher learning, those funds were not arriving at the destinations that they were supposed to arrive. So institutions would then, some of them would either use them however they want to use them, others would hold that money and place them in their reserves so that they can generate some interest as opposed to funding students that are meant to be funded by NSFAS. NSFAS then undergoes a process to say, okay, maybe let's pursue centralization to try and resolve this problem of institutions not spending the money of NSFAS, the manner in which it's supposed to be spent. But the problem is that NSFAS then goes and does almost the same thing. Because NSFAS, take the issue of student accommodation. NSFAS says we're taking over student accommodation from institutions of higher learning. And then what they do, they go and appoint 4 middlemen companies who appoint 37 accreditation companies. And when the NSFAS has to pay, they pay to these middlemen companies who take a service fee and then go and pay to the landlords themselves. And it becomes a criminal syndicate. And now we're even considering whether or not this is something that we should send back to the institutions. But then when the SRU comes to us, like it has done today, and says, we're taking money from these institutions, we're giving back to NSFAS, as lawmakers, we then think, is everybody just corrupt here in higher education? Because clearly, whether we go the institutional route or the NSFAS route, nothing seems to be working. And I'm giving that summary to lead up to my question, VC or CFO, anyone would know. When you pay student allowances or pay landlords, I'm assuming that not all your accommodations are part of the pilot project. Do you use a third-party service provider, a middleman of some sort? And if you do use one, do they take this so-called service fee from that money? Because if they take the service fee, it simply means if government says a student must get 2,000 rand every month, it is not 2,000 that arrives in the accounts of students. It becomes 1,980 something because these third-party service providers would want to go and take from the money that government has set aside for students. So, or maybe CFO is better set to answer that.
We don't use a middleman, we pay students directly.
No, I think that is very, so I'm still not convinced whether I should support it going back to universities, but I'm running a poll every time I'm meeting with institutions to find out, because the reason NSFAS says to us it was taken in the first place, it was fighting this issue of corruption in institutions. What most people don't know is that that lady of 12 million in Walter Sisulu University, it was not NSFAS that paid that money to that lady. It's just that NSFAS shame is our boxing bag. So when we're bored, we don't know who to fight with. They are our first target. But it was a third-party service provider, a middleman scheme, where NSFAS paid money to this middleman, and then this middleman, because it's involved in criminal activity, went to deposit 14 million rands into the accounts of that particular student. Oh, it was in Telimali, yeah. So all of them, in Telimali, Fundi, Izaka, this, all of that, they've just literally been a real cancer to the system. But I'm encouraged, as CFO, if you are saying that is not practiced here at Teflop University. SRC President, you can confirm that students receive their full allowances. The university doesn't take even R1. No, thanks, President. You are coming from a very progressive organization. I knew that you will not allow the university to steal the money of students. Perhaps my second last point, when I was reading on your 4,500 bed project, I think your first projection, or rather phase one of it, was saying you wanted to complete about 1,500 beds by June 2025, and then I think you asked for an extension to December 2025, and I think now it still says you want to complete it by March 2026. But something suggests that there have been delays, at least as far as the projections that the university has placed. So perhaps my questions to whoever would be in charge of that is, number one, what was the reason for the delays? And then number two, what have been the financial implications of the delays in the 4,500 bed project? Because this is what happens in municipalities, where government allocates money for a road to be built, and then because there are delays, a road that was supposed to cost 5 million is now all of a sudden 20 million rands. So it's something that we must guard in our institutions so that we don't municipalize our institutions. And I've got a theory on this. I'll do it at the end so that when the chair cuts me, my time will be finished anyways. So just those two questions, VC or anyone or who can answer.
Thanks, Honorable Lunzi. You are quite correct. The project was delayed, specifically on 3 items. There was an issue of the adhesive weather that legally they were compensated for an extension of time. Secondly, there was an issue of the community strike that they wanted to get involved in the project. And as a result, it delayed the project. And the third aspect to that, Chair, was the issue of the hard rock, that upon the contractor taking possession of site, they found a lot of hard rock on site that actually was not catered for in their program of works. Your last question about the cost, I do not have the figure in front of me, but we can submit that with your permission. Thanks.
Okay. No, please submit that in question. I'm closing, Chair. Oh, you don't want my theory on municipalization of our institutions?
We still want to question the progressive party that we're talking about. Honorable Khabo?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I will not be tempted to address like the honorable member here. I'll go straight to questions. The Chair of Council, I see, is not here. Let me firstly start with the internal, I think it's the Internal Audit Committee. Do we have one here present?
No, the internal audit team is not here.
Is it both internal and risk? Is it one committee?
No, the internal audit team is an internal audit function of the university, but the audit committee of council is a subcommittee of council. But we do not have a member of the audit committee of council here.
Okay, no, it's not a problem now that you don't have a member of the committee. Can I go back to that issue of 61 million? I'm not going to leave this thing of 61 million. Can I just check with you VC, and earlier on I have asked that question, the official who keeps on advising the previous VC on this matter, what is his name or her name, and what is his or her current position, if he or she is still in the institution?
Well, I will defer to the Executive Director HR on that one. Mr. Mloto?
And yeah,
Advocate Ramach.
and they are still in the employ of the
Yeah, he's still in the employ of the university.
What is his current or her current position?
His current position is acting director of employee relations.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me stop that one. Let me go to the chair. Chair of Council, can I check with you, as the Chair of Council, why did you allow a situation whereby the previous VC would have an environment that is conducive for him to transgress your statutes in terms of your term of office?
I don't know how to reply to that question, Honorable Member. Now, I can only say that Council, every time it employs a VC, Council, where every time it employs a VC, it then gives the VC specific directives relating to what is called delegation of responsibility, because most of
Chairperson, with all due respect, and my apology if this thing will appear as if now I'm undermining you.
Yeah.
I would want you to listen to my question and not give me a preamble. Why is it that you have allowed the previous VC to operate outside the statute framework in relation to his term of office?
As far as we are concerned, we are not aware that he was operating the way you are saying.
So
that is from council.
You are not aware as the council?
No.
Okay. Can I check with you, Chairperson of Council? For how long have you been the Chairperson of Council?
I've been chairperson of council. This year is my last term.
Chairperson, can I listen to my question? For how long have you been the Chairperson of Council?
I've been the chairperson of council for 7 years.
It has been for 7 years now. Yeah. Now, as the Chairperson of Council, in that 5 years where we have spent 61 million fighting or using the state resource to fight children of the working class, according to you, you could not pick up anything wrong in relation to the spending pattern, especially on legal fees, as the chair, given your fiduciary duties or responsibilities as the chair of council?
No, I couldn't pick up, because the reports that comes to council did not indicate any anomaly.
Not a problem. I think that point must be noted, and I think I'll agree with the honorable member that from where we are sitting, the problem is emanating from the University Council, because it is the University Council that must hold the management accountable in relation to the work that they are doing. So if it's you who's unable to interpret your monthly bank statements and mid-year reviews, it becomes a problem. So I'm fully agreeing that from where we are sitting, it is the University Council that is creating a crisis in this situation. And it is for that reason we would always request a review of this council, because from where we are sitting, you as council, you are enabling a situation whereby officials can just do as they wish. But let me leave that one to prove to you that there is an unholy relationship between the University Council, university officials, and certain law firms. And I'm going to prove that to you as and when I'm asking my question. In fact, before we deal too much with this issue, in fact, before I forget the 61 million issue, Chair would also propose that we must institute a forensic investigation on the 61 million. For the past 5 years, we look into the process, the supply chain management process, even though we know there was no process that was transparent and competitive that you had followed on. You look into the role that people has played. Give us that report, VC. We should be able to constitute that forensic investigation. We are told that you've got delegated powers and it has not been reviewed. So it's our recommendation on how we can close this matter of 61 million. And part of the investigation report, obviously, must reflect on these amounts that has been spent, especially on, I think it's LFA, these exorbitant amounts that has been spent. Let me go to the Khatim Patel attorneys. VC, let me leave the VC. Chairperson of Council, you know, I'm worried that majority of people in South Africa are young people. And it is these young people who are unemployed with very fresh ideas on how to drive development. And I always raise this issue and I sometimes appear to be insensitive. And my issue is simple, that our university councils, including college councils, are predominantly led by people who are closer to retirement, whom ordinarily are expected to be home. Do you have a retirement policy as a university?
I will defer that to HR.
Yes, we do have, honorable member, we do have a retirement.
What is your retirement age policy saying in terms of your age?
It says 65.
Do you have any of your employees that is above 65?
Yes, we do.
Why do you still have employees when your policy is very clear?
But we do have a post-retirement appointment policy.
Post-retirement appointment policy.
Yes.
Can you explain that post-retirement policy in less than 2 minutes, please? Don't.
No, it's a policy that gives the university, depending on certain conditions, the leeway to retain staff members beyond retirement.
So when you do that, is there any transparent process?
Yes, there is.
Do you advertise the post?